Got dropped into a ghost story, still gotta work. By GM.
Chapter 76. Baek Deoksu for once doubted his one remaining eye. Was he dreaming? No, he was definitely dreaming, trapped in this ghost story nightmare. But no. Just moments ago, his mood had been one of pure irritation. I came here because I heard this school's faculty office had an item with powerful mind control abilities. Seeing the number of people gathered, it was clear this wasn't some exclusive, top-tier information. Inwardly, his anger was simmering. Whoever gave me that tip is going on my blacklist. Grinding his teeth, he mentally updated his list of people to take revenge on after returning to the company. Still, he had confidence. In fact, he saw opportunity in the standoff between the two factions. Just a little push and it's chaos, right? Whether by stirring up infighting or luring monsters into the mix, he figured he could snag the item and make a clean getaway, just like how he'd always used fools around him as bait at critical moments. Even the sight of his weak-willed coworker in the bison mask struggling to hold back tears was tolerable. The guy might still be useful. But then, that fucker, what the hell is he doing? Baek Deoksu stared ahead in disbelief. There, standing nonchalantly alongside the Disaster Management Bureau agents, was an all-too-familiar face in a black school uniform. The employee, who had been carrying nothing special earlier, now wore the Bureau's signature metal badge and wielded one of those strange toy-like pistols. Kim Solium. Agent Grapes. Gee, Grapes. What even was that? The last time Baek Deoksu had seen him in the classroom, that guy hadn't been equipped with any of this gear. And now? Why is a Daydream Inc. employee standing so comfortably on the other side? Looks like everyone is securing the item. Could it be what we're looking for? Perhaps, sir. Kim Solium was casually engaging in bureau-like dialogue. The other Daydream employees nearby whispered amongst themselves. They don't seem ordinary. Do you think he's a high-ranking agent? Maybe he was summoned here. Jang Hee-won, the bison-masked co-worker, alternated between staring at Baek Deoksu and Kim Solium, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. As one of the few here who knew Kim Solium's face, Jang Hee-won's astonishment was palpable despite the mask. And then he opened his mouth, clearly about to call out to Kim Solium. Yes, that's it, you do it. Let him handle it. That. Would you mind stepping aside and letting us handle this? What? But of course it was Kim Solium. This, Agent Grapes, instantly cut Jang Hee-won off, looking around at the employees with a serious expression. He spoke in a voice dripping with authority. In supernatural disasters like this, personal possession of dangerous items can lead to catastrophic results. As you may have experienced, things that seem beneficial here don't always bring good outcomes. His voice was somehow convincing. Even now, there are monsters roaming outside. Kim Solium spoke earnestly, his eyes filled with feigned desperation. Please, for the sake of saving more lives, I ask for your cooperation. You? Baek Deoksu felt chills run down his spine. And yet Jang Hee-won, blinking slowly as if entranced, began to murmur. Then maybe this time we could. You've got to be kidding me. Hey, you're just a newbie, what are you talking about? Shut your mouth, would you? The other company employees snapped out of it and began shouting in outrage. What Baek Deoksu didn't know was that Jang Hee-won had been carrying a mental defense item strong enough to partially mitigate the influence of the Bureau's Silver Heart. Still, the scene was chaotic enough to make the Bureau agents on the other side whisper to each other. Corporate culture is trash, huh? Right, but that Agent Grapes sure knows how to talk. That punk is even being recognized by the agents. Just what is that guy, pretending to be a government agent? No, wait. In that moment, a realization like a bolt of lightning struck Baek Deoksu's mind. W8, was he actually a Disaster Management Bureau agent from the start? Looking closer, the agent standing beside Kim Solium was the same one Baek Deoksu had encountered at that insane murder lodge. The mask issued by the company had an effect that disrupted recognition for non-employees, so it seemed the agent hadn't identified him, but still. Could this all have been planned from the start? Could Kim Solium have been a Bureau spy all along? A chill ran down Baek Deoksu's spine. But at the same time, he felt like he'd just been dealt a new card. if I reveal his true identity? At that moment, Kim Solium's eyes met his. Kim Solium smirked, lightly tapped his chest, and mouthed a single word. Debt. Debt. The very word Baek Sahian had written on the note he left with the emergency flashlight. Why, you crazy bastard, that's the debt you owe me, not the other way around. Was Kim Solium implying that if Baek Sahian wanted the debt paid, he'd better shut up and cooperate? How was the debtor turning the tables and blackmailing the creditor? No, wait. Fuck, that's not important right now. Baek Sahian gritted his teeth. The agents now outnumbered the Daydream employees. If this continues, the field exploration team members aiming for a high clear bonus will likely back off and give up the item. If that happened, the chaos would end, and with it his opportunity. In that case, after some hesitation, Baek Sahian made up his mind. He absolutely needed that item. Absolutely. Moreover, he knew the specialized equipment he had invested a fortune, 1,000 points, into acquiring was securely attached to the sole of his shoe. This equipment, meticulously chosen and crafted for this purpose. A lethal weapon with the purpose of confusion. Owner Baek Sahian. Registered equipment description, a device in the form of a 3-color pen. When the pen tip is clicked, the nib ejects and explodes like a firecracker. Manufactured by Qturwi 99. Enjoying the cylindrical pressure against the sole of his shoe, Baek Sahian deliberately turned to Jang Hee-won and struck up a conversation. Hey. Yes. Don't you hear something strange outside? And with that, he naturally aimed at Kim Solium and fired. Out there. His target was that fucker's head. Die. Instant death would ensure that even if Kim Solium woke up from this nightmare, he wouldn't realize who had shot him. He probably has a name tag anyway. There was no way Baek Sahian could risk his sabotage being traced back to him, not after he'd set up the debt narrative. I'll just pin the blame on someone else. After all, every employee in this company had the same level of moral ambiguity. Hiding his glee, Baek Sahian allowed a sly smile to creep across his face. F-whoosh. The pen tip launched silently from the sole of his shoe and flew straight toward Kim Solium's head. But it didn't hit. Kim Solium casually tilted his head, dodging the pen tip. Kim Solium glanced at Baek Sahian. How many times do you think I read about your equipment usage on the wiki? He already knew how it was loaded. You click the left heel twice. Having prepared for this ever since they became roommates, Kim Solium's reflexes, in hindsight, were only natural. Not that he had expected much, so he wasn't even angry. But I can't let this slide. At that moment, Kim Solium grinned at Baek Sahian. I know you fired it. And that meant one thing. You're fucking screwed. Baek Sahian felt a chill run down his spine. The learned fear surged to near panic levels. But his objective of creating confusion had succeeded nonetheless. Oh yeah. The pen tip struck the locker behind Kim Solium and exploded, filling the room with light, noise, and smoke. Who did that? At this level of chaos, it didn't matter how softly anyone spoke. This kind of commotion was enough to lure the students, even if it meant they'd tolerate some damage to the school's property. They'd be coming soon. Flashlights. Everyone crouched and pressed themselves against the walls. The smoke obscuring their vision created the worst possible conditions in this nightmare school. Who did this? For now, survival instincts overrode the need to find the culprit. In that case, Baek Sahian seized the opportunity to lunge at the table. Fountain pen of second-year student Black. He snatched the item and stuffed it into his pocket. Blending seamlessly back into the crowd of employees, Baek Sahian joined the rush to flee the faculty office. Inside, the bureau agents, who had maintained a near-perfect formation to monitor all angles, only realized what had happened once the smoke began to clear. The fountain pen and the Daydream employees were gone. Those Daydream bastards. Kim Solium had suddenly become guilty by association. Wonderful. Kim Solium, who had been keeping an eye on Baek Sahian the entire time, caught the exchange. But the situation was too urgent to dwell on it. There has been a death in the third-floor hallway. The deceased is second-year student Kim Sora. The Daydream Inc. employees fleeing down the hallway had killed one of the students. The power went out. 5 seconds of darkness. Flashes of light from flashlights. Screams. Corpses. This is insane. With both people and monstrous entities running rampant, this resembled a scene from a B-grade slasher film. A suffocating type of terror, different from the earlier stillness. Aleg. There in the window. Blood, blood. Requesting ba thud. Mid the gruesome carnage unfolding in every direction, I somehow managed to spot the students trying to enter the faculty office through the mist and freeze them in place. It felt like playing a nightmarish tower defense game, or maybe a horror game where I was trapped and utterly cornered. Move. The only silver lining was that the agents were taking the brunt of the aggression, leaving me mostly out of the spotlight. But even that had its limits. Flicker. The instant a drop of blood splashed into my eye, I had no choice but to blink. A student's hand, hooked like a claw, stopped just above my head. I quickly stepped back. My skull had almost been crushed. My hair stood on end. My heart felt like it would give out. This is bad. This was a death trap. The range a single flashlight can cover is no longer enough. From what I knew, the number of students per floor varied by each exploration round, but there were at least 20 students on any given floor. And if someone killed a student and triggered the announcement, there has been a death in the second-year faculty office. More would come, accompanied by another 5-second blackout for a moment of silence. It never ends. The likelihood of everyone dying here and the exploration ending was overwhelmingly high. So, I need to escape while I still can. I gritted my teeth. I needed to find the others on another floor and join forces with them. The mist was beginning to clear, and the blackout had just ended. Flicker. Now. I slid across the faculty office, cutting through the carnage of blood, gore, and violence, and made it out through the door that had been open from the start. In that instant, Mr. Grapes. As the mist dissipated, I spotted Agent Bronze. He was grappling with an employee wearing an animal mask, and the owner of that mask was... Hig. Quiet. Jang Hee-won from the Y Squad round-off team. So you didn't manage to escape with the others, huh? Use this to restrain him. The agent tossed me what looked like a pair of handcuffs. Clearly, he thought I had come to assist him. But I had already decided to cut ties with everyone here. Arun Rodir. Damn it. Jang Hee-won, startled by his own outburst, slapped a hand over his mouth. He had called me by the name of my mask. Rodir. No, that's... The look on the agent's face said it all. He knows. Damn it, if that's the case. I swiftly caught the handcuff-like item the agent had handed me. And then I clamped it on him instead. The cuffs expanded, binding the agent's arms and mouth, with a silver chain extending from them to my hand. Let's go, Bison. Why, yes. Dragging Jang Hee-won and the restrained agent, I bolted out of the faculty office. Aleg. The moment of silence is over. May the deceased rest in peace. Leaving behind the chaos of the faculty office, we sprinted madly up the stairs. A couple of students followed us out, but were drawn back by the ongoing commotion inside the office. Keep an eye on what's above us. Got it. Jang Hee-won responded quickly, diligently watching the upper stairwell. Who? I stopped midway up the stairs, watching as the students who had been following us disappeared, and turned my head, wanting nothing more than to wipe the sweat off my face. And that's when I made eye contact with the restrained person at the end of the chain I was holding. Agent Bronze from the Disaster Management Bureau was glaring at me like he wanted to kill me. At this point, I had no choice. Time to bluff. With a speed I'd never achieved before in my life, I began crafting an elaborate, emotional appeal. TN, I changed Jang Hee-won's mask to bison instead of cow. The terms are similar in Korean, and it wasn't specified at first, but since author Nim's using the clear term for bison now, let's go with that. I've already edited the past chapters to reflect this change. Chapter 77. I am walking up the stairs of a nightmare school with an agent from the Disaster Management Bureau, while dragging him along like a prisoner after restraining him. For context, I used an item he handed me to betray and restrain him. This is a mess. This can't go on. This definitely feels like I've crossed the line. By tomorrow, I might find myself on the Disaster Management Bureau's blacklist, conscripted for whatever sinister purposes they have in mind. Sure, the company might protect me, but I really don't want to owe Daydream Inc. anything. It would be utterly insane. I need to fix my image somehow. The cold sweat on my back never seems to dry. I spoke carefully. If you promise not to yell, I'll remove the gag. Please just nod your head. The agent's murderous glare softened slightly. He gave the faintest of nods. What a lie. If he's going to deceive me, he could at least try to hide it better. With a sigh, I continued. I have no intention of harming you, stealing Disaster Management Bureau intel, or reporting anything back to the company. And as I just said that, I felt no pain whatsoever. I know the caramel you gave me is a truth-inducing interrogation aid. The agent's pupils trembled. Of course, I don't think you gave it to me with malicious intent. It's just... I gazed at the air with a melancholic look. I wanted to convey that even though I work for Daydream Inc., I wasn't planning to lie to you. Strictly speaking, I was lying. If it came to it, I fully intended to use express-delivered alien painkillers to bypass the effects and lie my way to survival. Unsurprisingly, a sharp discomfort began to rise from within. It felt like my insides were twisting, like the onset of an ulcer. But now wasn't the time to let it show. I can endure this without flinching. The more malicious or deliberate the lie, the greater the pain. What I just said was evasive at most, barely a level 1 discomfort. Endure it. Next step. Building trust. I discreetly loosened a small silver badge in my pocket while keeping my face composed. Then I openly showed the item, the silver heart, to the agent. I'm telling you this without relying on tools like these. I'll repeat myself. If you promise not to yell, I'll remove the gag. Just nod your head. Conflict flickered in the agent's gaze. When we stopped on the landing, he gave another faint nod. Without a word, I removed the gag. The agent kept his promise and didn't cause a commotion. Good, next step. I returned the flashlight and pistol I had confiscated from the agent. Then, I loosened the restraints on his arms. You'll need them to defend yourself in this kind of urgent situation. Not that the pistol works on anything but ghosts or supernatural entities. Though it could theoretically harm bad actors depending on the ammunition, I didn't think either Jang Hee-won or I fit the criteria for such targets. Jang Hee-won hasn't caused any significant trouble in the past 3 months. Still, I didn't completely remove the restraints. If the agent escaped before I finished winning him over, it could spell disaster. I offered a plausible excuse. It's too dangerous to wander off alone here. I'll keep the restraints on until your judgment fully returns. We cautiously ascended the stairs, keeping watch in all directions. Suddenly, the agent asked, Is Roe Deer your alias? Your group operates in units and uses aliases derived from your masks, correct? That's correct. Are you a squad leader? No, just a new hire. This one here is a fellow new hire. With a faintly bitter smile, I pulled a half-mask from my pocket and placed it over my face. The familiar texture of bark with horns sprouted settled over my skin. The agent looked at me, visibly shaken. Then I heard Jang Hee-won's subdued voice. I'm sorry, Mr. Roe Deer. I know you were trying to help me. No, it's fine. You must be very flustered. Honestly, compared to Baek Deoksu, who was determined to get me fucked up, this was something I had already braced myself for when I decided to act as a temporary agent. Moreover, Jang Hee-won even went as far as to vouch for me to the agent. Mr. Roe Deer is truly a kind and dependable person. Even when we first met, he risked his life to save me from the darkness. That's an exaggeration. Nice shot. We just helped each other to survive the darkness together. Mr. Roe Deer. The agent fell silent, a complicated expression on his face. At least he didn't try to smack me with the grip of that small pistol, and I'll take that as progress. Entering the 4th floor, we ascended the final stretch of stairs. 4F. We made it, but I feel uneasy. From the 4th floor onward, this ghost story starts getting even more warped. For one, when students die, There's no announcement over the speakers anymore. The floor is eerily dark. Bizizate. Most of the lights were already shattered or burnt out, and the few remaining ones flickered sporadically, except for a handful that stayed on. And the bigger issue, the hoop. Dozens of students were standing in the hallway, and they were already staring directly at us. In the dimly lit school hallway, they lined up like mannequins along either side. The fourth-floor student entities were all third years, with more than 100 confirmed in every exploration log of this floor. Hearing that alone would make you think, well, guess we're all doomed. But it's fine. The agent spoke in a firm voice, offering critical information. They cannot leave their positions. That's right. The fourth floor is truly strange. While we've never witnessed those students move, we've seen their locations change. But the students on the fourth floor, they don't move at all. It's like their feet are glued to the classroom floor. Excerpt from Exploration Record 9. As long as they're not lunging at us and stay rooted in place, we can avoid danger by staying out of their territory. If we have to approach, we can stop them by maintaining eye contact to freeze their movements. The problem is how easy it is to lose track of them in the dark. And they're very, very cunning. They often exploit psychological tactics to catch you off guard. So that's how it is. I confirmed that Jang Hee-won had pinned the name tag he had retrieved from one of the school's students onto his blazer, then spoke firmly. Let's proceed cautiously and thoroughly investigate the fourth floor. There were no objections. We entered the gaps between the students. Who? Jang Hee-won swallowed nervously. It felt incredibly unsettling to brush past the sleeves of those students while trembling with fear. But he gritted his teeth. I have to be useful. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had somehow ruined his kind colleague Kim So-lium's exploration. What was he planning to accomplish by accompanying the agent? He was probably aiming for a high score, a clean clear. According to the manual, the longer you survive here and the more name tags you collect, the higher the concentration of dream essence in the collector. But it was too dangerous. Kim So-lium hadn't even glanced at the name tags on the fourth-floor students. I don't get it. Jang Hee-won decided not to overthink it. Relying on his own judgment wasn't exactly a strong suit. Instead, he focused on diligently watching the approaching students. Especially when entering areas where the lights were shattered or flickering, he aimed the flashlight obsessively. Step. Mr. Buffalo watched the rear. Yes. His voice trembled slightly. Jang Hee-won turned to look behind them, walking backward. From where they had passed, dozens of students were now turning their heads and stretching out their hands toward them. There's the music room up ahead. Let's hang in there just until we reach it. They moved forward. Soon they reached a section entirely devoid of lights. Who? In the suffocating darkness, the students stood eerily still, staring silently at them. They advanced cautiously, illuminating the gaps between them with their flashlights. Then, flicker. A light blinked somewhere. It felt like a power outage had occurred. Wait. Something felt wrong. There aren't any lights here, so how could one flicker? Jang Hee-won realized it a step too late. It wasn't a power outage. The flickering light was someone's flashlight up ahead. Just now, someone had lost sight of their surroundings. Jang Hee-won almost turned around in panic, but a calm voice from behind him stopped him. Don't look back. We have to keep moving. Kim So-lium's voice was strained, mixed with heavy breaths. And then, the metallic scent of blood. Drip, drip. As Jang Hee-won backed away, he noticed red liquid dripping onto the floor. Focused on the students, he hadn't been able to see clearly, but the ground beneath his shoes was slippery. And then, he spotted the hand of a student reaching out from the middle of the hallway, close enough to brush against his waist. It was drenched in crimson, blood dripping from its fingertips. Jang Hee-won fought the urge to retch. Mr. Rowe, dear. When they finally made it out of the crowd of students and turned around, Kim So-lium stood clutching his abdomen, his face pale as a sheet. The flashlight in his hand flickered once more. With a faint smile on his ashen face, he said, The battery. Effective illumination time, 60 minutes. Of course, emergency flashlights weren't meant to last long. Though they had prepared supplies, the two of them had failed to account for the time left on the flashlight the other was carrying. W8 us. Please don't speak. Jang Hee-won struggled to suppress his nausea and tried to support Kim Solium. The agent instinctively joined in. Together, the Daydream Inc. employee and the Disaster Management Bureau agent hurriedly helped him into a nearby classroom. Even there, a few students peeked inside. They managed to set Kim Solium down just outside the students' range. Seated on the floor, clutching his wound, Kim Solium spoke. You too. Leave me here. The one wearing the horned mask, his face strained from the pain, forced a smile. One moment. Kim Solium reached out with his free hand and completely undid the agent's restraints. I almost forgot, now you can leave. The agent ignored him and instead pulled a spare name tag from his pocket and shoved it into Kim Solium's jacket. But, you don't have to give it to me. Don't you need it for something else? Go ahead, I'm sure there are others on this floor. If you join them, you'll be fine. Kim Solium frowned slightly, but quickly smoothed his expression. To be honest, even if I die here, it wouldn't cause any major issues with my job at the company. They'd still be satisfied with this much. That damn company. The agent clenched his fists tightly. Why on earth do you people trust such an absurd, disgusting organization? It seemed to strike a nerve. You really think that a company that treats human lives so lightly will actually grant your wishes? Jang Hee-won turned to the agent in surprise. The agent gritted his teeth and continued. I know you're all working there for those wish-granting rights. Do you honestly believe in that nonsense, that some magical potion will grant any wish? Kim Solium looked up at the agent, his expression calm. They do grant them. If the wish ticket was a lie, this structure wouldn't hold. Once you've onboarded, any wish can be granted. The agent let out an exasperated sigh, as though his frustration had reached its peak, and repeated an argument that sounded well-worn. Think about it. Let's say someone wishes for world peace, while another wishes for the extinction of humanity. How do they grant both contradictory wishes? Jang Hee-won, wearing the buffalo mask, flinched. But Kim Solium remained unperturbed. For the person making the wish, yes, it comes true. What does that even mean? A wish ticket isn't meant to change the world. It's an omnipotent tool to fulfill personal desires. What does that even mean? It sounded like some cultish doctrine of salvation. But Kim Solium's demeanor wasn't that of a religious fanatic. It was more like someone who had repeatedly and empirically tested the circumstances and resigned themselves to reality. The agent stared at him in bewilderment, but Kim Solium simply shrugged. Well, I guess this is the end for me. Blood surged out from beneath the hand, clutching his stomach. The bleeding wasn't stopping at all. Kim Solium handed the blood-stained name tag back to Agent Bronze. The agent gritted his teeth. Even if you keep sacrificing your name tag every time you're dragged here on a new moon, that company will never save you. Maybe not. Kim Solium shrugged again, though his expression tightened slightly from the pain. Even so, he managed a faint smile. But the Disaster Management Bureau will eventually put an end to this darkness, or rather, this disaster. When that happens, I'll finally be free too. The agent looked at Kim Solium as if he'd been struck. Go now, both of you. Staying here while looking back is dangerous. Kim Solium lifted his still-functioning emergency flashlight and shone it outside the classroom. I'll keep an eye ahead while you go. And Mr. Buffalo, you didn't do anything wrong. You're just a rookie. Please, if possible, stick together for a while and stay safe. Mr. Rowe, dear. The agent hesitated, but he ultimately gritted his teeth, turned around, and started walking with his flashlight. Follow me. Jang Hee-won wavered, but eventually made his decision. I can't do anything for him by staying here. Leaving quickly might actually be easier for Kim Solium. But he couldn't leave without doing something. So, as he followed the agent, he secretly slipped something into Kim Solium's pocket. Mr. Rowe, dear, here, this is my spare name tag. I survived longer thanks to you, and I don't have anyone else to save. It's not much, but at least take one, thank you. Without waiting for a response, Jang Hee-won left with the agent, unable to look back. Kim Solium watched them leave as promised, keeping an eye on them until they disappeared around the corner. And then, finally, as soon as they were out of sight, Kim Solium swiftly retrieved something he had prepared from his pocket. A piece of candy, individually wrapped in plastic. A nostalgic relic from a warmer time. Magic candy. A large, old-fashioned eyeball candy in cheerful red, yellow, and white, nestled in its quaint wrapper. Nostalgia candy. The emergency recovery item Kim Solium had purchased. With blood-streaked hands, he unwrapped it and popped the candy into his mouth. And then a transformation began. The wounds on his body began to close. Spilled blood was reabsorbed, and fractured bones seamlessly reconnected, as though time itself was rewinding. When rolling the candy in his mouth, rediscover cherished memories. While the candy melted, it fixed the consumer's body and mind to their healthiest state from the past 10 years. Since this is a dream anyway, temporary measures like this are more than enough. His condition surged to peak form, and his mind grew razor-sharp. His thoughts spun at lightning speed. It worked. Kim Solium exhaled a sigh of relief. His gamble had paid off. This was the most effective strategy in such a scenario. Faking my own death is still the best play. He had seized the opportunity to both secure freedom for exploration and repair his image. I was so nervous the flashlight would die before I could time it right. He dusted himself off, took another deep breath, and let out a long sigh of relief. His heart pounded. Relief mingled with lingering fear. All right. Now he knew exactly what to do next. After standing, he double-checked the re-emerged tattoos on his body and retrieved a spare heavy-duty flashlight from the depths of one wrist tattoo. With a steadying breath, Kim Solium stepped out of the classroom and into the dark, eerie hallway of the 4th floor. Chapter 78. The dark hallway of the 4th floor. Students stood in a line like mannequins. I calculated the range of the students, reached beforehand, and carefully took a step forward. First, I unfolded the carefully tucked-away item from my pocket and wrapped it around my vital areas. A piece of armor purchased from the alien store. Wrapper 12B357, Kona Enus. The loose packaging snugly settled under my high school uniform from back in the day. The Nostalgia series doesn't heal wounds or remove contamination sustained while active. From now on, I needed to be extra cautious. I moved carefully, ensuring I didn't overlap into the active territory of any of the students. Since I occupied a smaller area, as an individual navigating alone might actually be safer on the 4th floor. I wondered if Agent Bronze and Jang Hee-won made it safely. They're probably prioritizing regrouping with others. The agent wasn't foolish enough to head to the 5th floor with just the two of them. They'd likely search for others on the 4th floor. Judging from the situation, it didn't seem like Jang Hee-won would be taken prisoner or anything. Even if he'd do that to you, I did everything I could, my fellow new hire. I walked all the way to the end of the hallway. I arrived at the staircase we had climbed earlier with the agent and Jang Hee-won. And then, I started heading back down the stairs. 3F. I retraced the way I had come, moving in reverse. Why? To be perfectly honest, I didn't have much use for the scattered informational items throughout this school. I already have all that information in my head. I had essentially already obtained and seen everything. I knew everything about this ghost story, right up to the moment it ends. Why this school ended up in this state, what the theme of this ghost story is, and what exactly these students are. There was only one thing I truly needed. The key item that will unlock the highest grade for a clear. And now I was going to get it. By now it should have been created. I stopped on the landing. The 3rd floor below was eerily silent. Everything down there had turned into corpses. Under the bright lights, blood-soaked bodies lay mutilated, their horrifying condition vividly displayed. It seemed most of the school-uniformed figures on this floor were dead. If any agents survived, they must have moved elsewhere. It also appeared that nearly all the students who had swarmed the faculty office were rendered immobile or killed, as indicated by the death announcements. Setting aside the grotesqueness of the scene, it felt as if I were standing in the middle of a catastrophic disaster site where dozens of people had died. Stay calm. This is a dream, all of it is a dream. I repeated this to myself as I continued descending the stairs, constantly checking both ends of the hallway and the opposite faculty office. And then I spotted my target. Flicker. In the brief moment I turned my gaze, a student's posture shifted inside the faculty office. Of course, it wasn't chasing me. The condition of the student entity was far too pitiful for that. Both arms were broken, one leg was in a compound fracture, and its abdomen was drenched in blood. Yet it seemed to have enough awareness to tilt its head slightly in my direction. I surveyed the surroundings. No sign of other students appearing. Good. Satisfied, I approached the faculty office. I walked right up to the student slumped near the front door. With bleached hair and piercings, he had the stereotypical appearance of a delinquent, though his injuries erased any impression of defiance. While I'm seriously about to go insane, I grabbed the student with both hands and lifted him over my shoulder. Who? Carrying the student like a heavy sack over my shoulder, I walked on, ensuring he stayed out of sight. This is insane. Lugging a killing machine weighing several dozen kilograms like this wasn't exactly easy on the nerves. Physically, though, I could manage. Nostalgia candy was still rolling around in my mouth, keeping me in peak condition. And this is the destination. I had mapped out a route in my head. Given the chaos that had erupted, it was unlikely that many students remained on the third floor, but just in case, I moved quickly. With the flashlight held in my mouth, I steadied myself against the wall and pressed forward. The powerful flashlight brightly illuminated the entire hallway, defying the darkness, even if the bloodied scene still suffocated me. Still, infirmary. The destination appeared. Slide. I silently dropped the name tag my colleague had slipped to me onto the floor, then quietly opened the door and stepped into the infirmary. There were 3 beds lined up near the window, their curtains drawn. 2 of the beds already showed shadows of someone lying inside. I took slow steps forward. My eyes caught sight of a whiteboard with a note attached to the door of the infirmary. Students injured during physical activity should lie on a bed and wait for the nurse to arrive. Something about it was out of place. So that's it. This was the clue that had led me to write a continuing exploration log for this ghost story. It came from the 12th exploration log left by the previous explorer. Exploration Record 12. Assistant Manager Kang Jiwoo entered the infirmary and placed an injured colleague, Supervisor Park Cha-on, on an empty bed, following the instructions. Nothing significant to report. Afterwards, all were killed by the student entity that chased them into the infirmary. Clear. From the moment I read it, I suspected there was an overlooked detail. The previous writer seemed to have left this intentionally. Explorers in this ghost story are presented as outsiders, as students from another school. In other words, what if they had placed a real Sekwang technical high school student on the bed instead? That question sparked the imagination that drove me to write the 13th exploration log. Writing it was thrilling. Even now my heart raced, whether from tension, fear, or anticipation, I wasn't sure. Taking a deep breath, I opened the curtain to the only bed without a shadow. On the clean, makeshift bed, I carefully placed the student. In my mind, I could see the words I had written in my own exploration log overlapping with this moment. Exploration Record 13. Employee Black successfully lured an injured student entity with the help of a civilian. After binding the entity, they entered the infirmary and placed it on a bed. The name tag was not removed during the process. The student was limp, but could have moved their joints awkwardly if I had forced them to. I covered them with a blanket, then stepped out of the infirmary. Leaning against the bloody hallway wall, I waited for several seconds, my heart pounding. After a brief wait, I knocked lightly on the infirmary door and re-entered. Inside, I would find the injured student entity lying on the bed in gym clothes, having received proper first aid. And that's exactly what I saw. A feeling of awe, or perhaps fear, overwhelmed me as I approached the only bed with its curtain undrawn. The bleached-haired student I had brought lay on the bed, now dressed in gym clothes. Bandages and splints had been applied, and he didn't even look in my direction. At this point, in the original exploration record, it was noted that the discovery was made while thoroughly searching the surroundings. Slide. I opened the drawer beside the bed, without hesitation. Inside was a neatly folded school uniform. Sekwang Technical High School. It belonged to the student lying in the bed. The buttons were loose and some parts were frayed, but strangely the uniform was clean, with no blood or stains. Huh? My heart pounded fiercely. Without looking back at the student lying on the bed, I grabbed a sheet of A4 paper from the infirmary and wrote, "I'll just borrow your uniform for a bit. Transfer student who brought you here." Folding the paper neatly, I placed it in the drawer where the uniform had been. In its place, I took out the uniform. Turning my head, I saw the student lying on the bed, still dressed in gym clothes with his eyes closed. He looked as if they were in a deep, peaceful sleep. It worked. I quickly began to undress. I threw my old high school uniform out the infirmary window and started putting on the borrowed Sekwang Technical High School uniform. Luckily, our builds were similar, and it fit reasonably well. Once I finished donning the old-style school uniform, DRRK, I heard the sound of a drawer opening behind me. Turning back, I saw that a reply had appeared on the note I left inside the drawer. "What grade and class are you in?" Swallowing hard, I wrote down the same profile I had scribbled on the back of my old high school photo to prepare for this moment. The name of the class where I first woke up. Class 1-5. The instant I wrote that, the entire world plunged into darkness. A total blackout enveloped me, but as my eyes adjusted, faint outlines of the world began to emerge. Emergency lights, lead clock faces, dim glimmers just enough to distinguish the school's infirmary from complete void. And then, tap tap, something tapped my shoulder. I turned around. The student, who had been sitting idly on the bed, was now lightly tapping my shoulder. The bleached-haired student casually retracted his hand and began moving. Yes, naturally. With movements far too human, he took the A4 paper and pen from my hands with his bandaged arm and quickly scribbled something before handing it back to me. "Transfer student, huh? Tough luck." And then he lay back down on the bed as if to resume sleeping, every motion eerily natural. With a grim expression, I stood and left the infirmary. Slide. The world was still dark. But strangely, everything seemed unnervingly clear, as though I could see even the dust floating in the air. It felt like a peculiar certainty radiated from the uniform, taking root in my mind. Walking down the hallway, I bent to pick up the name tag I had dropped outside the infirmary earlier and tucked it into my pocket. Black, black, black. The name tag now glowed strangely, far more than before. Even in this dark, bloodied, and filthy environment, an odd calmness pervaded me. But then, something appeared in the distance. From Class 2-7, shapes began to emerge, peeking out. The silhouettes were human, but their entire bodies squirmed grotesquely, as if pixelation errors in a video game had manifested in real life, ghastly creatures out of a horror movie. Their decaying forms, clad in what barely resembled school uniforms, looked like glitched-out abominations, errors not meant to exist in this world. And the moment they noticed me, I froze. A sensation like my insides flipping surged within me. Flicker. Suddenly, like lightning, the world became blindingly bright. Instinctively, I dashed forward. Those glitch-like monsters, blinded by the intense light, couldn't seem to look at me. Their movements slowed to a crawl. This was my chance to finish them. No. I forced myself to stop. I suppressed the urge to chase them down. The sweetness of the candy rolling on my tongue brought me back to my senses. And then, flicker. Once again, the world turned pitch black. When my eyes met theirs again, they were already far away, sluggishly retreating down the hallway to the opposite stairwell. Leaving me behind. My entire body was drenched in sweat. My clenched fists trembled, as if I had narrowly survived an overwhelming addiction. But I could endure it. I had read about this moment in the logs, after all. There was no confusion. I had merely confirmed what I already knew. So that's how it works. Did you notice? The monsters I had just seen, they were the explorers. The ones dragged into this ghost story, just like me, until moments ago. And now If an explorer dons the uniform of Sekwang Technical High School with the permission of a student, they can take on the role of a student in this ghost story. I was now a student of Sekwang Technical High School. Chapter 79. Exploration Record 13, which I had added. If you acquire and wear a school uniform in the proper manner, you will be treated as a student. This is, in truth, a rather groundbreaking concept. Handled incorrectly, it could distort the original essence of the ghost story. The school ghost story. Monsters that only move when unobserved. Within the Shadow of Darkness, which was built by remixing these two classic tropes, originally adhered to the theme of classic fear of the pursued. A nightmare in which familiar places and people turn into incomprehensible horrors that chase you down until you're dead. However, as exploration records accumulated beyond 10 entries, a subtle buildup began to emerge. It's the kind of thing that adds the fun of imagining a more specific backstory to the world. Exploration Record 5. Text found on the blackboard. Avoid the teacher. The teacher is the rest of the text was crudely erased. In this way, bits of foreshadowing steadily piled up. For 12 entries, it had only been accumulating, and the story had gained enough popularity to make it seem like it would keep accumulating indefinitely. That sort of thing gets frustrating after a while. It becomes difficult to sustain the original theme of fear, born from gaps in information. But then a thought occurred. If I could explore as an insider, as a student, wouldn't it add the thrill of retrieving all these clues? The 13th exploration record, I wrote aligned with what the creators of the ghost story had been craving. Thus, the ghost story of Within the Shadow of Darkness reached a new turning point. From mid to late explorations onward, all the eerie foreshadowing scattered throughout the logs would be retrieved, revealing shocking twists. The latter half was filled with deeper, more story-driven exploration records. It was a remarkable experience to witness indirectly, seeing the seeds I had sown grow into a larger, new story through the contributions of many others. But to actually experience it myself. Right. I planned to encounter the very climax of that story little earlier than expected. Let's go. Dressed as a student, I walked down the dark hallway on the 3rd floor of Sekwang Technical High School. In the distance, I saw monsters, full of fear, slowly disappearing around the corners of the hallway. The urge to chase them surged and then subsided. Strangely, existing in this school as a student felt comfortable. It felt like I was standing where I belonged. This only intensified the rejection and destructive impulse I felt when witnessing those alien monsters roaming the school. Especially, a death has occurred in Class 2-2. When I first heard that announcement, my heart sank. A bittersweet sadness and a chilling emptiness. And a sense of duty to uncover the cause of the accident. Please observe a moment of silence for 5 seconds. I wanted nothing more than to sprint through the now brightly lit school, eagerly eliminating the source of this error and observing silence. But I'm not really a student. I must not forget. Kim Solium has many tasks to accomplish. First, I had to go up to the 4th floor. I stepped onto the stairs. The classroom of Class 1-5, which I belong to, is on the 2nd floor. It seems there's no reason to go up to the 3rd floor. A thought that popped up like a notification. This is why students were described as rarely leaving their assigned floors. Of course, I wasn't bound by that restriction. I was only borrowing the uniform, not a true student of this school. I resumed walking. Step by step. 4F. Before the blinding light of silence that filled the hallway disappeared completely, I reached the 4th floor. The place was dark, with flickering lights and shattered bulbs. The floor that had once been filled with dozens of mannequin-like students staring lifelessly was now alive. The students now exchanged lively glances, gestured at one another, and silently chatted among themselves. I bit my tongue to ensure I made no sound. Students of Sekwang Technical High School had no voices. If I spoke to them in my normal voice while wearing this borrowed uniform, I would black. Afterward, I would wake up and regain consciousness. To think that I would end up bound by the very sentences I had written. I walked through the crowd of students who occasionally glanced at me indifferently or smiled awkwardly when our eyes met. Don't appear awkward. Act natural. I passed a corner in the hallway and stopped right before the stairs near the faculty office for the third years. A small iron door stood there. Faculty storage. It was an ordinary storage area, typically used to keep cleaning supplies in schools. And right in front of it, 5 or 6 students were gathered in a tight circle. If I weren't wearing Sekwang Technical High School's uniform, I would have never been able to approach such a densely packed group. But now I can. I stepped forward. The students looked at me with puzzled expressions. Why has a first year come all the way up here? Their expressions seemed to ask that very question. I pulled out an A4 sheet of paper I had brought from the infirmary and wrote slowly. Seniors asked me to fetch a ladder from the storage room. May I take it with me? One of the students chuckled, took my pen and wrote a reply. Okay, Lalo. Clink. When I looked up, another student was already holding a set of keys and shaking them in front of me. I took the key bundle. Using the key labeled 4F storage, I unlocked the storage room and stepped inside. A place only students could enter. Kriuk. The light reflecting through the gap in the door stabbed at my eyes. Inside, various objects shimmered, as if radiating their own presence. Much like the name tag Jang Hee-won had given me. Damn. As expected, the sight was even more bizarre and eye-catching than I had imagined. After carefully shutting the storage room door, I immediately reached out toward the objects. It seems I can't take this item yet. Ignoring the thought that popped into my mind like a notification, I rummaged through the shimmering items, buckets, mops, small whiteboards, and finally found what I was looking for. It was a decorative brooch, a somewhat clumsy-looking decoration made by laminating thick paper, as if handcrafted by an amateur. Obtained a name tag decoration. Name tag decoration, a flower decoration that says, "Congratulations on your graduation." It seems to be modeled after Sekwang Technical High School's official flower, the azalea. Perhaps it's intended as a gift for graduates. I tucked the glittering name tag decoration into my pocket. Got it. I now had the essential item to attack this ghost story. I continued exploring places that only students could access, verifying whether the information I knew from the exploration records matched reality. I borrowed a book from the library, tapped on the piano keys in the music room. If anything was even slightly off, it would be better to die and wake up quickly. Fortunately, everything aligned perfectly. Good. During this process, I avoided going to the 5th floor, where the graduation ceremony preparation hall was located. It wasn't time yet. When will the notification come? Taking a tense breath, I waited slowly. And then, Wanak 540, 4 Wanak 540, 4 Wanak 540, 4 Wanak 540, 51U00211U00211U0020, Wanak 800 Wanub 9 AC1U0020, 1UX00, 1U00211U00211U0020, Wanak 800 Wanub 9 AC1U002E1U002E. A tremendous roar struck my ears. Would this be what a sound glitch feels like? It was like the noise of hundreds of people scratching their nails against chalkboards, a maddening cacophony. And I knew what it was. The monsters. The voices of explorers who appeared as glitched monsters to me were unmistakable. The deafening noise of whatever they were saying to each other downstairs pounded not just my ears but my brain. A powerful urge enveloped me. So this is why they chased noisy ones first. At the very least, I wanted to eliminate the sound. Calm down, calm down. I suppressed the overwhelming urge and refrained from running down the stairs. Instead, I took a few seconds to quell my impulses. Now let's move. Once I was fully composed, I proceeded carefully and checked the monsters at the far end of the 4th floor hallway. The monsters were confronting a student. No, the situation was almost over. The student was lying immobile on the ground, unable to move. Yet the monsters weren't all retired. Damn. I prepared myself. One monster was still intact. It stared at the student lying on the ground before turning to look at me. And it stopped me in my tracks. I saw it from a distance. The monster that froze me in place. Its face, horrifyingly melted, resembled a grotesque figure smeared like pixels. But one thing was different from the other monsters. It's wearing a mask. And the mask was a girl. Go Yeonjun. Well, I'm the only one left. Go Yeonjun caught her breath and leaned against the hallway wall. In front of her lay, probably the last student on this third floor, immobilized on the ground. It seemed to still be alive, but she had no intention of killing it. If I kill this one, there'll be another blackout and more will swarm in Ha. The civilians she had been escorting were all already dead. At least the last 3 had name tags with them when they died. According to company protocol, even if someone dies, they can live their daily lives in reality. Still, it was unsettling that the liquid in the dream essence collector only refilled when a name tag was obtained. Something's definitely up. Go Yeonjun had somewhat given up on collecting name tags meticulously for a high-grade clear. Instead, she subtly shared information about them with her companions and divided what she had. And those people had just all died. Having worked at this company long enough to grow accustomed to gore-filled carnage, monsters, and ghosts, she wasn't overwhelmed. After all, she'd completed anatomy studies and cadaver practice without any trouble during her time at med school, so she'd always been strong-willed. Thank goodness they didn't actually die for real. She had become so desensitized that even thoughts like this came naturally now. Should I go upstairs now? Just as Go Yeonjun decided to catch her breath and start moving again. Flicker. Beyond the hallway, another student appeared. They were tall, wearing the somewhat disheveled uniform of Sekwang Technical High School, giving off the atmosphere of a delinquent. Well, I can't take this anymore. Let's just go. Surely, lasting this long should be enough to avoid any issues in her performance review. Go Yeonjun felt so worn out that she wanted to rip off the ultra-powerful headlamp strapped to her head. She was ready to wake up from this wretched nightmare. Flicker. Wait. Hold on. Under the dim light, she caught a glimpse of the student's features. Their face was calm, sharp, and composed. Mr. Roe, dear. It was Kim Solium. At first, she thought it might be a look-alike student. But even though they looked slightly younger than the face she was used to seeing, it was unmistakably them. It was really Kim Solium. A chill ran down Go Yeonjun's spine. Wait a second. What kind of situation was this? Could it be? If certain conditions were met in this ghost story, would someone get corrupted and end up like this? Turned into a student monster? Having worked for months, she knew enough about ghost story contamination to feel a surge of terror. But in the next moment, she resolved herself. I need to confirm this. If she woke up now and something had truly gone wrong, she would hate herself for running away. It's fine if I die and wake up from the dream anyway. Determined, she approached the hallway, trying not to blink both eyes at once. The closer she got to the student standing still, the more certain she became that it was Kim Solium. Even the rabbit plushie is gone. The keychain plushie he usually carried wasn't with him, leaving Go Yeonjun with a strange mix of bitterness and sorrow as she moved closer. Flicker. The light flickered, but the flashlight secured on her head saved her from any trouble. Just a little closer. She drew nearer. But then, thud. Suddenly, a burst of blinding light pierced Go Yeonjun's eyes. Her vision vanished temporarily. The source was a flashlight in Kim Solium's hand. It was set to flash a few seconds after being activated, momentarily blinding whoever approached. Go Yeonjun couldn't tell exactly what object had caused it, but she quickly grasped the situation. A trap, said in advance. A sudden wave of dizziness hit her, but she composed herself quickly. It can't be helped. What frustrated her was not understanding the strange situation in full. But there wasn't much time to dwell on it. The monsters were insanely fast. In the next moment, she would die. She didn't die. There was no pain or the floating sensation of waking up from a dream. She was fine. What? As her eyes adjusted to the aftereffects of the flash, Go Yeonjun looked up at the student in confusion and froze them with her gaze. Kim Solium, wearing the Sekwang Technical High School uniform, wasn't looking at Go Yeonjun. Instead, he was staring at the floor. The floor? Go Yeonjun stepped back slightly, aligning her view to see both Kim Solium and the floor simultaneously. On the floor, words had appeared. An A4 sheet of paper had been laid down, and writing was scrawled on it. Ms. Gorel. Chapter 80. All right, let's sort through this. The monster in front of me, that grotesque figure with its pixelated, distorted appearance, was undoubtedly my colleague, Go Yeonjun. The Gorel mask was clearly visible, after all. I feel bad for blasting that high-powered flashlight in her face. Clenching my teeth, I tried to focus on the mask instead of my sense of revulsion. The problem was that normal communication was impossible. I couldn't speak, nor could I properly hear what the other person was saying. There's no way we can talk anyway. If that's the case, might as well kick her out of the school. The urge to destroy everything surged up to my throat like bitter bile. Ugh. It felt like my head was filled with errors. This was driving me crazy. Unable to think of another way to communicate, I eventually pulled a pen out of my pocket and, avoiding looking at her directly, wrote on the floor. Ms. Gorel. Then I waited in silence. The moment Go Yeonjun turned her gaze toward me, I froze. A reply appeared on the A4 paper on the floor. Mr. Roe dear, are you self-aware? Can you act independently? Phew. Good. I looked at the monster, no, Go Yeonjun, and wrote a response. Yes, I can. Don't worry, I'm not contaminated. Although I imagine even a contaminated person might say something like this, so I'm concerned about how it sounds. This is all part of this ghost story's gimmick. A gimmick? Yes. How should I explain this? In this case, it's probably best to go straight to the point. Knowing that the colleague in front of me was clearly intelligent, I decided to forgo roundabout explanations and write the direct answer instead. The solution to this ghost story that all the foreshadowing in its lore pointed toward. This is a school where a horror game has become reality. Within the shadow of darkness, the name registered in the wiki for this ghost story, and the cause of all the events happening in this nightmare version of Sekwang Technical High School. Hints about it can be found in exploration records that uncover the lore in the faculty office and certain classrooms. Item confiscation list, month of black, day black. Game console. When obtained from the first-year faculty office and turned on, a pixelated image of the school at night briefly appears on the screen before it shuts off. Memo in the top right corner of the blackboard in Class 3-2. That's supposed to be the teacher. Notebook found on the floor of the music room. There's a small doodle in the corner. Why am I in school after waking up? A sketch of a surprised puppy. Graduation ceremony prep. What does that even mean? It's May right now. And various other notes and items. If you search the bag of the student whose console was confiscated, you can even find an empty game case with a plot summary written on the back. The day before graduation. Students supporting the graduation ceremony preparations at Black High School spend the night at school. Of course, the preparations are mostly an excuse, and the students enjoy the atmosphere of a nighttime camp. New couples form, best friends argue, and someone's secrets are exposed. Then the school broadcast comes on. The graduation ceremony has begun. To penalize students who did not attend, the teacher is now leaving the auditorium. The bloody graduation ceremony begins. Can they escape the nightmare school unscathed? That's how it becomes evident. This ghost story is about a horror game that devoured a real school, forcing it to replay the events of the game as a nightmare. That's why the students don't speak. Because it's a game without voice acting. That's why the third-year students on the 4th floor can't leave their spots. Because the main game hasn't started yet. That's why the students can't move when explorers are watching. It's a bug that wasn't part of the original game. In fact, the explorers weren't even official participants in the game. We're not playing the game at all. We were dragged in after attempting to glimpse the game's story through an unofficially downloaded text file. Who? Of course, I didn't explain all of this in full detail to my colleague. I only shared hints and conveyed the core logic. Here's the point. I obtained a student uniform in an unusual way and tried becoming a participant in this horror game. For now, it seems to be working. A game? Oh, it sounds like that one. The horror game where you're trapped in school the night before White Day. But isn't becoming a participant in the ghost stories game even more dangerous? especially since you don't know what might happen if you keep wearing that uniform for too long. Go Yeonjun's writing started off energetic, but became rushed and frantic toward the end. It was a reasonable concern. You're right, if it gets dangerous, I'll stop right away. I also plan to run for it if things didn't go as expected. But so far, things were proceeding exactly as I had anticipated. Still, this might turn out to be the most definitive clear route we can document in the manual. I'm going to give it a try. After a brief silence. All right then, I trust you, Mr. Roe dear. You've always been strong against ghost stories. Seriously, it's just a misunderstanding. Still, please don't do anything too dangerous. I'd like that too, but things in life rarely go as planned. Then, if we stay here together, other students might grow suspicious of you, so I'll take my leave. Hua, please be careful. That was the last thing she wrote. The moment I was unfrozen, I saw Go Yeonjun slowly walking away down the hallway, turning her back to me. Wait a second, Yeonjun SSI. I still have things to ask you. Please help me. I hurriedly caught up to her, lightly tapped her back, and hastily wrote out a new note. Excuse me, Ms. Gorel, there's something I need to ask you. It's probably specialized knowledge, only you can answer. Sure, feel free to ask. Thankfully, Go Yeonjun turned back and kindly agreed to answer. Hugh. Grateful, I quickly scribbled out my question. Can you tell me where each organ is located in the human body? What? Ayak? Fortunately, Go Yeonjun didn't cut me off right then and there. She simply asked me multiple questions about work, accounting, and other real-world details, calmly and sternly verifying whether I was in my right mind. Once she was convinced that I wasn't completely contaminated or some science lab student with a morbid fascination for anatomy, she became kind again. All right, I'll answer as best I can, haha. Thank you, Hyuk. And so I spent the remaining time engaging in an intense Q&A session with Go Yeonjun. Thanks to her, I was able to finish my clear preparations in a safer and more certain way than I had expected. Then good luck. I'll do my best, thank you. I added one last comment, just in case. If you plan to stay in this dream for a while longer, it might be best to stick to the first floor. Because soon the true within the shadow of darkness will begin. And with that, after seeing off Go Yeonjun a few minutes later, ding dong ding dong. The graduation ceremony has begun. A new broadcast echoed, just as I had written in my 13th exploration record. Exploration Record 13. Elapsed time wearing Sekwang Technical High School's uniform, 2 hours and 13 minutes. A new school broadcast emerged, one not described in prior logs. Its content matches the plot summary on the back of the game case of Within the Shadow of Darkness. I went up to the 4th floor. The countless third-year students who had filled the hallway there had all disappeared. The empty 4th floor hallway resonated with the broadcast. To penalize students who did not attend, the teacher is now leaving the auditorium. Just as I had written in my exploration record. The main storyline of the horror game began to unfold. It was becoming real. I swallowed hard. The atmosphere in the school changed completely. The previously comforting sense of belonging as a student had been replaced with an oppressive, unsettling tension. No, I could actually hear the BGM right now. The haunting 8-bit game music descended upon my ears in sharp, eerie minor tones. And then a pop-up appeared. Something feels off. Before it's too late, let's look for the other students. No, I wouldn't do that. I knew a faster route and steeled my resolve. First I would hide. I ran toward the third-year faculty office. Hiding inside a locker, there was the standard move. UC 774 1 UX 74 1 U0020. 1 UC 528. 1 UP 1 C 1 U0020. 1 UP 300 1 UC 4 1 U0020. 1 UP 51 UC 57 C 1 U003. F1 U003F. Again, a monster. Rejecting the deafening, ear-splitting noise, I quickly slipped inside the faculty office locker. The problem was that one of the monsters had been in a classroom next to the office on the 4th floor. The monster hesitated as it opened the door and stepped out, then looked directly at me. At my shadowed face behind the locker's door. It looks like it's wearing a mask. I couldn't move my face to get a better look, but the limited view through the locker door made it hard to discern what kind of mask it was. At any rate, they're definitely one of our company employees. The sheer number of name tags they had collected made it almost impossible to recognize them as a glitch, thanks to the light emanating from them. Wait a second. Light? If it's that conspicuous. Step. Over there. I could hear faint and heavy noises from upstairs. Specifically, the sound of something large walking with small, deliberate footsteps. Step, 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 step. It's coming down right now, right now. The teacher is. Damn it. The fear was overwhelming. I held my breath. But the glitch, possibly attracted to my name tag, quickly moved toward me despite my stillness. Can't they hear it? No, of course they can't. They're not players in the game. The glitch doesn't even recognize the teacher. They won't be attacked by the teacher at all. That's part of the game's rules. It doesn't acknowledge the start of the game. However, important note. In this game, one way the entity, the teacher, recognizes players is through their name tags. But since explorers are essentially glitches themselves, having just one or two name tags doesn't typically register them as players. In other words, unless an explorer gets overly greedy, they don't usually get caught. For example, by collecting a ridiculous number of name tags, a symbol of players. Step. I remained frozen, holding my breath. The glitch approached my locker and grabbed the door. Then it pulled. SLASA. A massive sharp metal plate slammed down on the masked glitch. Its mangled form split apart. Thunk. Blood splattered across my face. Right in front of me, separated by the locker door, the vertically bisected form of a bespectacled employee fell to the ground. The glitch, now reduced to a corpse, lost its pixelated distortion, returning to a human body. When an explorer, a glitch, remains in the school until the game starts and gets discovered by the teacher, they are eliminated. So, I knew that face. It was one of the supervisors newly assigned to the D Squad. He would be eliminated in reality, too. He just died. Step, 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 step. The teacher left the faculty office, while dragging the supervisor's lifeless body across the floor. I covered my mouth with my hands. It was the first time I had seen someone from my team dismembered right before my eyes. Stay calm. Nothing you do now will change what has happened. What you must do next also won't change. Kim Solium. Do you remember how explorers, before the exploration record you wrote, used to collect high-value items like name tags to make their presence stronger in the game or survive longer? It's an exploit. So what does a proper player need to do to truly clear the game? They have to see the ending. And in most games, the ending happens after the final boss battle. The time had come. The time to stop being a coward. Let's go. I pulled out a tattoo sticker with a tomato tree design. With trembling hands, I slapped it on my neck. Chapter 81. The tattoo stickers. It was something I got as freebies from the Moonlight Tattoo Shop. Are there any designs related to courage or boldness, symbols of fearlessness? In response to that question, the tattoo artist recommended a design of a tomato tree. And that design was preserved as stickers. This is the tattoo I'm currently sticking on my neck. To be honest, it had some of the effects I expected. It felt like the fear processing part of my brain was paralyzed, making paranormal occurrences less frightening. Just like the D-Squad, right. Just like Assistant Manager Yoon Hage and Supervisor Park Min-seong before me. Their guts seemed so out of place, it felt like their bravery bordered on recklessness, as they fearlessly explored these supernatural horrors. But, inside the locker I blinked. It doesn't seem to have much effect, does it? I recalled the students who had chased me earlier. Absolutely terrifying. I thought about the crazy red bunny mascot I encountered in the theme park ghost story. It sent shivers down my spine. I thought about the ghost who pretended to be human, sobbing and knocking on the door in the Changui ghost story. Terrifying. No matter what I thought of, it chilled me. See, could this be a scam? Or maybe I applied the sticker wrong. After all, I've never used a tattoo sticker before, so I wouldn't know. But either way, it wasn't something I could verify right now. Shit. Either way, I still had to proceed as planned. Now that the teacher had vanished from the 4th floor, this was my chance. They must have gone downstairs. In the end, I swallowed hard and stepped out of the locker. Of course, the sight before me would be gruesome. The bloodstains and flesh chunks of the newly assigned D-Squad supervisor, who had just died, would be scattered, so I braced myself as I stepped out. Tomaid. Wait a second. I quickly left the faculty office and headed up to the 5th floor. There, the very reason I avoided the 5th floor was laid bare before me. The walls of the 5th floor were now plastered with pages from old graduation albums. And the students in the photos wore agonized expressions, their arms reaching out toward the outside world. Beyond the torn fragments of the graduation album, writhing chunks of flesh were visible. The 5th floor itself was a source of immense psychological burden and panic for anyone who entered. It looked less like a school and more like a grotesquely twisted alternate reality. The places where light fixtures should have been pulsated with a red glow. But, tomatoes No, what, this is crazy. Where there should have been human heads, there were tomatoes attached. No, it wasn't like they didn't seem human. The people in the graduation album photos, they still looked like people, faces distorted in pained screams. But somehow they just felt like tomatoes. It made no logical connection to fear, and this rational voice transformed directly into an emotional reaction. Yeah, that's exactly how it felt. Like nothing at all. As I walked further down the hallway, the graduation albums went further back in time, and the graduates melted into even more grotesque and inhuman forms, solidifying into the walls. The walls and ceiling pulsed with strange talismans and chunks of flesh. And voices. I'm sorry for der ingapthetilismen ijugupen theskul backyard. It was preparing for the graduation ceremony off black school. I'm sorry, no, the graduation ceremony is natara chul it's natasacrifice, no, please save him, please sev. This is all just game lore. Hearing it now wouldn't change anything. I walked down the hallway feeling almost cheerful, as though I were on a casual stroll. Everything being tomatoes made it a little amusing. And at the end of the hallway, I stopped in front of a massive door to the right. A neat teal-colored iron door. It was the only thing maintaining its original form in this grotesque 5th-floor maze. It was the door to the auditorium, the place where this game's final chapter would unfold. Graduation ceremony in session. Graduates only, please knock before entering. I read the printed note on A4 paper. Am I not considered a graduate since I'm set as a first year in Class 5? This kind of thing is just a gimmick activated by an item, though. And I already have it. Something you'd normally acquire only after fully playing through the game and reaching the final chapter. Would you like to use the name tag ornament? Of course. Knock, knock. I pinned the name tag ornament to my chest and knocked on the auditorium door. Then the massive door before me slid open smoothly. Hundreds of third-year students, sitting in hundreds of seats, turned to look at me. This year's graduates. They were partially melted and fused with their chairs, black ink-like tears streaming from their eyeless faces. And yet, I felt no emotion beyond pity. In this situation, that's all I should feel. They can't harm me anyway. Irrational fear had been replaced with tomatoes, and I walked along the path between the chairs. Toward the giant stage on the opposite side, adorned with a graduation ceremony banner. Step. The graduates turned their heads to stare at me expressionlessly as I walked past them. I ascended the stage. Grabbing the standing microphone installed in the center, I shouted, "Let the graduation ceremony begin." Ding dong. As if on cue, bright and grandiose event music began to play in response to my declaration. The graduation march starts to play. At that moment, Screams erupted in the auditorium. As if peeling away a facade, the intact appearance of the auditorium was stripped away, revealing its grotesque and distorted true form. The horrific scenes I had witnessed in the fifth-floor hallway emerged before me. As if in a final outburst of fury, the imagery seemed to lash out, eager to punish the one disrupting its order, me. But it didn't faze me. After all, everything looked like tomatoes. And the greater danger was just about to begin. It's coming. The sound of crazed footsteps storming up from below to forcibly drag the student who dared to start the graduation ceremony without permission back to their seat. Step, 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 step. The sound of footsteps barreling upward. The teacher is coming. It was fine. I've done everything I needed to before it arrives. I pulled a stick-type auto-injector from my pocket and jabbed it into my arm. Happy Maker, the ultra-potent single-use painkiller, injected its neon-colored liquid into my veins with an artificial, cheerful wave. A wave of comforting and refreshing vigor coursed through my body, light as air. As if it were a lie. Good. Simultaneously, I popped 2 nostalgia candies into my mouth. Take no more than 3 at a time. Nostalgia might overwhelm you and drag you under. I even followed the dosage instructions. Now I was in the best and most perfect state imaginable. Phew. The time had come. Bang. Through the crack in the auditorium door, something forced its way in. The teacher reached its deformed hand, fused with a chalkboard through the gap, tearing apart the metal door itself. Crack, crack. The door crumpled and fell away. And there it stood, revealed. A massive humanoid figure. But only a silhouette. It looked as though multiple teachers had been crumpled together, stitched, and forcibly shoved back into a mold resembling a human. A fleshy monstrosity with arms on its head, heads on its shoulders, and shoulders on its knees. Walking into the auditorium with disturbingly deliberate steps. Step, 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 step. Chalkboards, textbooks, student rosters, chalk, and glasses haphazardly attached to various body parts swayed with each movement. Standing on the opposite side of the stage, I observed its grotesque form. All I felt was boiling determination. If I could overcome this, I could return home and fill up the collector. That's right. This situation didn't require fear, but relentless tenacity. The tattoo on my neck burned hot, fueling my guts, heart, and mind. Now I understood. The tattoo sticker's effect was euphoria, an overflow of adrenaline, a surge of exhilaration, driving me to pursue any goal with ferocious intensity. And paired with a strange perception that turned everything into tomatoes. I can do this. Without hesitation, I grabbed the auditorium microphone and stared SLASA. I dodged. Well, I was hit, but instead of losing my head, just half of my right hand was severed. I was a little surprised, but there was no pain. No mental shock. It felt as if I were watching a tomato being crushed. The courage to let reason triumph over instinct. And a burning determination. I'll succeed no matter what. Did you know? This horror game isn't action-based. While basic gaming reflexes are necessary for chase sequences, the core gameplay revolves around puzzles and deduction. As the player progresses through the game, they acquire various abilities to use in the final chapter. To counter the teacher's attacks, the player must solve puzzles and endure at the microphone until the graduation song concludes. But as an explorer, such progression was impossible for me. I only borrowed a uniform. I'm not a real student. However, I can handle it like this. I pulled out my glass handgun and fired. The transparent, small-caliber weapon I received from a disaster management bureau agent worked with decent effect. A bullet struck the teacher's shoulder, eliciting a pained scream. But it didn't seem to inflict significant damage. Well, it wasn't exactly top-tier equipment. It didn't matter. The goal was to throw off its aim. SLASA. The rusty chalkboard slammed into me, severing my left foot. Still, I didn't move. I just stood there clutching the microphone. Blood gushed from my wounds, soaking the stage. Right, with human strength alone, it was impossible to evade or overpower that monster's attacks. After all, I wasn't Chief Lizard. But that didn't mean there was no way. I just have to stop caring. Thunk. The rest of my right hand disappeared up to the wrist. Unbothered, I aimed the glass-handled pistol with my left hand and fired again. And again. My left thigh exploded. I held on. SLASA. Both legs were now gone. I'm out of bullets. I slid downward, still gripping the standing microphone. SLASA. The left hand holding the pistol was severed, but I clung to the microphone stand with the rest of my body. SLASA. Using my remaining left elbow, I climbed up the microphone stand. Blood splattered violently. And then... The graduation music has stopped. Now, just as the teacher raised its grotesque chalkboard hand to strike again, I shouted into the microphone, "Congratulations on your graduation." At that moment, the auditorium filled with a pixelated holographic shower of flowers. The monstrous teacher let out a final scream before melting away. The grotesque shapes that had overtaken the auditorium vanished, as if consumed by flames. Even the chairs that had trapped the students. WAHH. The now liberated third-year students exploded out of the auditorium, racing toward freedom. Tears of joy and relief streamed from their eyes. In the original bad ending, they would have all turned into the teacher's zombified minions, killing any remaining explorers. But this time the ending is different. I looked up. The curtains of the auditorium drew back, revealing soft yellow and red light streaming in from outside. Dawn had arrived. A pop-up appeared. Happy ending 2. Graduation of liberation. So this is the ending. Next, an evaluation of my performance during the final chapter appeared below. Happy ending 2. Graduation of liberation. Score A. I checked the Dream Essence Collector. Golden liquid sparkled inside, rich and dazzling, as vibrant as during the Tuesday talk show. Grade A or higher. I did it. A thrilling sense of accomplishment washed over me. As I swallowed the last fragment of candy lingering on my tongue, my consciousness began to fade, a smile curling my lips. Now I would wake up. No, I would return to myself lying in bed, having successfully cleared the ghost story and escaped. Good. I would drift into a restful sleep and wake up in the morning. Am I back? The handbook's still inside my tattoo inventory, it seems. Should I take it out? Hold on. Since when have I been hearing this voice? No, it's not that I'm hearing it. I'm the one speaking. Since when? Has the handbook been in my tattoo this whole time? Why have I been casually brushing aside the teacher's intrusive thoughts, treating them as natural? Why did I suddenly feel indifferent about visiting the Fox counseling room after the next exploration, despite previously being concerned about side effects? Why do I now think of the eerie, incomprehensible entity I once called a good friend as my most comforting confidant, without any inherent unease or sense of caution? No, I can't allow myself to be consumed now. But already my doubts were fading. As the nostalgia candy's effects wear off, the present version of me was reclaiming its place. The contamination is creeping in. In the hazy sensation of floating on the edge of wakefulness, I struggled. Kim Solium. Remember, you are being contamina. Hoog. Whoa. I thought I died. I woke up drenched in cold sweat. A deep sigh of relief escaped my lips. Anyway, I made it. But at the same time, a faint chill of unease lingered, as if I'd forgotten something. You're awake, friend. AACK. In a panic, I bolted upright and rescued Braun from beneath my pillow, just before he was about to get squashed flat. That was close. Sorry. Then I flopped back onto the bed, arms spread wide. Exhaustion and comfort overlapped as a grin spread across my face. Anyway, it seems I've made it back safely. Chapter 82. The morning after clearing a horrific high school ghost story horror game. Still, the fact that I had to go to work, a reality more haunting than the ghost story itself, meant I was busily preparing to head out. This time, though, the commute didn't feel as burdensome, because I had something to rely on. The A-grade liquid filling the Dream Essence collector. Reassuring. I carefully packed the Dream Essence collector, brimming with golden liquid, into my briefcase. It was the fruit of my labor from the night before. Moreover, as I fully rose from bed, I noticed a rather peculiar extra reward. Clatter, clatter. Something that had been covering me spilled onto the floor. Dozens of beads. They were transparent, like they could be loaded into the glass-handled pistol. I picked one up to examine it closely, and read the single Chinese character inscribed within it. Chinese letter. This reads as, Hu, I think. Ah, this is a commonly used character symbolizing protection or defense, fairly straightforward and intuitive. I immediately understood. This is the reward for clearing the game's final chapter. Graduation ceremony successfully completed, 2 deaths, 1 survivor. Members of the field exploration team, who died as students, confirmed to have safely awakened the next morning. A large number of reward items discovered at the bedside of the sole survivor. Analyzed to be a type of protective charm with minor effects in exorcism and defense. In other words, I had brought items from the dream game into reality. Just like when Baek Deoksu swiped that fountain pen item from the faculty office and ran off with it. Thinking about that, I stepped out to the entrance. Baek Deoksu's shoes were already gone. He's already bolted to work, figures. I'll catch up with him later. Anyway, the dozens of glass beads seem to function as protective charms, to some extent. I'm sure they'll come in handy. I tucked all the protective charms into my tattoo inventory, keeping just 1 or 2 in my pocket, then continued preparing for work. But, a strange silence seemed to hang in the air. Braun. Oh, calling for me, are you, friend? By any chance? Were you uncomfortable last night? The host of the Tuesday quiz show, whose stuffing had nearly been flattened because Solium used him as a pillow. Haha, well, it wasn't exactly the best feeling of my life. Anyone would feel a bit slighted if their friend had such a fun and extraordinary experience alone, without inviting them. Oops. But no matter. It seems my friend had a special time of his own, while this Braun was having the unique experience of feeling like a waffle. It was a special time indeed. As I thought. The graduation ceremony was quite intense. A graduation ceremony? Did you give a congratulatory speech? No. The teacher didn't like my hosting style and attacked me. I had to endure, losing limbs one by one until it ended safely. Good heavens! Though initially offended, Braun quickly grew excited as I explained in detail what had transpired in the dream. I'll make it up to him later with that aromatherapy massage-like thing the tattoo artist did in the evening. A most commendable attitude, Mr. Rowe, dear. I'd love to hear more. Sure. On my way to work, I recounted everything that had happened to me. From being chased by students to becoming one of them myself. Finally, as I arrived at the building and began heading up to his office, he ran into a familiar face. Solium SSI. Section Chief Lee Byungjin. It was Lee Byungjin, the manual revision officer Solium had rescued from the Changui ghost story. He lit up at the sight of me. So the entire field exploration team attempted to enter this ghost story with decent item yields this time. So he already knew about my involvement in the high school ghost story. Well, it's not surprising. There was even an official directive for the entire field exploration team to attempt entry. What happened to your squad, Solium? Oh, I went in and came back, but I'm not sure about the others. I doubted Chief Lizard managed to enter. If he had, it would have definitely been written in the dark exploration records. Actually, no, they wouldn't have even bothered recording it. After all, the perfect counter to this ghost story is Lee Jae-hyun. A pursuit-based ghost story is meaningless for someone who can just destroy everything with brute force. There's no point in ruining the ghost story mechanics. Even if my involvement caused some butterfly effect during the exploration, I would have noticed if Chief Lizard had been part of this expedition. He wasn't there. And then, one other member of D-Squad didn't make it out alive. Who? Just as I was about to say it aloud. Oh, right, there are only 2 people left in D-Squad now, Squad Leader and you, Supervisor Solium, right? I guess you didn't run into each other. Pardon? Still, it's a solo mission, huh? Well, at least our company's future is in capable hands with the talented Supervisor Solium, haha. What? Excuse me. Wait a second, when you say there are only 2 people left in D-Squad. Huh, oh, wasn't the personnel decision temporarily put on hold? The section chief looked at me quizzically. You know, D-Squad was told to focus on support work this season since the contaminated member might recover. Didn't you get that notice? In that moment, I realized something. Supervisor Yoon Jo-hoon, the newly assigned member. He had been eliminated as a glitch by the teacher in the dream, and was erased in reality as well. Literally deleted, as if he had never existed in the first place. That's right. That's why people mistakenly believe there were no fatalities in this ghost story. At worst, they thought people who were retired were just dragged back to the school on the next new moon. Everyone believed this, because those who collected a lot of name tags and stubbornly stayed on the higher floors without retiring were all deleted. They became people who had never existed. An unnerving ability to manipulate reality. No wonder the essence was rated a grade. It felt as though a deeper darkness was at work here. A chill ran down my spine. Objectively, this situation might not seem bad for me. After all, someone difficult to work with had conveniently disappeared. But it's no different from having their existence erased. My stomach churned. The fact that I was the only one who remembered him felt profoundly strange. Wait, why am I the only one who remembers? Shouldn't we all have forgotten? Could it be because I witnessed his death directly? Or maybe it was because I had eaten the nostalgia candy at the time, and its effects shielded me. Come to think of it, when I ate the nostalgia candy, I solium SSI. I must have been mistaken about something. Anyway, it wasn't something important, so I decided to refocus on the conversation. Even if he was from a different team, a superior was still a superior. At that moment, Section Chief Lee Byung-jin, looking slightly expectant, asked me, "Oh, by the way, Solium SSI, what grade did you clear with? If you show me your collector, I can estimate the liquid concentration and tell you the grade." I readily pulled the collector from my briefcase and showed it to him. The golden liquid shimmered as it sloshed. "Here, sir." A silence followed. Lee Byung-jin hastily wiped his glasses. "Haha, I must be getting old. My eyesight's so bad that the light seems to be over-reflecting or something." I responded with a pleased tone. "Do you also think it's A-grade, Section Chief?" Lee Byung-jin adjusted his glasses and put them back on. "Immediately." "Immediately report this. What are you waiting for? Hurry." In an instant, I was summoned. This meant that before I could even report to the D-Squad office, the collector was confiscated by the relevant personnel. Goodness. The looks from the team, faces screaming, "It's you again," weren't exactly welcoming, but I figured it was better than nothing. And as for the measured grade, Kim Solium SSI. "Yes, squad leader. The liquid you collected from the darkness last night has been confirmed as A-grade." That afternoon, while I was sitting in the office writing my exploration report, Chief Lizard delivered the news without much fanfare. Up to that point, it was as I had expected. But it was the next part that was the problem. And regarding this exploration, there's been a request for a one-on-one interview with you. Well, this wasn't something I could avoid. The second A-grade. And this time it came from an unprecedented ghost story. A-grade in this ghost story was probably only theoretical, a placeholder, right? Most yields were either D or F. Occasionally, someone who lasted long enough while hoarding items and name tags would pull off a C grade, but that was about it. The jackpot from a ghost story usually treated as an item farming zone had now sparked all sorts of chatter from the higher-ups. But here's the thing. This is it for this one. That was the first clear. Subsequent attempts to clear it in similar ways yielded liquid 1 or 2 grades lower than the same ending, B. That's just how the game mechanics are. If it's not the first time, it's just repetition. It doesn't count as an achievement. Of course, I didn't plan to explain all of this, but I'd have to drop enough hints to avoid ridiculous blame later, like, "We invested in you, and no more A grades came out." Looks like I'll be running in circles all afternoon. Just as I was bracing myself for the inevitable, Chief Lizard spoke again. "Kim Solium SSI. Yes. Do you not want to do the interview? Could I skip this somehow?" But after a moment of thought, I shook my head. "No, it's all right, sir, I'll do it." To avoid some absurd blame game like, "You only got the A grade because you refused to write a proper report." Yes. Lee Jae-hyun didn't ask twice, very typical of him. And so, at the appointed time, I left the D-Squad office for the interview. "They're calling me to a higher floor, huh?" Ascending to the designated 31st floor, I found the meeting room. "Knock, knock. Come in." Hearing the voice granting permission, I cautiously opened the door. Sunlight poured in through the blinds, casting a solemn atmosphere over the meeting room. At the center was a massive, black, round table desk. But, the researchers who were supposed to conduct the interview weren't there. Instead, sitting alone at the head of the massive desk, was one person. A woman with deep blue-black hair, dressed impeccably in a 3-button suit, looked at me with a kindly expression. She didn't seem old, but there was something about her that made it difficult to guess her age. And on the desk before her was a striking black lacquer nameplate. Managing Director Chung Dali. D Director. Wait, why is an executive sitting alone in the meeting room I was called to? And it wasn't even that Director Ho, who Lee Byung-jin and the A-Squad were connected to. But that surname, I've heard it before. When Section Chief Lee Byung-jin went missing, his team had speculated about who might replace him. The new person they bring in might be, who knows, right? But it's unlikely it'll be another one of the same line, probably someone from Director Chung's side. Director Chung, a senior executive from the company's development department, someone I'd never been involved with before, had summoned me. What the hell? Of course, even as I panicked internally, I bowed deeply. Because no matter how shocked I was, I couldn't forget social etiquette. "It's an honor to meet you, Managing Director." "Good, nice to meet you too." Managing Director Chung shook my hand and gestured broadly to the row of chairs lined around the round table desk. "Go ahead and take a seat." "Yes, ma'am." "Where should I sit?" I hesitated for a moment before choosing a spot, not too close to the head of the table, but still within reasonable distance for a conversation. Then someone who seemed to be from the executive secretary's office entered the meeting room, placed an unknown set of documents in front of the managing director, and left. I could feel cold sweat forming. What is this situation? I couldn't make sense of it, so I focused on grasping the context first. "So, Supervisor Solium, are you still in your 20s? "I was born in XX, ma'am." "How young? I'll speak casually, so just relax. This is a good meeting." "A good meeting, you say?" "I've heard a lot about you over time." Managing Director Chung smiled faintly. "You've left quite an impression. If only we had more recruits like you there'd be no issues with acquiring raw material." "Thank you." When someone this high up starts praising you, it's best to just sit politely and listen. Trying too hard to guess what they want or speaking out of turn could easily backfire. Is this meeting just to commend me and encourage me to write a good A-grade manual? Maybe she's come all this way to leave a strong impression. But then, so Supervisor Solium. The main point came out of nowhere, without warning. "Do you have any interest in joining an elite squad?" I nearly choked on my own spit. "Well, I know you were offered a position by Section Chief Beak from the A-Squad last time, and you declined." "I need to focus on foundational skills and knowledge first." Good excuse. Well played. "Oh, good God. That squad, they care about hierarchy, which is fine, but sometimes their priorities shift, and they put hierarchy above exploration. It's not a good look, but hey, being good at playing the game is a skill too, isn't it? Ha ha." She wasn't even subtle about pointing out that the A Squad was part of a different faction. I am not going to respond to that, Director. I forced a faint smile and nodded lightly. If I were to take one wrong step here, it would sound like I was gossiping about the A Squad with her. For a managing director, that's no big deal. But for a new recruit like me, it's a surefire way to crash and burn. Trying to stay composed, I carefully spoke, pretending to struggle with my words. I felt that as someone who just joined the company, building a solid foundation was necessary, so I've been working hard to learn. Ha, that's fine. I understand this must be a nerve-wracking situation for you, Supervisor Solium. Managing Director Chung laughed heartily before suddenly turning serious. You don't need to just agree with everything I say. I'm not very fond of sycophants. Right, I suppose I should phrase this more clearly, don't you think? Managing Director Chung paused for a moment, as if deep in thought, before closing the folder in front of her and speaking. I'm not saying I want to place you in one of the elite squads. What I'm asking is if you'd be interested in receiving the same treatment as someone on an elite squad. Or, let me put it another way. Managing Director Chung smiled again. What would you think if D-Squad became one of the elites? And you get to pick a squad member to bring in too. Just say the word. Holy shit. Chapter 83. Elite Squads. In Daydream Corporation, where the lives of field exploration team members are valued less than B-grade Dream Essence liquid, being designated as part of an elite squad means you're finally considered a long-term valuable employee. This designation comes with perks, a personal office, a separate salary table, and additional options in the corporate benefits mall. Most importantly, if things go south, they assign you a round-off team member to act as a sort of extra life. While it's a policy that leaves a bitter taste, there's no denying it improves survival rates. And now, the Development Department Managing Director in front of me was making an offer. Currently, there's a growing initiative to increase the number of elite squads. Wouldn't it look great if D-Squad were one of them? She was offering to elevate D-Squad itself to elite status, to keep my current environment intact while drastically improving the treatment and benefits. It just happens to fit alphabetically, and it would simplify administrative processes in many ways. Pick one coworker you'd like to work with. If you prefer, you can prepare a list of 2 or 3 candidates. Wait a second. I can't keep up with the flow of this conversation. Thank you, but why are you making such a significant offer to me? To be frank, I'd understand if she wanted to send squad leader Lee Jae-hyun to an elite squad. As far as I remember, he was already on track for a brief stint as an elite squad leader before being promoted through another route. But why did I somehow fit her criteria? It's strange to bypass the squad leader and make this kind of offer to a new hire. Sure, I delivered extraordinary results by creating manuals and pulling 2 grade essences, but there were others who cleared ghost stories in similarly unconventional ways. Their exploration records contributed just as much to the manuals. And yet none of them ever heard something like, "We'll turn your entire squad into an elite team for you." Weird. To anyone, this situation would seem unnatural. With all due respect, ma'am, I'm just a new recruit. I've been adequately rewarded with points and bonuses for the work I've done, and even my rapid promotion has been more than enough. Supervisor Solium, have you ever heard the name Yoon Jo-hoon? A chill ran down my spine. I barely managed to keep it from showing. Instead, I succeeded in responding in a calm, tense tone appropriate for the situation. Is he an employee? That's correct. The managing director replied nonchalantly, smiling faintly as she looked at me. He was the supervisor newly assigned to D-Squad in the last round of personnel changes. But now you won't find him in the company database, nor will he exist in your memory. I didn't react. At higher levels, there's sometimes a darkness like this. When someone fails, their existence is erased. But the managing director placed the folder in her hand down and retrieved something from beneath the desk. A Dream Essence collector. Dream Essence collectors from deceased employees are still retrieved by the company. Regrettable, but this is a self-operating model powered by the essence collected right up until the moment of death. And the managing director flicked the edge of the recorder attached to it. It also includes a basic recording function. This means that even exploration records from employees erased from existence can still be reviewed and referenced by the company. Holy shit. You've probably wondered about it at some point. How are the records of deceased employees referenced in the manuals? Wait a second. She's right, of course, the dark exploration records included the results of deceased employees' explorations, right? That was natural. To build the atmosphere of a ghost story, records of explorers being wiped out had to be included. They were effective at heightening the fear. Even the records of erased employees and objects existed in pristine detail. But I always thought the wiki was omniscient by design. The logic behind their existence seemed conceptually sound. Records of the field exploration team's employees are transmitted to the company upon death. That's how it was explained. Details about the items or methods used weren't elaborated on, supposedly to prevent conflicts in the system's settings. So when I landed here, I accepted that blind spot as just another natural element of the setting. After all, this was a universe based on a wiki. But now I find out there's such a detailed and definitive system in place. Suddenly, all the questions I had brushed aside as just part of the world building came rushing back to me. Could there be coherent background explanations for all of those gaps too? In ways like this, my mind was racing. Mr. Roe dear, the person in front of you is still watching you. It seems she wants to continue the interview. She seems to prefer a humble attitude from stars like you, so let's focus. Right. For now, I needed to focus on the conversation at hand. Fortunately, my reaction didn't go beyond the level of a curious employee uncovering a company secret, and the managing director continued speaking. Based on this record, it seems you have a rather unique way of exploring and dominating the darkness, Supervisor Kim Solium. It appeared that Supervisor Yoon Jo-hoon had recognized me when I became a student. Becoming part of an urban legend yourself. Assimilation, it's not a method for the faint-hearted or the unwise to attempt. What are you even saying? That sounds terrifying. In any case, even such exploration records are being collected without gaps. I wanted to share that with you. Managing Director Chung looked at me. What do you think? Is it more systematic than you expected? I've heard there are employees who claim this company runs on sheer improvisation. This is making me break out in a cold sweat as a mere cog in the system. I've even met and spoken with some of them. Most of them are bright individuals. Her tone was strangely kind. But eventually, they'll realize there's no other company in the world where rewards and punishments are as clear and rational as this one. If you're truly capable, even a few mistakes won't stop you from moving up smoothly. I didn't agree with her, but Managing Director Chung smiled as if I had enthusiastically responded with, "Of course, ma'am, I'll think positively about it," and then dismissed me with a parting remark. Off you go. Send my regards to squad leader Lee Jae-hyun. Friend, do you know this saying? Cream always rises to the top. It means the excellent always stand out, no matter where they are. A phrase perfectly suited to describe you right now. Honestly, the nail that sticks out gets hammered, feels more accurate. I returned to the D-Squad office feeling utterly drained. It was like reading a pseudo-scientific book and realizing it was all true. I couldn't hold back any longer and spoke to squad leader Lee Jae-hyun. Squad leader? Yes. What I just went through wasn't an interview. I see. Do you need help? Yes, sir. Explain. I practically rapped out everything that had just happened. From Managing Director Chung's remarks, the Dream Essence Collector, the missing D-Squad employee, and even the proposal I received. Anyway, information about the Dream Essence Collector is probably something a squad leader would already know. Plus, I knew squad leader Lee Jae-hyun wasn't the type to get angry or manipulate me for receiving an exceptional offer over him. Because, well, he's a lizard. I see. As expected, the lizard simply nodded. Do you need my advice? Yes. Decline it. That's it, just a flat-out conclusion. Could you tell me why? Certainly, Managing Director Chung Dali is a being with a strong sense of ownership over the company. Does she think of the company as hers? Wait a minute. Did you just refer to her as a being? Yes. That's a very suspicious term. Are you saying Managing Director Chung isn't human? I cannot answer that. That's basically the same as confirming it, isn't it? At the very least, it's clear there's something off about managing director Chung. But then again, this is a ghost story specialist corporation. Anyway, please continue. Yes, because of this, managing director Chung will not hesitate to seize an opportunity to bind capable individuals to what she considers her property. There's a high likelihood that during this process, actions will occur that go strongly against your ethical standards, Supervisor Kim Solium. S. Holy shit. Don't take the risk. Additionally, there's a strong chance you'll be assigned to an elite squad within 6 months. But I'll have to leave D squad, won't I? Yes. Do you wish to stay in D squad? I'd prefer to if possible. I see. Not even a hint of regret, squad leader. What a consistent man, I mean, a consistent lizard. Not that I was expecting anything else. At least I could trust that he wouldn't deliberately try to deceive me. I could take his advice at face value. Thank you for explaining everything, squad leader. Yes. I hesitated and then asked. By any chance, squad leader, don't you want to become the leader of an elite squad? I have no desire for it. In other words, he doesn't care either way. Which also means his opinion isn't helpful for my decision at all. This is driving me nuts. Afterward, I had a few more conversations with squad leader Lee Jae-hyun, but nothing particularly fruitful came from them. It only deepened my dilemma. An elite squad, While the squad leader had logically and rationally advised me to refuse, corporate life often operates on irrationality and emotions. Why else would squad leader Lee Jae-hyun have so many enemies in the company? And why would the A squad leader glare at him like she wanted to kill him every time they met? I appreciate the advice, but it's hard to approach this situation that way. Moreover, the senior staff at this ghost story company didn't seem like the kind of people you could just refuse outright. Dodging the way I had with the A squad leader wouldn't work here. Managing director Chung had practically implied that refusing outright would lead to disaster. Why am I agonizing over this when I've been promised a promotion and exceptional treatment? I just want to quit this ghost story company. That evening, in the end, I went home utterly mentally exhausted. I didn't even explore any darknesses, just stayed in the office writing reports, and yet it had been ages since I'd felt so drained. Oh dear, my friend seems utterly worn out. Let's head inside quickly. Rest is crucial for delivering a great performance, isn't it? Yeah. Meeting a high-ranking official, learning about the lore, and receiving an extraordinary proposal. I'm exhausted. As soon as I showered, I collapsed on the living room sofa. Friend, how about we have a nice cup of hot chocolate and chat tonight? It'll help you unwind from the day's fatigue. I don't have hot chocolate, but a glass of honey water sounds like a good idea. I set brawn on the dining table, boiled water in the kettle, and made myself some honey water. As I drank it absent-mindedly, I turned my back slightly to Braun, intending to continue our conversation lightly. Friend, I have a secret to share with you. A secret? Yes, with my professional charm, I've hidden it well, so it might have been hard for you to notice. But in truth, Braun took a dramatic breath before announcing. Last night's events were a tremendous shock to me. A secret? Well, it seemed his intention was to console me, so I responded earnestly. What shocked you so much? A good friend goes wherever their friend wants to go, yet this Braun couldn't follow you. The shadow of the bunny plushie seemed to droop slightly. It is truly a shameful and mortifying experience. Does it really have to be that serious? It was just a dream after all. I figured Braun couldn't come along because he's not just an item I carry, but an independent entity that might require a special ritual. You don't have to worry, that sort of thing won't happen often in the future. Oh, my friend is so considerate. In that case, let's think of it this way. If I, your very good friend, had accompanied you to last night's intense graduation ceremony, don't you think today's troubles would have been a little easier to handle? Well, maybe. Assistant manager Yoon Jo-hoon might not have noticed me at all. If Braun had triggered his lights-out ability. Exactly, that's my role. It's been a while since I've felt such anticipation, for our friendship and for me to fulfill my role, From behind me came the sound of someone pacing nervously, like a shoe tapping against the floor. And then they stopped abruptly. Right, I would have loved to act directly, but with this body of stuffing, I'm afraid I'll need your help. Just one simple action, and we'll be in a much better position, friend. Could I ask you for this favor? Braun spoke in a polite and warm tone. If you help me bathe in the tub of youth just one more time, I'll be overjoyed. That? Sure, why not? Oh, thank you so much, friend. I readily agreed. Seeing my good friend so happy made me feel a little better. You won't regret this decision. Chapter 84. We decided to try using the bloodbath tub once more. If I rejuvenate a little more, it'll be much easier to accompany you, Mr. Roe dear. I accepted Braun's assertion. The plushie might grow slightly larger, but once more should be fine. It's still the size of a regular keychain plushie. However, Braun flatly refused the idea of conveniently using my blood as a bath additive. Good heavens, I must respectfully decline. There's so much bodily fluid from other sentient beings readily available, so why does my friend always resort to his own blood? It seemed that the scare I gave him last time had left a lingering impression. Well, I wasn't planning to spill that much this time. Feeling slightly guilty, I agreed to find another way to procure the blood. Good, very good. Let's look for a suitable bath additive, friend. All right. Having something else to focus on amid the office politics was somewhat refreshing. This is already proving helpful. I sighed and headed to work. Incidentally, Baek Deoksu didn't return to the office till at all last night. Let's see how long he can keep that up. In any case, I needed to make a decision soon, since I didn't know how long Managing Director Chung would wait. Solium SSI. While waiting for the elevator, I turned my head to see a fellow new hire holding a buffalo mask approach. Jang Hee-won. He was the employee I briefly, but eventfully accompanied last night at Sekwang Technical High School. You're safe? Yes, and it seems you managed to escape safely too, Hee-won SSI. Why yes, thank you, I cleared it safely. Yesterday, I was too overwhelmed by everything to even think about how others fared, but it was nice to meet him again like this. Furthermore, Jang Hee-won seemed to have developed a surprisingly positive impression of the agent. When the topic came up, he responded with a bright expression. Actually, he was nicer than I expected. He didn't use me as bait and explain things about the management bureau at the end. Isn't that bar set a little too low? Anyway, it seemed like the agent had been critical of Daydream Inc., but perhaps his perspective changed after working with a decent human being. Since there weren't any major issues, it made sense that Jang Hee-won looked fine. Maybe he'll buy some ghost story food next time. I felt a flicker of hope for some extra income. And that agent seemed to be worried about you until the very end, Solium SSI. Oh, but I didn't mention that I gave you a name tag. Ah, the name tag. I used the name tag you gave me well, thank you, I replied. Honestly, even after borrowing the uniform, there were ways to procure a name tag, but it was true that I used it quickly and effectively thanks to him. I won't forget that you gave up something so valuable, even though it must have been precious to you, out of concern for me. Oh no, it was nothing compared to what you did for me. What I did for him. At that moment, Jang Hee-won clenched his fists and spoke with a joyful expression. Solium SSI, I've been reassigned to a general squad. They really transferred me after 3 months of holding out. Truly, thank you. I think it was thanks to you. Oh, it was such a chaotic reassignment season that I hadn't checked other squads, but this was great news. I asked cheerfully, Congratulations, which squad were you assigned to? I'm with F Squad now. Oh, you're in the same squad as Baek Deoksu, SSI. Yes, he's very kind. It seems like his standards for good people have significantly dropped after his experience with the round-off team. No wonder they worked together in the last ghost story. Turns out they weren't just passing by, they were on the same squad. Smiling, I said, What an amusing coincidence. I share a unit with him at the company housing. Let's all meet up for dinner sometime, just the new hires. Oh, thank why, sir. At that moment, an unexpected encounter happened in front of the elevator. Good morning, Squad Leader Lee Jae-hyun. Yes, good morning. It was Squad Leader Lee Jae-hyun, also on his way to work. After briefly responding to Jang Hee-won's polite greeting, Lee Jae-hyun immediately addressed me. Solium SSI, you've been summoned. Again, do I need to stop by the office first, or can I head straight there? Head straight there. Feeling like I was developing a phobia of summons, I reluctantly pressed the button for the 25th floor instead of the 13th. Once again, leaving the field exploration team's floor. I prayed it wouldn't be anything serious. Have a great day, Solium SSI. Yes, you too, He-1 SSI. After seeing off Jang He-1, I ascended to the 25th floor with squad leader Lee Jae-hyun. Ding. Follow me. Yes, sir. I trudged behind the squad leader. This feels longer than I thought. After taking several winding turns down the hallway, instead of a meeting room, a door came into view. It had an unexpectedly warm wooden nameplate. Fox Counseling Office. Wait a sec. Squad leader this is. Thud. Suddenly, I was pinned to the wall by squad leader Lee Jae-hyun. Solium SSI, answer the following questions immediately and without hesitation. Oh dear, does you need my assistance, friend? Wait, hold on. The atmosphere felt tense. I glanced at the lizard. His red, vertical pupils stared sharply at me. Do you remember the conversation we had yesterday? I swallowed hard. Yes. What was the topic at the end of our discussion? That D-Squad could possibly become an elite team. That was not the last topic. Answer again. What? That was the last topic. It was. We discussed another topic afterward. No way. Maybe we did, but it was just small talk, wasn't it? Do not hesitate. Answer me. Damn it. I don't remember. Wasn't it just small talk, idle chatter? The heavy silence and pressure continued. And then, SRRRK. I see. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun released me from the wall. I didn't know what just happened, but at least it seemed to be over. Solium SSI. Yes. You are contaminated. But that's... Well, it's common to have some level of contamination after exploration. But I couldn't even finish speaking before. Thud. Lee Jae-hyun threw open the counseling room door, grabbed me by the collar, and flung me inside. You may not leave until the counseling is complete. I will wait outside. Bang. And the door slammed shut. No. No. How dare you treat my friends so rudely? W8, hold on. Let's not overreact, Braun. Let's calm down. It's all right. This feels like a misunderstanding. I held back a sigh and raised my head. Though I wasn't thrilled. I guess there's no harm in getting some counseling. It might even be good for my mental health. Let's not dwell on any side effects. It's probably a very low chance anyway. If that's what you think, Mr. Roe dear. All right. The decision was made. Dragging my feet, I walked reluctantly. What lay ahead appeared to be a locker room. A flowery sign was attached to the lockers. Welcome, dear client. Please change into a gown before entering. Rows of hospital gowns with green leaf patterns were lined up in various sizes. Is this a medical checkup or what? If clothing were only about comfort, we would all go about naked. In that sense, this is a piece of cloth that fails at everything except covering the body. Exactly. Still, I should wear it. There was a lizard out there who could physically destroy ghost stories standing guard. I'd better cooperate and finish the session. I changed into a gown. That curtain looks like the way into the counseling space. Just as I reached to pull aside the curtain that seemed to be the exit of the locker room, I noticed writing. From here on, only the client may enter. Friends, family, and guardians must wait here. Even if this was technically a benefit, it was still part of a ghost story. Better not break the rules. Braun, can you wait here for a bit? Oh, I would be lying if I said I wasn't worried. But in this case, I must, of course, respect your privacy. Okay. I carefully placed Braun near the vase on the locker room table and drew back the curtain. Jingle. Sunlight poured down warmly over my head. A small, cozy space lay before me. A soothing room bathed in the glow of midday sun. Dark Exploration Records. Ghost Story. Fox Counseling Office. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration records. Daydream Inc. Identification code QTURWE 925. A counseling space consisting of a sunny window, soft pastel-tone sofas, and a small silver bell that emits a clear sound. Listed as an E-level employee benefit at Daydream Inc. It has mild effects on mental stabilization and contamination recovery. Refer to the full document for detailed usage records of the Fox Counseling Office. Indeed, the atmosphere here was quite nice. May it be a productive counseling session, friend. I sincerely hoped so. I pulled the curtain closed again and stepped into the room. Once more, a guiding note appeared. Please sit comfortably on the sofa and enjoy the view outside. I sat down on the sofa as instructed. Then I crossed my arms. Well, the atmosphere was nice, but I already know what's going to happen. It's truly fascinating. It helped me recover lost motivation and remember things I had forgotten. Interview after counseling with Lee Jeonjun, supervisor. Someone would appear outside the window to counsel me. The figure would be customized for each person. It would likely show me a person or object related to my trauma and create a scenario where the situation is resolved, allowing me to observe it. For those who immerse themselves deeply, the session brings emotional healing, and they often leave either in tears or with a peaceful expression. That's the cliché of the usage records for this Fox Counseling Office ghost story. Will it have any effect on me when I already know everything? At this point, I doubted it. I crossed my arms and gazed at the large window, showcasing a beautiful outdoor garden bathed in sunlight. And then, someone appeared near the garden. It was me. A tired, somber-looking version of myself stood in the sunny garden, looking back at me in the room. Then it waved. I instinctively raised my hand, and then lowered it. What is this? It wasn't a doppelganger, but a strange unease and discomfort crept over me. However, the Kim Solium, standing in the garden, didn't stop there. He looked around, grabbed a nearby chair, and sat right in front of the window. Smiling brightly, they faced me and smiled. Should I just stand up and leave? Even if the door wouldn't open for an hour, I could just wait by it. I was getting more uncomfortable when Sir Kim Solium. TN, sir, as in, the counselor is calling him teacher. The term blatantly means teacher, but it can also be used as an expression of respect. Baek Deoksu used the same term when he and Solium first met. Thank you so much for coming for counseling today. I'll be your counselor. The figure outside the window, looking exactly like me, began to speak. You seem quite tired today. How have you been sleeping recently? How many hours of sleep do you usually get? I gritted my teeth. I sleep well enough. I see. Could you give me a specific number? More than 5 hours. Sometimes. I understand. Do you think sleeping less at times might be related to the stress of work? Well, this is driving me insane. I barely managed to respond. I don't want to answer that. Hearing it from someone who looks exactly like me just makes me uncomfortable. Why do you think you feel uncomfortable, Sir Kim Solium? Isn't it natural for people to feel a sense of existential threat when they see someone identical to themselves? But I'm an intelligent being with clear differences from you, Sir Kim Solium. What? Would you like to figure out what those differences are? I instinctively scanned the person in front of me. Eyes, nose, mouth, body, clothing. Is still identical. Then let's use a mirror for a better comparison. Clatter. The bookcase next to the sofa slid open, revealing a full-length mirror. I found myself looking into it. A tired office worker. Would you like to compare now? Whether I compared or not, it looked exactly the same. What do you think? I stared at my reflection. To look more fatigued, maybe. Was it just my imagination? I see. But the me outside the window nodded. Why do you think there's a difference? I don't know. Then let's observe a little more. Maybe something else will stand out. I alternated between looking at the me outside the window and the one in the mirror. Eyes, nose, mouth, shoulders, arms. Wrists. The tattoo. I muttered as if in a trance. You don't have a tattoo. The tattoo I had retained from the theme park was there. But Chinese letter, Chinese letter. This one was missing. The tattoo that functioned as my inventory. What kind of tattoo is it? Oh, that one. Yes. There must be a reason you got such a tattoo. What does it do? It lets me store items. I see. Do you have anything stored in it now? Yes. Could you show me? If you're uncomfortable, you can just place the items somewhere I can't see. All right. I retrieved items from the tattoo. Equipment, coins, various items. They were all familiar. I've taken everything out. I still didn't understand the point of this. How was this different from the me outside? Sir Kim Solium. Yes. I think there's still something left inside your tattoo. Enough. Would you like to extend your hand to me? I don't want to know. No, you do. You want to know, sir, and you can do it. I stood up from the sofa. I walked right up to the window and extended my hand. You've worked so hard. The me outside the window grabbed my hand. And then, he thrust his hand straight into my tattoo. Chapter 85. The warm sunlight streamed into the Fox counseling office. Standing outside the window was another version of me. He was gripping my arm and stirring through the tattoo. That's someone else, isn't it? Then I must reject this. Did I break the rules? No. Exactly, this situation isn't right. It isn't right. It isn't right. It isn't right. I must follow the rules because I'm a new teacher who adheres to them. All done, sir. The hand that had been stirring inside my tattoo withdrew. Thud. An object emerged along with the hand that had come out of what should have been an empty tattoo. This was inside. Under the garden's lights, the bold red title came into clear view. A brown file folder. Black kindergarten handbook. It looks familiar. How do you remember it? Good God. It felt like cold water had been dumped on me, and my mind instantly cleared. And like a dam breaking, fragments of blurred memories from the past few weeks came flooding back vividly. When I had sealed the contaminated supervisor Park Min-seong from the kindergarten into my wrist. The tattoo's space had consumed him effortlessly. The handbook must have touched me. I meant to handle it separately and would never have done that intentionally. The handbook Park Min-seong had been holding was absorbed into my tattoo, along with him in one go. I must have suppressed the urge to handle it separately, even though I fully intended to report everything to the security team after the rescue. But, if you've taken any items or supplies from the Hungry Hangman Darkness, please return them. Oh, I don't have any. I hadn't returned the handbook. More accurately, whenever I tried to recall if there was anything else in the tattoo, an unconscious sense of rejection stopped me. Doubting the rules is against the rules. And even the fact that I felt rejection was gradually buried, as if I wasn't allowed to acknowledge it. Because teachers mustn't feel resistance to the rules. No, I shouldn't overthink this. What's clear is that I did make repeated attempts. Attempts to let others know that something was wrong with me. Squad leader. Yes. If it seems like I have a strange obsession with the rules, please look into it. Yes. I've just been overly focused on work lately, so I thought I'd mention it. I see. I had even brought it up to Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun several times, though each conversation ended with vague self-doubt and trailed off. I almost made a serious mistake. The handbook within the tattoo had begun to erode my subconscious, and eventually, it all seemed natural to me, so I could no longer recognize any of the bizarre signs. At least I regained my senses at Sekwang Technical High School, thanks to taking the nostalgia candy. But the moment I woke from that dream, even that reprieve ended. And yesterday, the last topic I had with Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun in that conversation culminated everything. Kim Solium SSI. Yes. Have you recently felt an unusual compulsion or pressure to follow the rules? Following the rules is only natural for a member of the workplace, squad leader. I see. Wow, oh my God. I feel like throwing up. Was that really me? I staggered and leaned against the window. So that's why Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. He'd been so insistent on sending me straight to the counseling office. Everything was becoming clear now. It felt as if I'd taken off a too-tight turtleneck or wiped clean a pair of smudged glasses. A refreshing sense of liberation and exhaustion wrapped around my entire body. And unease, too. What are you thinking right now? I feel both tired and relieved. Does it feel like you've escaped from some uncomfortable compulsion? Yes. The counselor, who looked like me and stood outside the window, gazed at me with a comforting expression. You've done very well. Staying here and following through with counseling is a testament to your strong will. Then he quietly set the handbook down on the garden floor, retrieved a shovel from somewhere, and lightly dug into the ground. When you're caught in powerful compulsions or ideas against your will, it's truly distressing, isn't it? Rustle, rustle. The Kim Solium, outside the window, created a small dirt hole in the corner of the outdoor garden. Thug. The handbook was tossed into the hole. While change isn't always bad, it's only right to resist when your body and mind are being strained. The me outside the window neatly covered the hole with soil, then dusted off his hands with satisfaction. Sir Solium, do you see the small plant in that pot? A pot? When I turned my head, there was indeed a small pot on the table near the sofa. It was a sprig with tiny, underripe fruits the size of beans. Could you pick one of the fruits you like and bring it to me? I carefully plucked a fruit that seemed the ripest and handed it over to the me beyond the window. You did very well. The counselor outside the window held both the fruit and my hand. Then, the fruit in my hand ripened to a vivid red. It swelled, looking plump and appetizing, as if it had absorbed plenty of nutrients. Chew it thoroughly before you swallow. I placed the fruit in my mouth. A torrent of intense anxiety, frustration, thoughts, and irrational sorrow and pain slowly melted away along with the fruit. When a client with severe mental contamination visits, red fruits, suspected to be from the fox's pouch family or fox beads, are offered as medication. The fruit has been shown to have excellent effects on mental stabilization. Any attempts to take the fruit outside result in its disappearance the moment it crosses the doorway. With a deep breath, all the emotional residue scattered like grains of sand. I felt at peace. Just an ordinary, weary office worker once more. Back to being my usual self. I lifted my head and looked at the counselor standing by the window. Thank you, I feel much better now. No, I should be thanking you, Sir Kim Solium. The counselor's face brightened noticeably. For some reason, they no longer seemed to be mimicking my appearance. Shall we talk a little more? From that point on, it was an ordinary therapy session. To be precise, it felt like a very skillful and comfortable counselor had helped me open up about various things. I'll give credit where it's due. If this profit-driven ghost story company, Daydream Inc., did one thing right, it was including this in their employee benefits. I'll give you a sign so you can visit the Fox counseling office anytime you feel overwhelmed by negative thoughts. On my way out, I received an item. It was the same sign that had been on the door I entered through earlier. Fox Counseling Office. If you attach this sign to a door and open it, it will connect to our counseling office. Thank you. Though I'd like to keep it, I'd have to attach it to a door once I left. Every client who uses the company's welfare program is required to affix the sign to the door after completing their session. The nameplate I used earlier must have disappeared by now. Thinking of it as repaying a debt made it easier to accept. Well then, I'll take my leave now. I was about to stand up when the counselor's regretful voice stopped me. Actually, scheduling regular appointments every 1 or 2 weeks is the best approach. Hola. Sorry, but I'm too busy. That might be difficult. Of course, these days everyone says that. The counselor looked slightly dejected, nodding their head. But I couldn't afford to fall for that look. Scheduling regular counseling increases the likelihood of side effects dramatically. Usage record 521, irregular. The counselor strongly urged the client to schedule regular sessions. The client initially declined, but after 1 hour and 21 minutes of persistent persuasion, the client accepted with a sense of ease. Afterward, the client went missing. Full access to this record requires B-level security clearance. Fortunately, the counselor let me go with a smile instead of pressing further. Still, it's a relief that you have good colleagues, family, and friends around you, Sir Kim Solium. Wait a second. It's true that even in this insane ghost story-filled world, I have decent people and a good friend around me, but... Family, what do you mean? The counselor extended a hand and tapped their wrist. I looked down at my own wrist. The spot was... Zoshes. That person. Zo... Tilde. Our time is up. Take care, Sir Kim Solium. I lifted my head. No one was there. The counselor who had been smiling at the window vanished like a lie, leaving only the sunlight pouring in from the quaint, beautiful outdoor garden. Tilde. A light waltz melody signaled the end of the session. In the distance, I thought I glimpsed a fox's bright orange tail darting away under the garden's stone wall. I rose from the sofa and headed toward the changing room curtain. On the way, I noticed a cool-looking drink placed on a floral lace table. Keep up the good work today. I downed the drink in one go and set it down with gratitude. It was a delicious, nutty barley tea. Was the counseling helpful, friend? Yeah. I grabbed my good friend, Plushie. Now that my mind had cleared, I had a few thoughts about this little thing as well. I'll save that for after work. For now, there was someone I had to face first. Creak. I opened the door and stepped out. The head of a white lizard in a black suit, as he was leaning against the opposite wall, turned to look at me. Did you complete the counseling session? Yes. I was sure I had an awkward expression on my face as I answered. Thank you, squad leader. Thanks to you, I've been freed from the contamination. No need to thank me. Chief Lizard being humble. Kim Solium SSI, you are still contaminated. Make sure to attend counseling sessions regularly. Yes. So that's what he meant. Still, I feel much better than before. Doesn't it seem that way to you too, squad leader? Yes. Chief Lizard scrutinized me carefully before declaring. Let's proceed now. Proceed with what? A message from Supervisor Park Minseong. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun pulled a small post-it from his suit pocket and handed it to me. You've worked hard, Ro. Thank you for getting me out. I took a deep breath. Has he recovered? What exactly is the standard for recovery? Can he communicate rationally? It's possible, technically speaking. Who? So that means he's still a bit unstable. Regardless, it was a relief to know I was recovering. And naturally, another teammate came to mind. By the way, Assistant Manager Yoon Hae hasn't contacted you at all, right, sir? Yes. Assistant Manager Yoon Hae had completely vanished as soon as she went on leave. If I sent her texts or messages on Kakao Talk, she'd occasionally read them, but she never replied. Just the read receipt. She's probably trying to distance herself from this ghost story company. After all the chaos caused by mental contamination, it seemed like a wise move. Anyway, with that, my morning schedule came to an end. Should I head back to the office now? Yes. Once again, thank you so much, squad leader. Yes. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun went off to attend to his own tasks, and I spent some time browsing the welfare mall in the office before lunch. It was a small luxury made possible by having just secured an A-grade essence. Being sane definitely feels better. I don't know, this company is terrifying. Knock knock. Good afternoon. Huh? I looked up from my monitor. Someone had entered the office without me noticing and was carefully tapping on my desk. It was a young man in a gray suit. A face I don't recognize. Was he from another squad or department? He seemed to be around my age, but had the kind of presence you'd never want to face as a competitor during an interview. Why didn't he just join another major corporation instead of this one? For a brief moment, I almost pitied him, but I quickly adjusted my posture. Good afternoon, how can I help you? Oh, I had something to ask. He spoke just as politely. Did your counseling session go well, Solium Nim? It's good to see you've recovered so much. I'm glad. I'm Ho Yuwon, by the way. He extended a hand for a handshake. I heard Director Chung recently made you an interesting offer. Director Chung. He didn't use an honorific. Tian, instead of Isanim, he just said Isa. And that name? Ho Yuwon. Director Ho. It's quite a coincidence. I also have a proposal to make. Director Ho had paid a personal visit to D-Squad's office. Chapter 86. I had heard about Director Ho indirectly several times, mostly due to internal office politics. He was in line with the elite A Squad and Lee Byungjin, who was the one in charge of manual evaluations. That section chief was close with A Squad, like on the same line. Director Ho has his eye on you, Supervisor Kim. The director is the best superior you could ever have in this company. Don't miss this opportunity. I had been encouraged multiple times to align myself with those on Director Ho's line. But I never expected the man himself to suddenly show up, unannounced, in D Squad's office like a casual neighboring coworker. I instinctively stood up and bowed. Good day to you, Director Ho. Oh, you recognized me right away. What was he trying to act sheepish about after casually addressing Director Chung without honorifics earlier? He barged in as if he already knew about Director Chung's interesting proposal to me. Wait a second. Did Director Ho just say he had a proposal of his own to make? A proposal? I glanced at the young man with a pleasant demeanor. In a friendly tone, he continued speaking. Sorry about that. I must have made you tense by bringing up someone so intimidating, right? Not at all. If anything, I'm sorry for not properly introducing myself earlier. Oh, no need for that. I'm not big on formalities, so feel free to speak casually. As if that were possible. Is he the type who lacks basic decency? Or perhaps he was intentionally trying to create tension. Either way, I nodded and took a deep breath to appear slightly more relaxed. This must be the reaction he wanted. Sure enough, Director Ho continued with a calm expression, though his words didn't sound so benign. Let me take a guess. Director Chung likely made a proposal related to the elite squads, perhaps about forming a new one. Wow, seriously? Should I just come clean and tell him everything? But even if I didn't, it felt like I'd still end up in trouble. My thoughts raced. Well, yes, but, my apologies, I've been a bit flustered. Let me show you to a more comfortable spot. Feigning sudden realization, I guided Director Ho to the guest sofa in D Squad's office, breaking the flow of conversation. You're buying time to handle a tricky guest. Well done, Mr. Rowe dear, that was perfectly natural. The ghost story quiz show host who incinerated anything unnatural in his show might have approved, but I still felt uneasy. At least I'd bought some time. I quickly dashed to the break room, prepared some snacks, green tea and coffee, and hurried back out. Would you prefer tea or coffee? Oh, just have whatever you like and give me the other. Does he not realize how insidiously passive-aggressive that sounds coming from an executive? I gauged his reaction and handed him green tea, pretending to prefer coffee. I bowed slightly as I brought it over. Thank you for your consideration. Not at all. Director Ho sipped the tea and made a generic remark about how warm and pleasant it was. Really, I didn't come here to pressure you, Solium Nim. I just thought it'd be nice to get acquainted and have a conversation. As if anyone in the working world didn't know that being too casual with an executive could end in disaster. But his next words caught me off guard. We don't often get to see members of the field exploration team for long periods, so when I come across someone I might see more frequently, I make sure to check in often. Frankly, the field exploration team contributes greatly to this company. Yet even within the development department, there are people who sit at their desks ranting about efficiency and treating the field exploration team as disposable short-term workers. Director Ho's eyes flickered briefly with emotion. You might think I'm an idealist, but this isn't a situation I find agreeable. Don't you agree? Doesn't that sound like a kind statement? But actually, it gave me a foreboding feeling. An executive in this company shouldn't say things like that. If he's at the executive level, he has the power to fix such issues directly. Why was he seeking agreement from a new hire, asking, doesn't this seem like a problem? It's not like he's conducting a loyalty test for subversive ideas. But since he might be sincere, I carefully adjusted my tone. I aimed to respond in a way that wouldn't cause trouble, regardless of his intent, while giving the impression that I wasn't opposing him. At least no one here is forced to work. I've heard the company allows resignations freely and ensures the wish tickets are properly distributed. Yes, as you said, that's one silver lining. Director Ho smiled warmly. Compared to organizations that brand ordinary citizens as criminals without trial and sacrifice them to the darkness, at least this place offers some autonomy. Wow, this man really despises the Disaster Management Bureau. Better not let him find out I was involved. The agent ID badge was still in my possession, and a cold sweat ran down my back. I hid my expression behind a sip of coffee. Still, people who want to live even one day like a human being might reject such a place. Right, it's easy to talk with you, Solium Nim. That's a misunderstanding. But please, hold on to that misunderstanding for a long time. Before the conversation turned into a ticking time bomb, I desperately steered it elsewhere. Thank you, by the way, Director, about that proposal you mentioned. Oh right, we need to talk about that. Director Ho's face lit up. Actually, I'm in the middle of forming a project team, and I'm recruiting employees for it. I'd like to invite you to join this project team, Solium Nim. What? I suddenly recalled something Section Chief Lee Byongjin had once mentioned. There's even a rumor that Director Ho runs a top-secret project team under his department. You might get transferred there. And now that rumor has become reality. But what came next was even more shocking. To be precise, as a candidate for team leader. Has this director lost his marbles? There are 3 candidates I'm considering. Honestly, if you had just 2 more years of experience, you'd be my top pick. For now, consider yourself one of the finalists. My mind was reeling. Oh, this offer seems to promise more authority than last time. Let's hear out the conditions, friend. No, hearing the conditions only works when I have some leverage to negotiate. Right now. This feels like I'm doomed, huh? Isn't this just like Paris receiving the golden apple? Whichever choice I make, I'll likely anger the remaining superiors. This is worse than just joining a line. I'd burn all bridges for switching sides. What do I do? I could barely maintain my outward composure, and even that felt like an accomplishment. Refusing both offers might be the best option. Oh, I might have been too hasty. I should have mentioned the compensation first. Compensation, sir. A performance bonus for the project. Director Ho smiled. If the project succeeds, all team members will receive a wish ticket. One for each member, no exceptions. Holy shit. And the team leader will receive an additional perk, but we can discuss that in more detail once you've joined the team. Oh, and thank you for the tea. Director Ho got up from the sofa, placed his mug in the sink, and headed for the office door. Take a few days to think it over and let me know, but I suggest not taking longer than a week. He leaned in slightly, as if giving friendly advice. Director Cheng isn't known for her patience. If you ever need someone to talk to while working, feel free to stop by my office anytime. Then bye. That night, though I had mostly recovered from the contamination and regained a clear mind, I returned home feeling incredibly unsettled. This feels like déjà vu. Phew. I collapsed onto the bed. I'm definitely caught up in some internal power struggle between the executives in the development department, aren't I? It's true I might seem like an exceptionally useful outlier, but the situation has escalated this far because the 2 directors are clearly aware of each other. Their proposals were ridiculously excessive. If that's the case, I should go with the one offering better treatment. At least that way, I won't end up as a discarded pawn. The problem is I have no personal information about either director. The Dark Exploration records focused primarily on the employees who conducted the exploration. In other words, while it included staff names and profiles, it didn't bother to detail the personal information of the executives making decisions from up top. In any case, it's clear neither of them is ordinary, which only makes this more maddening. Director Cheng was already suspicious because Chief Lizard referred to her as a being, while Director Ho seemed off from his appearance and overly friendly speech. For an executive, he looked too young and spoke like some social service worker. I do have a rough idea about his identity from his surname and appearance. But at this point, it was all just speculation. What a headache. Dealing with ghost stories is hard enough. Having to worry about this on top of it feels unreal. After agonizing over it, I decided to temporarily set the issue aside. There was another more urgent matter at hand. Braun, you're calling me friend. Who? About bathing in the bloodbath tub. Can't we replace it with something else? There was a brief silence. You've changed your mind in just one day, Mr. Roe dear. Breaking promises isn't a good habit, you know. But since I'm your good friend, it's fine, friend. Sorry. I immediately apologized. You're right, I shouldn't have gone back on my word. I think I made a mistake because I wasn't in the right state of mind when I agreed. How strange, Mr. Roe dear. This host distinctly remembers that just last night you had no signs of extreme fatigue, panic, dizziness, or anything else that might hinder an interview. The good friend spoke in his usual cheerful tone, which only made him more terrifying. Oh, I'm now curious by what standard you're claiming you weren't in your right mind. Today was full of cold sweat moments. How had I never realized how scary this thing was? I tried my best not to look directly at the plushie as I continued. But you knew my mind was contaminated by that handbook, didn't you? The one I brought back from that kindergarten, which was still in my tattoo. It was obvious Braun knew. He had even pointed it out during the last blood tub session. Mr. Roe dear, your bath additive is blended, isn't it? He had to have known I was being consumed by the ghost story. You just didn't think of it as contamination, more like a transformation. That is correct, Mr. Roe dear. Huh? So that's how it was. Even the word correct gave me chills, but I managed to respond calmly. But I see it as contamination, and I don't want to be contaminated. I raised my hand into the air. The tattoo on my wrist was now empty and clear. I like myself better as I am now. I also don't like having my judgment flip like a coin. To end, I added something I figured even Braun could empathize with. At the very least, I never want to become a teacher at some outdated kindergarten running creepy hangman games. Yes, that is quite an irrefutable statement. Braun seemed somewhat shocked. Right, Mr. Roe dear, belonging to that old-fashioned kindergarten. Impossible, such a waste would be unthinkable. I must admit, I haven't been acting like a true good friend. All right, let's work on getting closer through a different kind of transformation. So then, if I let myself get contaminated because it makes interacting with you easier, does that mean you'll just leave me contaminated? Haha, no need to ask in such an unfamiliar tone. That's simply the theory you've proven yourself over the past few weeks, Mr. Roe dear. Images of my actions over the past few weeks flashed through my mind. Consumed by contamination, I had talked freely and relied on the ghost story resident without hesitation or concern. It's only natural, isn't it? After all, similar people tend to become friends. Good grief. No, I had anticipated this much. I took a deep breath. It was time to say what needed to be said. That's not true. Not true. Yeah, it's not really necessary for friends to share the same values as each other. I carefully chose my words. And being comfortable with each other doesn't automatically make someone a friend, either. This part was honestly true. Friends try to understand each other's differences, and even when they can't, they still care for one another by talking things through. And to reiterate, I don't want to be contaminated. Without turning my head, I gently placed my hand on the desk where the plushie sat. If you can't understand that, at the very least, let me know before doing something I don't want. Give me a chance to talk to you about it. Ahem. A sound like plastic fingers tapping on the desk echoed, as if Braun were thinking deeply. And then, very well, Mr. Roe dear. Logical, reasonable, and it even moved my heart. I see no reason not to agree. After all, you are my friend. Who? Thank you. It seemed to have ended well. Breathing a sigh of relief, I finally turned to face my good friend, the slightly scary but strangely dependable plushie I had summoned. I carefully picked it up. Let's keep working together from now on. That too was sincere. Afterward, I proceeded with one of the decisions I had made while contaminated, an aromatherapy massage. I'll do it while looking at the shadow, so let me know if anything feels off. Of course, friend. Honestly, I wasn't a professional, and working just by observing the silhouette probably didn't feel very refreshing, but Braun seemed quite satisfied. Not everyone needs to be a massage expert. This will do just fine. Even as he gently gave it a 3-star rating, he still added, but I do miss bathing. To always be by my friend's side, I'll need to rejuvenate a bit more. That's something we'll discuss over time. It's tough. Maintaining a relationship with a ghost story resident like the good friend wasn't easy. It wasn't purely terrifying or nerve-wracking. but it wasn't entirely trustworthy or comforting either. Finding balance between those extremes is the rational approach. I needed to be careful not to lose that balance. As Braun, refreshed from the aromatherapy massage, chattered away, I listened quietly. Come to think of it, I'm curious again. Which of the 2 legendary proposals you received at work will you accept, Mr. Rowe, dear? Still deliberating. While my advice as an industry expert is worth its weight in gold, I'm happy to offer it free of charge for a friend. Well, actually, I've almost decided. Oh, I just need to ask one last question tomorrow, then I'll pay them a visit. And if you could share a little about that decisive question with this legendary host. I rested my head on the pillow and laughed. You'll find out tomorrow. I'm somewhat moved, Mr. Rowe, dear. Thus ended the tumultuous day. And the next day, I truly did ask my decisive question before heading to the office of one of the 2 directors. Chapter 87. The Upper Floors of Daydream Inc., Headquarters. Knock, knock, knock. I carefully rapped on the luxurious door with the back of my hand. The door slid open automatically, and, "You're here." Inside, the figure of the director seated at their desk came into view. An executive with dark, blue-tinged hair of indeterminate age. Director Chung Dally. You didn't waste unnecessary time, nor were you deceived by schemes. A wise child always lives long, you know. Quite the fierce way to deliver a compliment. Yes, thank you, ma'am. In any case, I made my decision. I chose to accept Director Cheng's proposal, to turn D-Squad into an elite squad. There were reasons, of course, but I'd reflect on those later. For now, I had to handle the intimidating executive in front of me. Director Cheng examined me with a satisfied expression and smiled. I trust you'll wait quietly while the reorganization takes place in the necessary time. Yes, ma'am, I'll work even harder to ensure I'm deserving of this promotion. I shook hands with Director Chung, maintaining a perfectly polite demeanor. And beside me, you'll do the same, won't you, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun? Yes. Chief Lizard was accompanying me. For the record, this is how Section Chief Lee reacted to my decision. I see. End of story. Is it really fair to call that reaction easygoing? It was hard to believe that this was the same Lizard who had previously advised me to refuse. Seriously, isn't he also in the same boat now? Shouldn't he at least listen to some of the reasoning? Thanks to that, I ended up explaining my choice to the seemingly indifferent Chief Lizard, hearing "I see" and "yes" about 10 times in the process. I also discussed how to minimize the risks associated with Director Cheng. So, have you decided on the 3rd squad member? Right on cue, the topic came up. With only 2 active members currently in D-Squad, Director Cheng had suggested I bring in whoever I wanted for the remaining position. I've come up with an idea regarding that matter. What kind of idea? I spoke as calmly as possible, getting straight to the point. To ensure that anyone can work together. Leave the 3rd member of Elite D-Squad as an open slot. Since D-Squad wasn't being absorbed into the existing Elite Squad structure, but rather trialed under a new system, it was a plausible suggestion. The biggest advantage. It prevents Director Chung from indiscriminately placing one of her own people. Didn't she say I could bring in whoever I wanted? If I trusted that at face value, this wouldn't be a company. If the person I picked didn't meet her expectations, she'd just ask if there was anyone else. From there, she'd gradually steer the selection towards someone she preferred. Once I accepted the offer and willingly aligned myself with her line, she'd have nothing to lose. She'd either insert her own person or, at the very least, try to sway whoever joined next. In my view, that's where Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's warning about the danger came into play. The person working alongside me shouldn't be a pawn of Director Cheng. It'd be better to have a rotating roster for each exploration mission. This approach even provided a reasonable pretext. Since it's a new trial, why not leave a vacancy in D-Squad as an internship spot for aspiring Elite Squad members? Like that. Obviously, Elite Squad positions were limited, and few people advanced from regular squads. Most junior employees tended to give up early, prioritizing cost efficiency unless they had exceptional performance or networked well. From the management's perspective, they likely viewed this lack of initiative as inefficient, criticizing employees for being fixated solely on points, with no loyalty to the company. Seriously, without the points, why would anyone join in the first place? It was a rather ridiculous expectation, but, seeing how this company operates, I thought it might actually work. I considered whether it might provide a new motivation for junior employees in the field exploration team, who currently lack incentives beyond wish tickets, to want to improve their performance. I gave Director Chung a thorough presentation along those lines. Honestly, I wasn't sure if the employees would really bite. At best, a few capable supervisors or assistant managers might try the elite squad experience and then reassess their career plans. But it sounded convincing enough, and it wouldn't be entirely ineffective, so it worked out. At the very least, it should help set the tone. And at the very least, it worked on Director Chung. Not bad. I felt a little stung by her, I'll let it slide, kind of reaction, but what mattered was that it passed. Sure enough, within a few days, rumors had spread through the field exploration team, and even the group chat among my batchmates was buzzing for the first time in a while. Does anyone know the deets on the new elite squad, Hangul Kohyut Enus? Is it true they're selecting employees with 1-3 years of exp? I heard about elite squad internships. What have you all heard? The elite squad's benefits are incredible. The funny thing was, no one messaged me directly anymore. Even after news broke that I'd cleared another A-grade mission, no one sent congratulations or inquiries. Is this ostracism? After carefully responding to a few group chat questions to avoid being underestimated, the questions themselves stopped coming. Come to think of it, I was the last to be added to the group chat in the first place. It was a bit bitter. Heard the news, congrats Solium SSI, you really succeeded with that method. Thank you Yeonjun SSI. Still, I was grateful that one colleague consistently sent congratulatory messages. Taking the chance, I also squared up with Go Yeonjun for the help she'd given me during the last Ghost Story mission. Since she's the type to return the favor, it's best to keep building trust. I shared the method I used to clear the mission and offered her part of the boss fight rewards I'd received. Thanks to her, I survived the mission. Specifically, I'd learned from Go Yeonjun where to protect my organs to avoid instant death. Of course, recalling the experience sent goosebumps down my spine. It had been utterly reckless. Note to self, use tattoo stickers sparingly. They worked, but they weren't something to mess with lightly. I'll gratefully accept. Go Yeonjun seemed conflicted, but accepted, and we met in front of her dorm to hand over a few protective talisman beads. During our conversation, the topic of the new elite squad rumors came up. By the way, Yeonjun SSI, are you thinking of aiming for the elite squad? No, I'm perfectly fine as I am, thank you. Please breathe before you answer, Yeonjun SSI. She seemed to strongly suspect I might include her. To be honest, I'd considered her as a candidate, but maybe it's good I didn't push for it. In any case, this seemed like the best answer I could come up with in the current situation. Though of course, not everyone would agree with me. I really can't believe you become an elite squad. Why would you make such a risky choice? The voice was filled with concern. Sitting at a desk in D-Squad's office, I rubbed my forehead. Director Ho. Yes. If I've been rude in any way, sir, I sincerely apologize. Why exactly are you here? Why are you sitting in D-Squad's office, as casually as if you were a coworker visiting from the next department, when we're about to vacate this place? Pardon, you've never been rude, Solium Nim. Honestly, you should have more confidence in yourself. This man is no ordinary character. Director Ho, with a slightly disappointed look, acted as though I'd refused a simple lunch invitation from a coworker. That made it all the more terrifying. I expected him to either target me or ignore me completely. Why is he acting so neutral? To be honest, Director Ho had the authority and had made a more shocking proposal, so rejecting him could have easily offended him. Any rational person would have chosen his side. Naturally, I was leaning more toward that side. At least until I asked this question. Director, if it's not too much trouble, may I ask what iteration this project is on? Iteration? You're asking which one this is. Yes, that's correct. If that's what you mean, there's no specific number. It's a new initiative. I see, thank you. In that moment, I made my decision. Let's cut ties. A new project in a ghost story company. 9 times out of 10, a project like that's established due to a high-grade, unidentified ghost story. It's definitely A-grade or higher. At this point, we're not talking about ghost stories that simply correlate with risk levels. The projects are based on fears so devastating that no individual could handle them. Utter despair with no way to predict or prepare. These aren't just fears of death or disappearance, they're existential, higher-level horrors. And now they've dangled wish tickets as rewards, the kind that would make any employee lose their mind. It's probably S-grade, isn't it? This project seemed poised to be the company's top-tier mission for the field exploration team. On top of that, this was the first trial run, meaning there was no prior data available. It's a suicide mission. No matter how good the perks were, the premise was flawed from the start. If I were guaranteed to be the team leader, it might have been different. But honestly, even as a team leader, it'd be a hollow title. As if the dream team of employees handpicked by the director would ever listen to someone like me, who hasn't even been here a full year. Besides, with the director involved, the team leader would just be a middle manager, caught in the crossfire and barely surviving, or not surviving at all. I don't want that. I'd already accumulated nearly a third of the required points. I didn't need to take such a gamble for a wish ticket. Besides, staying with D-Squad had another practical benefit. This way, if Supervisor Park Min-seong or Assistant Manager Yoon Hage returns, they can naturally rejoin D-Squad. It's much easier to bring someone into a spot that's been kept open and flexible. So it was a multifaceted decision. But since I couldn't explain all this, I simply said this. This seemed like the better choice for more people, so I had to go with this side. My apologies. In that moment, Director Ho's genial expression seemed to falter. And then he spoke. Kind-hearted people are always the hardest to understand. Wait just now. Tech. Well, if you ever change your mind, feel free to reach out, Solium Nim. With that, his voice faded. Director Ho casually nodded at me, smiled, and left the office. Just now, that didn't seem normal. Mr. Roe dear, I detect the scent of pestilence on that man. Pestilence? Be sure to take extra care with sterilization if you invite him into a personal space or studio. Pestilence meaning a plague. I mulled over Director Ho's identity for a moment before shrugging it off. First things first, focus on the urgent tasks. For now, I needed to reorganize and prepare for what I'd need before officially joining the elite squad. Solium SSI. Ugh. S-Squad leader. Chief Lizard entered through the door that Director Ho had just exited, holding out some documents. Director Chung asked me to pass these along, saying, perhaps it's worth checking out. Yes, understood. Please, a little warning next time. I quietly exhaled as I took the documents and read the title on the first page. Q-Turwasi 1603. Unregistered Exploration Testimony, 21. Security Clearance, C. Huh? Am I allowed to read this? Yes. It appeared to be a pre-registration, exploration report that required C-grade security clearance for access. It seemed Director Chung had given me special permission to read it. That's even scarier. But refusing to read it felt even riskier, so I took a deep breath and began reading. What kind of exploration record could this be? Ad leaflet introducing a new product released, confirmed to be from Q-Turwasi 1603. Product name, Good Child Chocolate Bar Cinnamon Churros Flavor. Features, packaging depicts a caricature of a child's face wearing a suit and a mask with tree branch-like goat horns. The character on the packaging resembles the company's field exploration team uniform. Be cognizant in checking staff with a similar mask design. Wait a second. Isn't this me? Chapter 88. During exploration missions into the darkness, it's only natural to encounter absurd events or chilling experiences. Being chased by ghosts, public transport suddenly heading to some unknown destination, or people on the streets staring at you the moment you step outside your home. But over time, many employees say they've grown accustomed to such things. Even I've gotten a little used to it, I think. After all, the previous ghost story, despite involving contamination and items, was one where I managed to clear a high-grade mission by losing my limbs. but certain types of eeriness never become familiar. For instance, a ghost story that suddenly recognizes me. I nervously flipped through the documents. The report even included a crude sketch of the packaging drawn by the exploration staff who filed it. Oh, it seems the artist sacrificed aesthetics in favor of conveying key information. It was terribly drawn, but you could still tell exactly who it resembled. Braun, speak freely, friend. Doesn't that look like me? Taking into account the artistic style, as well as the mask and hairstyle, it seems we've reached the same conclusion. Even the product name was Good Child, and the flavor was cinnamon churros. That's the blue mascot from the theme park. And the ghost story it appeared in, Q-Turwasi 1603. Why did I show up in that ghost story? I instinctively glanced at my tattoo but stopped myself. Then I turned to Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, who was staring blankly at me, and asked, "This hasn't been officially added to the manual yet, correct?" "Yes." "Who?" That was a relief, at least. If Director Chung went out of her way to show me this in advance. A favor, a debt. Probably both. Once this is officially recorded as an exploration log, any identifying descriptions would be censored with black squares, depending on the security level. Instead, the research team would likely jump at the chance to conduct experimental exploration, claiming they needed to figure out why such phenomena occurred. Maybe they'd send in someone dressed like me, or they'd send me in without any information. Kwak Yikeng might even notice and shove me back into the theme park. What a nightmare. If it came to that, asking Director Chung for help would mean cementing my fate as a loyal employee under Director Chung's wing, 30 years of service. Why is it that no matter how hard I try, I'm surrounded by so many ways to get screwed over? That's just the nature of ghost stories, I guess. Anyway, I should be grateful I learned about this now. Even if I ended up indebted to Director Chung, this was better than having the research team sink their teeth into it. And since she showed me this in advance, is the darkness we're exploring this week related to this case? I do not know. Do you think there's more than a 50% chance it is? Yes. As expected. If the director's giving me a heads up, it only makes sense for me to check it out myself. Q-Turwasi 1603. If I'm going to face mental torture as a coward in a ghost story anyway, I might as well make it count. That principle has never wavered. Let's confirm it. And this time I had a solid companion. The widely recognized brute force exorcism expert, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. Though thinking back to the clown ghost story, his fearlessness could lead to some questionable decision-making under pressure. Well, if it's just one-on-one, I could probably find a way to persuade him or find an escape route. Lately, I'd even gotten better at handling conversations. So having a fearless squad leader as my partner wouldn't be a bad thing. It's actually quite reassuring. But there was one more variable. Solium SSI. Yes. Would you be requesting additional support staff? Right. Squads in the field exploration team operate with a 3-member standard, so this time, our squad would get 1 extra member for support. I suppose this is like a pre-run for the elite squad. Usually they just assign someone randomly, but Is it possible to request a specific person? Yes. Oh, wait, hold on. I'd prefer not to go through Director Chung. Is that still possible? No. Good thing I asked. That could have doubled my debt. I suppressed a sigh, but couldn't hold back a lingering question. It was something I'd always been curious about with Chief Lizard. Pardon, squad leader, you tend to give very concise answers. Is there a particular reason for that? Yes. The lizard briefly looked skyward before refocusing on me. It's based on feedback to only provide detailed answers when explicitly requested. In what situation did you receive such feedback? On the 3rd day after I started working here, during an exploration mission into the darkness. So that's why. Even without a detailed description, I could vividly imagine the situation, like a picture forming in my mind. Squad leader, if it's not an urgent situation, I'd appreciate it if you'd speak more freely when it's just the 2 of us. Understood. And then Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun began to explain. If you wish to specify the traits of the support staff, report it to me, Kim Solium SSI. While specific names cannot be designated, you may request preferred characteristics for the candidate pool. He's voluntarily explaining things. Mr. Roe dear, you have a knack for conducting interviews. Thanks. For a moment, I felt a surge of confidence, but the important thing was what Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun had just shared. So while I can't pinpoint exactly who should join, I can specify the kind of person I'd prefer. After some thought, I decided on one characteristic for the support staff. I'd prefer someone from among the current junior employees. There was an implicit meaning behind this. All current junior employees were my peers. Not because I feel isolated in the group chat or anything. Well, to be honest, there was something suspicious about this exploration, so I didn't want someone too high up the ladder, or rather, someone overly familiar with how the company worked. It'd be nice to make more acquaintances, too. I figured it was about time to expand my network within the company. Yes. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun readily approved my request, and I found myself feeling a little excited. Who would the new face be? A few days later, I met Jang Hee-won, who was standing in front of the D-Squad office door, looking at me with a welcoming expression. I'm Jang Hee-won from F-Squad. A familiar face. It wasn't a bad result, though. Since he wasn't a superior, the exploration would likely feel more relaxed. I smiled and extended my hand to Jang Hee-won. Nice to see you again. Let's have a good exploration today. Of course, Solium SSI, I'll do my best to contribute to a clear. Jang Hee-won enthusiastically shook my hand. He was definitely a good guy. Ooh, yes, let's work well together, Tilda. When I turned, I saw another employee stepping off the elevator, smiling broadly as she approached and greeted us with a slight bow. A cheerful-looking woman about my age, wearing a pony mask. This is the support staff from I-Squad. The manual for this particular darkness recommends an even number of explorers, so 2 were assigned as support. My name's Kang Yehak Tilda, nice to meet you, supervisor and fellow employee. Right. Jang Hee-won, who had quickly bowed his head, suddenly exclaimed in realization. Oh, you're the one who's always chatting in the group chat. Yes, haha, embarrassing as it is, that's me. Kang Yehak, is it true you received 40,000 points? Haha. Now I remember. When I joined the group chat, she was the one actively digging for information, prompting me to hold back a little. She seemed to dominate the group chat's atmosphere, more focused on extracting benefits than fostering camaraderie. That same peer now smiled and extended her hand to me. Wow, the top new recruit. Nice to meet you in person. Let's work well together, Tilda. Yes, likewise. I shook her hand lightly. Straightforward. She's less sharp than I expected. I had anticipated someone more calculating, but she gave off an easygoing vibe. There was no sense that her questions were laced with ulterior motives. Well, if she's genuinely a good person, I can be thankful for that. It's much easier to work with decent people than deal with someone like Baek Deoksu, who was an absolute menace in a team setting. People who haven't experienced it wouldn't understand, screaming internally at ghosts while being stuck with a sociopath as your only companion. Oog. Let's move out. Yes, sir. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun strode forward, and we quietly followed him to the vehicle. I got in the driver's seat and set up the navigation app. We're heading to Gyeonggi-do, right, sir? Yes. So this darkness was taking us entirely out of Seoul. Judging by the exploration report I reviewed earlier, someone might misunderstand it as just a weird candy store ghost story. But Q-Turwasi 1603 was far bigger and gloomier. To enter this ghost story. Oh, we gathered late because we need to wait until sunset, right? That seems to be the case. I kindly answered Jang Hee-won and started driving. To enter this darkness, both the time and location needed to align perfectly. To access Q-Turwasi 1603, we had to travel to a residential area on the outskirts of Black Square City, Gyeonggi Province. The neighborhood, once a trendy alley business district in the early 2010s with popular restaurants and cafes, had since become quiet and desolate. In this area, promotional posters for local stores were occasionally spotted on utility poles. In the center of the poster, a QR code was printed alongside the phrase, "Visit the Death Lane of Black Square City." Do not stare at the text on the poster for too long. For convenience, the company had pre-secured a poster, covering everything except the QR code. "Supervisor, I'll scan the QR code for you." Thank you." When scanned, the QR code directed to the download page of an event app certified by the Black Square City local government. It was noted that the app could be downloaded only if the user was under 40 years old. A short while later, we reached our destination. After parking in a public lot, we stepped out and began walking along a quiet alley. It was the twilight hour, as the short winter day gave way to dusk. While many restaurants and cafes still remained, the alley had a stagnant air typical of one trendy districts past their prime. "Activate the app now." I looked at the screen. After an opening featuring Black Square City's old logo and mascot, in a slightly outdated design. When the app was first launched at this location, just before twilight, a navigation feature was activated to guide the user. The app began directing us. "Head toward Death Lane. Follow the arrow." My current location appeared on GPS, like augmented reality displayed on the smartphone screen. "Let's walk." Keeping our eyes fixed on our respective phone screens, we moved together. "Follow the arrow." At first, everything seemed normal. The app guided us along one of the main alleys, gradually leading us toward the outer edges of the district. But as time passed, the path began to distort. "Follow the arrow." It directed us through narrow gaps between houses, into buildings through front doors and out the back. Sometimes it even led us to dead ends, only to make us double back. The dim alleyways grew darker and eerier, and an uncanny unease began to creep in. The nape of my neck felt cold, strange murmurs without proper grammar reached my ears, and shadowy figures seemed to flicker just out of sight. "Stay calm." But I couldn't turn my head. While following the app's navigation, do not take your eyes off the screen for more than 3 seconds or deviate from the guided path under any circumstances. Failure to comply will result in being classified as missing. In silence, we kept moving, carefully avoiding bumping into or startling each other. "Follow the arrow." I just saw something straw. SHH. After about 16 minutes of walking in silence, the faint twilight glow completely vanished. The already dim alley was now plunged into total darkness, all light gone. Only the glow of our smartphone screens illuminated the residential area. "Tack. Ta-ta-tack." One by one, lights began to flicker on along the dark alley. The street-side shops lit up. Yellow and blue lights from the signs bathed the alley in an eerie glow. But this wasn't the familiar, worn-down district we'd seen earlier. Rustle, rustle. The bustling figures of shadowy people filled the alley. The signs, though seemingly familiar at a glance, bore distorted and unrecognizable names. The various shops lining the alley had their doors wide open, welcoming customers. Ding! The app displayed a celebratory message. "Congratulations, you've arrived safely. Welcome to Death Lane." Have we arrived? Yes. We had successfully entered. Right into the heart of the ghost story. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Black 16th Avenue. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Inc. Identification code Q-Turwasi 1603. A street lined with shops where beings other than humans solicit customers. Explorers who access this alley through the smartphone app must never close the app. Walk slowly. We nodded silently and followed Chief Lizard, stepping deeper. Into the strange alley. Chapter 89. Death Lane. A grotesque alley whose name seems inspired by one trendy hotspot districts. If a civilian casually downloaded the app from the flyer and got caught up in this, they might initially be confused. The first area they encounter, the main alley of Death Lane, is filled with street vendors, making it seem like a lively night market at first glance. But upon closer inspection, confirmed items sold at Death Lane stalls. One beaded strap. A strap made of crimson string and ivory beads. Touching it leaves salt and ash on the hands, and the beads writhe and vibrate. Employees who touched the strap later complained of prolonged distress, claiming to hear cries for help, sobbing, and the voice of Black. Recovered after a short-term memory erasure procedure. 2. Traditional bubble gum. gum with reversed lettering printed on it. A balloon inflates inside the throat rather than the mouth, removed just before suffocation. 3 floral slippers. A civilian who tried on these slippers under the vendor's insistence reported seeing fire, blades, and black square beneath their feet, followed by black square black. They then disappeared, sobbing, into the alley. 4 picture frame. Displays an image of a close relative being murdered. By this point, anyone would understand. To leave here safely, I must avoid looking at anything. The items being sold are all unusable by a normal person, yet the vendors actively solicit customers. The best strategy is to act disinterested, like someone with a destination in mind, and quickly pass through. However, as you escape from the flashy signs and bright lights into smaller alleys, the strangeness grows stronger. Because it never ends. The alleys grow narrower and narrower, eventually becoming so tight that no person could fit through. If you reach that point, it's over. That's right, you can't simply walk out of this lane. So what should you do? It's simple. Just as you followed the navigation guide on the app to enter, you must use that same navigation guide to exit. Ding! It's begun. I glanced at the new event page that popped up on my smartphone app. Death Lane Step Count Challenge. Don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 10,000. This is it. The very thing that lures people into the ghost story, and at the same time, the most straightforward and safest lifeline for escape. If you successfully complete the Step Count Challenge on the smartphone app, you can leave the alley. This is the only way out. But while I, the coward, was busy thinking about this, the ghost story resident in my pocket seemed fully immersed in the night market atmosphere. It's been a while since I visited a place like this. Isn't this a rare spot for a show host to visit personally? There's certainly a charm to exploring such a lively night market. Why not pick out something that suits us, friend? The quality may not be ideal, but a piece or two for keepsakes wouldn't hurt. Ugh. No, let's buy something from elsewhere. I should get something better for a friend. How touching, very well. This brawn will also think of something that suits a friend. And then, at that moment, Garasomi Tihayan Jispesa AL to show W Yoyu. One of the street vendors grabbed my arm. Ovar Hiri Ive Gotsomi Thing even better. Lati Me Sow Yoyu, Komi I inside. Behind the vendor there was nothing, no open door, no shop, no space. Yet the vendor insisted again. Come inside. Don't look directly. Without closely examining the vendor's face, I just needed to calmly and naturally refuse. I barely managed to open my mouth. But before I could speak, Chief Lizard grabbed the vendor's arm. Tightly. The vendor flinched as the red vertical pupils of Section Chief Lee Jahian focused on them. The vendor averted their gaze and quietly released my arm. Then, as if nothing had happened, they began soliciting another shadowy figure. So that actually worked. I just realized something new. Even ghosts seem to mind their manners around the lizard. Thank you. Yes. Physical exorcism, nothing could be more convenient. Come to think of it, I was supposed to receive some equipment from Section Chief Lee that enhances physical strength as a custom parent item. I'll have to bring that up after this mission is over. For now, though, Chief Lizard remained quiet, likely because this was a situation with real threats. He refrained from giving instructions that would only make someone with nerves of steel pass out. Instead, he simply said one thing. In cases where more than 4 people enter, it's standard procedure to split into pairs and explore new paths if possible. Mr. Rodeer, choose a pair. Oh, I see. Since I technically outrank the others, the squad leader likely wants to balance the pairs by assigning me to a different one. What a shame I'll miss the lizard's strength. The convenience I just experienced was almost addictively sweet. Still, it was expected. At least I had already entered with Section Chief Lee Jahian, so if things went south, I could rely on him, like during the exhibition Darkness. So I need to pick someone to accompany me from a batchmate. I spoke politely. Since we're acquainted, may I go with Mr. Buffalo? Yes. It seemed logical to stick with someone familiar for ease of movement. Especially since I need to check that chocolate packaging. Besides, I figured Kang Yihak might prefer to pair up with the squad leader. Kang Yihak interjected. Oh, wait a moment. Would it be okay if I went with Mr. Buffalo instead? Huh? Since you two were originally on the same squad, it wouldn't feel right for a support staff to split you up. Plus, I have something to discuss with Mr. Buffalo. Kang Yihak diplomatically explained that, since this wasn't a high-grade ghost story, it should be fine for 2 junior employees to follow the manual together. If both of you are okay with it, it should work just fine. Yes. The lizard nodded. Move in a group of 3. Pardon, sir. Mr. Roe Deer, Ms. Pony, and Mr. Buffalo, move as a group of 3. Kang Yihak managed to respond without losing their friendly demeanor. Oh, thank you, but is it not going to be risky for you to go alone, Section Chief? Yes. Well then. At this point, further persuasion was futile. A group of 3, huh? Before leaving, Section Chief Lee approached me. Mr. Roe Deer. Without warning, he handed me something. If a problem arises, press this. A small, round, brown object dropped into my hand. A button. I'd used the same thing during the Tuesday quiz show. It was Assistant Manager Yoon Hae's communication device. You've made contact with Assistant Manager Falcon. Yes, she asked me to deliver it to you yesterday. I nodded slowly. Thank you. Yes. And with that, the lizard vanished into the depths of the alley. Well, let's move as well and make our way out of this street vendor alley. Yes. Yes. I began walking with my 2 fellow rookies. Don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 9,130. Walking through the eerie, brightly lit vendor alley while keeping the app running turned out to be more mentally draining than expected. Especially since you couldn't afford to let your guard down for even a moment. Who? Jang Hee-won began to lift his mask slightly to wipe away the sweat that had accumulated underneath. Wait. Be careful. I stopped him immediately. It's best to strictly follow the anonymity manual here, Mr. Buffalo. Yes. Jang Hee-won slowly lowered his hand and wiped the sweat off without removing his mask. One of the street vendors, who had been observing him closely, resumed their sales pitch. Whisper, whisper. Phew. The vendors in this alley have an aggressive tendency to sell their goods and claim payment by any means. To avoid getting caught up in this, it's crucial not to reveal any personal information, appearance, or vulnerabilities. The company's manual was precise. The moment you fail to follow this, you'll be passively drawn into their sales trap. Like those people hovering at the far end of the alley. This place is incredible. I had no idea it was here. What's that? It looks so real, I'll buy it. That's the one, yes, it's a real person. The problem was that they had no masks or information to hide their identities. W8, why does that person have 3 eyes? Oh right, humans always had 3 eyes, my bad, I must have been mistaken, I'll go buy another eye, honey. Sure, trade it for an ear. They followed the vendor into the alley and disappeared. It's too late. That's how they go missing. A chilling fear ran down my spine. But I couldn't show it, not in front of my fellow rookies. Instead, I clenched my teeth and feigned composure as I kept walking. For now, let's just get out of this street. Mr. Roe Deer, over there. Jang Hee-won pointed with a trembling hand. It was a person walking right past us. A high school student with a nervous expression, glancing around anxiously. Damn it. This is... Jang Hee-won hastily rummaged through his bag and pulled out a black cloth mask. He walked straight up to the student and handed it over without preamble. Wear this. What? This could go horribly wrong. I immediately stepped in. Stay calm, put on the mask quickly, and no matter what anyone says, stay quiet and keep walking. What oh? Try not to look around. Act as if you're just here for a casual stroll. Whether it was due to the influence of my silver heart badge or something else, the student, sensing something was off, hesitantly took the mask Jang Hee-won offered. Do not turn off the Death Lane app and complete the 10,000 steps. That's the only way out. The student, their face a mixture of suspicion, anxiety, and alertness, glanced at us before turning and running in the opposite direction. Jang Hee-won looked like he wanted to call out but hesitated, eventually giving up. The student had already disappeared into the distance, and Kang Yihak was just watching with a calm smile. And I could guess the other reason. By the way, Jang Hee-won muttered incredulously. That student, wasn't that the uniform of Sekwang Technical High School? Indeed. In this space, you can witness all sorts of things. Dead friends, family members who disappeared in childhood, victims of major accidents, pedestrians in 1980s attire, or even students from schools that don't exist in reality. Countless customers, onlookers, and products flow through this alley. But it's best to act as if you didn't see anything here. Staying unnoticed is the basic rule of the manual. Oh, got it. Jang Hee-won took another deep breath. I'll keep that in mind. Hey, no need to be too tense. Just like the manual says, let's act like we're casually exploring this alley as if we're out with friends. Kang Yihak had a point. The manual strongly recommended maintaining a natural demeanor, as if you were just visiting the district with acquaintances. Still, let's stay cautious as we move. Yes. We continued walking through the crowd, trying our best not to bump into anyone or draw attention. Step, step. With every step on the alley's cobblestones, the app's counter ticked down. And when the 1,000-digit number changed, don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 8,999. A gap between the street vendors came into view. A passage. It was a path leading into a narrower alley. Beyond it, the street vendors disappeared, replaced by formal shops selling various daily necessities. We'll turn here. At that moment, oh, since we're entering a new alley, how about we try to be even more natural now? Kang Yihak chimed in. Could you elaborate a bit more on what you mean? Kang Yihak grinned. Let's try to score some rare finds. There are a lot of exploration records about finding good items here, so why not do a little market browsing ourselves? It's the most natural thing to do, after all. Shopping plain and simple. But the manual specifically advises against that. Jang Hee-won was right. While purchasing items deemed useful for exploration wasn't outright prohibited, it wasn't encouraged either. Any risks associated with such purchases wouldn't be eligible for workplace injury compensation. That bottom line sounded shady, but there was a clear reason why the manual discouraged it. The likelihood of impulsive buying was high. The longer you walked, the more this street would tempt you with appealing shops and goods. Employees, gradually losing their reason in this bizarre place, often ended up snatching up dangerous items without a second thought. Even when payment didn't involve ordinary currency. And yet Kang Yihak brought this up anyway. What's her angle? She definitely had some hidden motive. Politics, life's unscripted variety show. But if you back down, it turns into a documentary. We can't have that. Let's go, Mr. Roe dear. Sigh. I'd hoped meeting new people might be refreshing, but here we are again. Well, no choice. I flashed Kang Yihak a grin. Sure. The browsing sounds fun. Oh, you're on the same page, supervisor. I knew you'd agree. Yes. Then I casually raised my hand and pointed toward a certain shop I was all too familiar with. How about that one? Fresh meat butcher shop. A shop displaying live organs and body parts. Identifiable by its red and blue lights and the blood-stained apron of the shopkeeper seated in front of the glass window. The goods look promising. Let's head inside. I took a step toward the butcher shop. This is what you call the "you can't reason with a lunatic" strat. Chapter 90. In the ghost story Death Lane, each alley has its own theme. Just like how shops in real life often cluster together by type, forming a commercial district. Of course, these alleys appear unpredictably, and their occurrence rates vary. Confirmed sections of Death Lane. 1 street vendors. 2 bookstores. 3 pets. 4 jewelry. 5 everyday goods. 6 lighting. 7 meat. Currently, we were in the alley that sells everyday goods. But somehow, I was heading straight for the most uninviting shop in this alley. A butcher shop displaying hanging, writhing organs and flesh. Wriggle, wriggle. Think of it as a haunted house. It's fine, nothing here looks like its original form and life. They're just parts. I'll pretend this is an animatronic attraction at an amusement park. Wait, no, thinking about amusement parks just reminds me of cheerful theme park, and that's even scarier. See, calm down. I can't back down now. Feigning composure, I took steady steps toward the butcher shop. Fresh meat butcher shop. Beneath the red and blue lights shining on the glass window, the shopkeeper, who had been sharpening a knife on a stone, raised their head. A hulking figure in a blood-soaked apron. Upon closer inspection, a skinned cow with only chunks of flesh left on its head stared back at us. Creak. It gestured toward us, as if inviting us closer with the promise of good service. Supervisor, wait. Kang Yihak stepped in front of me. I don't think we need anything from this shop. Let's check out another one. But the shopkeeper's already signaling us. It'd feel rude not to go in. Quite right. It's good manners after all. No. Realizing her voice had grown too loud, Kang Yihak quickly lowered it, speaking urgently. The manual explicitly says not to enter meat-themed alleys. She was correct. Manual entry, meat-themed alleys. Upon discovering a meat-themed alley in Death Lane, do not enter. Stay in the previous alley. If entry is unavoidable, e.g., being chased by a vendor, block out sound using earbuds and walk 1,000 steps as quickly as possible to move to the next alley. If a companion gets caught up in a vendor's sampling offer, leave them behind and move ahead at a faster pace. Just reading these instructions was enough to send chills down one's spine. That's true. Oh, so you remember, then. So, I want to shop. And with that, I strode toward the butcher shop. Mr. Rowe, dear. I'm sorry, Mr. Buffalo, you're free to run if you want. But I could hear the footsteps of both my companions following me. Apparently, they decided to stick with me. I thought they'd bolt. Maybe I'm the one who wanted to run the most. But if I stopped now, I'd likely end up dragged around by Kang Yihak's schemes again. So I kept moving forward. Eventually, the three of us stood side by side in front of the brightly lit butcher shop, with its grotesque display of writhing body parts. Of course, I was at the front. What? The skinned cow stared at me. Ugh. I couldn't look too closely. I unfocused my eyes and glanced near the shopkeeper's neck, but the sight of pulsing veins made me quickly shift my gaze to their blood-stained apron. The apron was somehow less disturbing. Hello, do you offer fresh packages by any chance? Odd. You have a lot of good cuts here. Could I see the front limbs? Thud. The skinned cow's head moved, opening the glass door. From within, the front limbs were pulled out and displayed before me. Still writhing, still alive. An animal's paw. A primate's hand. A primate's hand. Tentacles. An animal's paw. A primate's hand. And then a trembling human hand with a ringed finger, desperately scraping against the glass floor. Urgh. I had to hold it together. Feigning indifference, I looked down at the display. There was a suitable left hand among them. What a pity. Having endured this mental torment, it'd be nice to get some kind of reward out of it. Pushing aside thoughts of Assistant Manager Yoon Hage, I paused for a moment before speaking to the butcher. Something with sturdy bones would be better for a rich broth. Do you happen to have anything with eyes? Thud. Having already been declined once, the shopkeeper's movements grew rough. I could faintly hear my companions holding their breath behind me. I, too, took a deep breath to suppress my fear. The display. The front limbs were cleared away, revealing rows of eyeballs before me. A black sclera eye with violet irises. A fist-sized blue eye. A lens with bits of flesh still attached. A white, trembling eye unfocused. And a desperate dark brown eye gazing at me. I closed my eyes briefly, then opened them. That one looks good. I pointed to the first one displayed, the black eye with the glinting violet iris. I'd like to buy it, no need to cut it up. The skinned cow stared blankly at me before extending its hand. A clear gesture, payment was required. Kang Yihak murmured in a small voice. Supervisor, maybe you should subtly check what form of payment they want. No need. I retrieved a box from my tattoo inventory. Thud. A heavy box filled with corn and carrots landed in front of the shop. I'll pay with this. When attempting barter at this butcher shop, the items must be food consumable by cattle. That's right. While the shops in Death Lane often use peculiar currencies, we don't have access to them. So we have to rely on bartering. Since each shop accepts different goods, I'd stuffed my tattoo inventory with a mix of daily necessities, jewelry, and snacks, including a box of vegetables. Of course, some shops demand something no sane person would willingly give, but this should suffice here. How much of this would you like? The butcher extended its hand to take the entire pile of vegetables. My companions, who had been silently horrified by my inventory trick, suddenly looked relieved. Oh, the trade went through. Hold on, all of it. I frowned and interrupted. That's too expensive. I mean, no matter how fresh it's been packaged, there should be limits. It wasn't easy for me to bring these here in such good condition. Mr. Rowe, dear. My companions now stared at me as if I'd lost my mind, but I kept talking. Did you raise the price just because I selected it, or is this a general supply issue? Odd. I see you've been struggling, but even so this goes over my budget, who? I let the silence hang deliberately. The shopkeeper remained silent as well. The skinned cow's head seemed to blankly watch me before finally moving toward what appeared to be the cash register. It returned holding a handful of rusted coins, with all numbers and letters printed in reverse. The local currency. Yes. Success. Not all shops accept bartering, and in those cases you need coins to escape. Ah, how perfectly scripted, the joy of a well-prepared performance. Smiling, I accepted the coins. This change will do. Thank you, I'll take my purchase now. The skinned shopkeeper excitedly rose and began packaging the item I bought. The wildly rolling black eye was sealed in transparent liquid and handed to me in a plastic wrap. I tried my best not to look too closely at either the coins or the item. Thank you. And then, drip. Blood splattered from the shopkeeper's apron onto my face, and onto Jang Hee-won's face as well. Jang Hee-won, wearing his buffalo mask, stiffened and lowered his head. He was likely fighting the urge to vomit. Damn it. I jumped in and started talking. Ah, my friend here seems a bit weak from hunger. We should head back soon so he can eat something. Please, please. The skinned cow peered intently at Jang Hee-won. Just as he began to break into a cold sweat, frozen stiff. Thud. The shopkeeper dropped an item in front of him. It was one of the ears of corn I had used as payment. Thank you. Jang Hee-won, with trembling hands, took the corn. The shopkeeper stared blankly at him for a moment before returning to their seat in front of the butcher shop's glass door. We made it. We quickly walked away from the fresh meat butcher shop. At the same time, I glanced at Jang Hee-won, who was gripping the corn tightly. More specifically, I looked at what he was wearing. Was it the mask? It seemed the shopkeeper had mistaken him for a buffalo. As expected, the masks from Daydream Inc. were no ordinary items. They worked like dream essence collectors. Phew. Don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 7,999. Our steps only stopped when the next alley came into view. I immediately checked on Jang Hee-won. Are you okay? Oh, yes. Well, since the blood was all cleaned off and the cuts were neat, I think I'm fine now. Isn't it more horrifying that they were so clean yet still alive? But fear points differ from person to person. Best to respect that. At least he seemed okay now, which was a relief. His complexion looked fine too. Just as we were about to move again. What was that just now? How did you manage that trade? Kang Yihak finally started asking questions. All right. Let's go all in one more time. I deliberately asked back in a casual tone. What do you mean? That thing you bought? The manual clearly says to avoid meat-themed alleys, but you handled it all so smoothly, like you were prepared. I was prepared, but I couldn't admit that, so I replied. It was obvious. From the manual's description of meat-related shops, I figured it'd be like a restaurant district. The problem usually comes from eating things, right? I lifted the bag containing my purchase. But this is a butcher shop. I assumed I could just buy without eating anything. And judging by the display, I spun the bag around to show them the bizarre black eyeball. Since it's alive, I figured it could be used for something else. For example, organ transplants. Exactly. Explorers don't buy food at this butcher shop. There's a record of an employee successfully attaching a tongue purchased from the fresh meat butcher shop into their mouth. It functioned perfectly, enabling movements impossible for humans. If you attach a fresh, still-living part from this shop to a missing body part, it becomes functional. Sometimes, it even carries over abilities the original part possessed. Of course, blindly approaching this shop without knowing that, and trying to buy something is absolutely insane. So I rambled on. In places like this, it's vital to make creative inferences from limited clues. No, it's not. Trying to gain an edge through wild guesses is a surefire way to get yourself killed. Everyone knows that such moves are a last resort when there's no other escape. But I had no choice but to act calm and crazy. After all, lunatics always have their own impeccable line of logic. I succeeded with my inference. Is there a problem? There were bound to be plenty. Sure enough, Kang Yihak stared at me with her mouth agape. Yep, she's baffled. Well, whoa, that startled me. You're absolutely right. Her eyes gleamed through the pony mask. Wow, I see now. To achieve high rewards, you have to think differently from the crowd. I've been too cautious, worrying about risks this whole time. Life is all or nothing anyway, isn't it? Haha, exactly. Wait a second. Something's off here. All right, let's move forward. Wow, it's been a while since I've met a superior worth emulating. At that moment, it hit me. Silver Heart. I still had the Silver Heart badge pinned inside my pocket. And I used it while rambling nonsense, so it ended up convincing her. The issue was that this situation was still bizarre. The Silver Heart isn't a brainwashing tool, it's a persuasion tool. Its effectiveness relies on both logical validity and emotional resonance. So logically, this kind of absurd rant shouldn't have worked. I'll make sure to support your endeavors from now on, Supervisor. Haha. I get it now. This person genuinely believes the insane logic I spouted made sense. What kind of person is this? A cold sweat trickled down my back. I turned to my one last hope, a sane colleague. Mr. Hyowan, at least you. Yes, I'll support you too. Where did this go wrong? Jang Hee-won's face was lit up with the look of someone thinking, wow, I've been helped again, how lucky. He was already fully convinced. Congratulations, you've earned the trust of your colleague's friend. Sure, but something feels off. For now, the only option was to keep walking and get out of here. First, escape. Don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 6,999. Surprisingly, the next alley went smoothly. So did the one after that. These are lighting shops. Don't look directly at the windows or you'll risk going blind or getting burned. Let's pretend we're chatting and avoid looking at them as we walk. Got it. The alleyways were lined with all sorts of bizarre and mystical shops. Still, since I knew the manual by heart, it felt like taking a pop quiz after memorizing the textbook. Of course, the stakes were death if I got even one answer wrong, so I stayed hyper-focused. Oh, a pharmacy. Shall I try buying something there this time? What do you think, Supervisor? You okay with it, Mr. Buffalo? Yes, I'm fine with it. The items don't seem particularly valuable, so let's keep moving. All right, gotta save our bullets for the big stuff, haha. Why does it feel like they expect me to make bold purchases again? And the worst part, it seemed like they'd fully support me if I did. That was the most nerve-wracking part. Meanwhile, the shop I suspected might have the chocolate I came here for wasn't anywhere to be seen. It was exhausting, sneaking glances around without making eye contact with the shopkeepers. Who? Then, at that moment, don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 4,999. Supervisor, a new alley appeared. I stopped and looked at the narrow gap between the pharmacies. From within, a foul stench wafted out. It was a cramped back alley, barely half the width of the street vendor alley, but overwhelmingly dark. Whoosh! The alley stretched ahead, lined with rickety side doors. A few gas lamps flickered faintly, barely lighting the way. In that dim light, thick sewer-like sludge oozed from pipes beside the doors, only to disappear into the darkness. And beneath the gas lamps, leaning against the walls, were skeletal, hunched silhouettes. Glance. Clad in filthy, tattered uniforms, they stared right at us. Taking everything into account. Even if this wasn't a ghost story, the atmosphere screams turn around and get out immediately. The alley exuded a chilling and eerie vibe that made any normal transaction seem impossible. This isn't in the manual. Right. At this point, even Daydream Inc. hadn't conducted an official exploration here. It was an unfamiliar and unknown alley to the staff. The problem was, I have to go in there. Tears welled up. And the fact that I wouldn't even have to convince my teammates to enter this insane place also made me want to cry. With a heavy heart, I turned to my companions and said, "We're going into that alley." Their response is, "Understood. Looks like a black market spot. High profits guaranteed." Please let me be the only lunatic in this group. Chapter 91. A grimy back alley. Even within the noisy, bizarre night market filled with non-human entities, this dark and foul-smelling place felt distinctly out of place. Under the flickering gaslights, strange figures in uniforms fixed their hollow eyes on me as I stood at the mouth of the alley. This looks like the kind of place you'd rather avoid stepping into with polished shoes. But I had to go, and I couldn't let my teammates notice that I was momentarily frozen by the sight. Slosh. I stepped into the back alley. My teammates followed close behind. Glap slosh. Walking between narrow walls under dim gaslights, we passed rows of tightly clustered side doors. It was surreal. The scene felt like stepping into a poorly stitched-together image, meant to stretch endlessly with its strange side doors. As we walked between the doors, eyes stared at us from both sides. Figures in filthy, stained uniforms. Their abnormally thin black bodies stood silently against the walls, their heads turning to follow us. A star is always subject to attention, but even stars need a break. As always, this brawn could relieve that burden for you. I felt like screaming and begging him to do exactly that, but... No, it's fine. I couldn't use lights out now. I'll save it for when I truly need it. Of course. Right, I had to endure this. Stick to the plan. I swallowed hard and kept walking. Just as the chill creeping up my neck made my legs stiffen to the point where walking became difficult. My teammate's exclamation snapped me out of it. The endless side doors, the figures in uniforms, and then... Just one. A door slightly ajar. The door was protruding slightly. From the crack came an inky darkness. Wow, seriously. It was straight out of a horror movie. My eyelids twitched from the tension. But I had to say this. There's a door slightly open over there. It seems like a welcoming sign. Let's go in. Yes. I see. Shouldn't they be questioning this nonsense? But I had to do what needed to be done. Taking a deep breath, I approached the single open door. The closer I got, the stronger the urge to run, but I resisted. I bent down to peer into the narrow crack of the black door, and came face to face with a bloodshot eye. Calm down. I had anticipated this. No panicking, no stupid moves. I carefully slid something I had prepared through the door crack. A pack of cigarettes. My hand trembled. It felt like something icy grazed my fingertips. Creak. The door creaked open wider. A few. In this alley, entering shops was generally prohibited, but the use of addictive items like alcohol or cigarettes occasionally allowed for temporary exploration. I did it. Retrieving my now empty hand, I clenched my teeth. Wow, I could cry seriously. Opening a business contact's door with a simple 5,001 investment. You're amazing, supervisor. Right. I'd rather have someone else persuade me to that degree, honestly. I'd be able to just go ahead comfortably like them. But since I was the one who had done the persuading, I could only trudge forward in regret. The bloodshot eye was gone, but a faint scent of cigarettes lingered. Better than before. I sighed in relief and stepped inside. It was pitch black, but I could vaguely make out shapes. Stacks of boxes and items draped in black cloth formed a maze-like space. The musty scent of a warehouse filled the air. If this is a discount warehouse or overstock store, we could find plenty of valuable items. Too bad it was. Pushing past the boxes, I finally spotted what I was looking for. Mr. Roe Deer over there. Yes. A second door stood deeper inside. It looked similar to the one we just entered, but it was less worn and much cleaner. I guess I'll have to open this one too. At least I wasn't at the back of the group this time. I stepped forward, grabbed the doorknob, and pulled hard. A dazzling, colorful light pierced my eyes. As my vision gradually recovered from the flood of light, the space before me slowly came into focus. A dazzling scene filled my eyes. Elegant chandeliers made of crystal and brass, deep-toned wooden structures forming the interior framework, and walls adorned with golden frames and thick, glossy green velvet curtains. But the most striking element was the 3 ivory torsos lining the walls. Each displayed an unfinished suit or dress, with disembodied gloved hands meticulously measuring and tailoring the garments in between. My teammates gawked, their mouths hanging open. This place. How could such a scene suddenly appear after that eerie back alley, one might ask? To put it simply, that was truly a back alley. Confirmed sections of Death Lane. 38 Boutique Back Alley. We had entered this lavish boutique through the filthy back streets. Naturally, we weren't legitimate customers. We were nothing more than thieves who'd slipped in through a slum-like area filled with vagrants and dismissed laborers, bribing our way in with a pack of cigarettes. But irregular methods in ghost stories weren't exactly new. If things go south, we'll just bolt. If caught trespassing, we'd likely face a gruesome fate, but that's when I'd rely on brawn to erase our presence and escape. The backdoor exit is ready, after all. That's why I'd saved my request to brawn until now. I stepped forward. Whoa, please don't be impressed, everyone. Despite my nervousness, the gloves tending to the torsos reacted in unison. F-weep. With a light whistle, the gloves suddenly attached themselves to the bodies of mannequins clad in sophisticated Navy uniforms. They resembled the figures we saw in the alley, but were far cleaner, neater, and more detailed. Even the heads appeared. The mannequins' painted faces stared back at us. Don't make eye contact. I quickly averted my gaze. It was eerie but bearable. The mannequin bowed deeply, its posture polite, and gestured for me to follow. Of course, following it would result in certain disappearance. Assistant Manager Choi went missing after following the directions of a mannequin clerk. These were the last words in the last communication from the employee. I think I'm heading to the membership registration corner of Boutique Street. Additional note, a vagrant wearing the missing employee's broken glasses was later spotted in the back alley of the boutique, presumed to be the employee. Refer to Exploration Record 145. It implied the assistant manager had been forced into labor for debt repayment upon being exposed as a trespasser, or perhaps the membership registration fee never got paid. Either way, I tried not to imagine what those grotesque figures in tattered uniforms once were. That's irrelevant now. The only thing that mattered was this. Membership registration was dangerous and must be avoided. For now, I'll try to buy something at the non-member price. If only members could purchase, I'd bolt. My life was worth more than what I came for. But as I raised my hand to gesture goodwill, the mannequins flinched, as though a signal had appeared on their printed faces. They bowed again, and I knew exactly why. I turned my arm to check. Beneath my raised shirt cuff, a familiar Latin word peeked through. Socius. Does this count as membership verification? The mannequin bowed deeply. Now this was unsettling. This is the second time already. The theme park membership, tattoo left by the mascot, had granted me authority within another ghost story. Socius. The Latin term for companion, member, kinsman. As Braun had said, the word's meaning seemed to carry universal significance across different places. Even the Fox counselor had recognized it. Why did it leave this on me? Before, I might have seen it as sheer luck and moved on, but things felt different now. I'd experienced firsthand how devastating contamination could be. This thing is powerful, but it's bound to affect me just as strongly. This was no ordinary mark, summoned through some verified ritual. It was an unpredictable, potent symbol etched into my skin. Still, the membership verification had already succeeded. If it was dangerous, I might as well use it wisely. Show me the items. The mannequins nodded once more and moved toward the torsos they had been working on. They pulled back the curtain behind them, revealing a glass display case as if by magic. Inside was a sleek, elegant suit, similar in style to the one I was currently wearing, though its deeper hues and peculiar sheen gave it an otherworldly quality. The mannequins clasped their hands politely and looked at me, as if asking if I liked it. "It begins." I raised my hand. "Hold on, I'm mostly looking for small, giftable accessories. There was one important rule to remember here. You must never be greedy. Attempting to take something beyond your means would undoubtedly result in a price far too steep for any human to bear, whether in barter or currency. So I needed to narrow my scope. I'd prefer something casual and easy to wear daily." The curtain fell, and when it rose again, the contents of the glass display had changed, as if by magic. Gone were the torsos. Instead, there were 3 or 4 upper-body mannequins. Around their necks, arms, and fingers, accessories gleamed under the light. I scanned them carefully, picking out the lightest and least conspicuous item. A thin silver ring. Its elegant engraving was delicate, and it looked as though it required the least material to craft. In other words, it appeared to be the cheapest. "How much is this?" The mannequins simultaneously raised their hands, pointing at my companions behind me. "Of course. According to the standard form of barter in this boutique is human lives." Assistant Manager Black successfully posed as an existing boutique member using mind-disrupting equipment. Purchased item ring. Cost 3 civilians, 1 age 35, 2 age 21. For government audit purposes, this exploration record was transferred. Full document access limited to sea-level security clearance. "Mr. Rodeer." You excuse me, but what exactly is happening right now?" "RIC, please wrap it up." The mannequins moved with precision, delicately removing the chosen ring from the glass case. From somewhere they brought out a silk string with an elegant tag and tied it to the ring. Then, as if inviting me to inspect it, they presented it to me. On the tag, fine script was written in impossibly tiny, elegant letters. Rather than risk treading the direct path to Death Lane contamination by trying to read it, I turned to my reliable friend. "Braun, would you mind reading this?" "No problem," it says. "Specialized tailoring, eternal luster that never fades, the craftsmanship of a noble artisan always present." Sounds like the kind of pitch that appealed to nouveau rich or social climbers. Oh, but let's keep that between us, friend. Right. As expected. Never fades, always present. Those keywords were exactly what I had anticipated. They suggested abilities tied to durability and permanence. I recalled that in the exploration record mentioning the purchased item, ring, there was a separate wiki entry describing its origins. A large-scale mental contamination incident. The sole surviving company employee from that incident had reportedly traded 3 civilians for this boutique's ring and worn it to survive. How could I not think of that? The event was connected to the merch that I owned. That one catastrophic train accident, all because of the Silver Heart. Employee Black. The only surviving Daydream Inc. employee from the Tamra Express disaster. They claim to have lost the piece of equipment, a ring, immediately after the incident. The ring was suspected to have played a decisive role in their survival. This incident was documented under the Disaster Management Bureau's human error cases, and it held the longest entry, even adapted into a short story for the company's wiki. A ring crucial enough to ensure survival without contamination during such a massive disaster. To provide coherence and narrative depth to the ring's origin, the boutique entry was created as its source. In short, the accessories and garments sold here are indirectly verified by the wiki. When worn, they supposedly provide resistance in situations that disrupt the steadiness of one's mind, such as mental confusion or brainwashing. In short, this could be powerful mental defense equipment. A must-have for someone like me, who'd narrowly escaped disaster due to contamination before. I raised my head. Perfect, I'll take this ring. Chapter 92. The mannequin staff lined up neatly and began clapping in unison. It was an enthusiastic response to my decision to purchase the ring. Meanwhile, the 2 colleagues who had followed me stood there, dumbfounded by the situation. The ring I had chosen, paired with the 2 humans deemed suitable for barter. Clap. The mannequins stopped clapping, and as if preparing to finalize the payment, began walking toward the two standing behind me. I raised my hand. However, I'd like to propose a change in the payment method. The mannequins halted abruptly and turned to look at me. Yes, it was true that this boutique accepted humans for barter. It had been done before, and the transaction was still viable. But why did they accept humans in the first place? If you think about it fundamentally, labor, whether as grunt workers or as individuals promoted to become mannequins like these, the wiki had already detailed this fact. In other words, humans were accepted because they provided definite operational support for the boutique. So aside from labor, what else could offer definite support to the store? Even in Daydream Inc., the answer was obvious. Resource procurement. I reached into my tattoo and pulled out an item, the most valuable substance I had prepared. I'd like to pay with this. A gold bar. Even in a ghost story, the sudden appearance of capitalism's shining star caused my colleagues behind me to stir. Honestly, after nearly emptying my balance on that alien shop, I debated whether or not to use this. Good thing I grabbed it on my way through Jongno. Gold and silver are classic staples in ghost stories. Unlike silver, which is primarily used for exorcisms, gold carries a more universal symbolic weight, often associated with greed or ritualistic offerings. It's a versatile currency. So, will this suffice as payment? A mannequin wearing a more formal uniform approached me. It bent its head low over the small gold bar and politely extended both hands. Success. It worked. I'd been prepared to flee if this failed, but the situation couldn't have turned out better. I placed the gold bar in the mannequin's hands. The mannequin stepped back, then returned from behind the glass case, holding the ring in even more elaborate packaging. The silver ring I had purchased now rested on a velvet cushion, embossed with an intricate snake design. Even the cushion is included. Since taking the cushion didn't prompt any reaction, I stored everything in my tattoo inventory. Next, two other mannequins stepped forward, each holding a rectangular velvet box. Though the boxes were identical in shape, their contents were different. The one on the left contained an elegant, traditional pouch, with an opening that revealed coins printed backward. Change. It was an additional profit. The pouch's weight was noticeably heavier than the coins I'd received at the butcher shop earlier, and the coins themselves were larger and thicker. Clearly, they were of a different denomination. This must all be mine. Already leaning toward the more practical option, I glanced at the other box. Inside were various small trinkets, accessories, though calling them that felt like a stretch. They didn't seem wearable or worth gambling on for potential mental defense properties. Clearly, they were trying to pitch some additional sales before handing over the change. The universal currency seems like the better option. But just as I reached that conclusion, one particular item caught my eye among the trinkets. A small ribbon hair tie. Its material was unclear, but its sleek dark brown sheen looked expensive. Interesting. Can I take that as well? I pointed at the hair tie. The mannequins clapped again and removed half of the coins from the pouch, before presenting the remaining change to me with a bow. Thank you. I accepted the neatly packaged items and stored them in my tattoo. Wow, I've been thinking about this for a while. That ability of yours looks incredible. What kind of equipment are you using? Indeed. I turned to Kang Yihak, who was grinning slyly. Did she not realize I could have bartered her and the other colleague away? Let's try this one more time. I decided to attempt one final gambit, act like a lunatic to avoid being messed with. Fixing my gaze on Kang Yihak, I spoke. I'm curious. Excuse me. If I were to sell one sentient being, how much gold could I get in return? After a brief silence, why would you even think of something so illogical? Haha. Kang Yihak laughed heartily. You'd probably get a few more gold bars by selling kidneys or corneas instead. Is this a normal way of thinking? It clearly was, so I gave up arguing. This was getting seriously unsettling. I just have to endure this until we escape from this ghost story. Instead, I decided to offer my colleagues a carrot. Here, take this. What? I divided the change from my pouch into 3 parts and handed some to each of them. I'm lending this to you. If you use it, repay me in gold. If you don't use it by the time we leave, I'll take it back. Thank you. Jang Hee-won was the first to bow his head in gratitude. I could brush off Kang Yihak as someone utterly beyond my comprehension, but I couldn't understand why Jang Hee-won was so calm. What on earth did you go through on the round-off team? At the start of this mission, I'd thought, this is going to be a reliable exploration with my sane colleagues. But now, I'd reached a point where I actually missed Baek Deoksu. At least that guy was predictably awful. Here, I was practically bathing in cold sweat. When I noticed Kang Yihak raising the coins to inspect their surface, I quickly intervened. Don't look too closely. Got it, Tilda. Kang Yihak murmured in a slightly dazed voice. Gold never fails, does it? Excuse me, Ms. Pony. Jang Hee-won quietly interjected. Isn't it dangerous to make such conclusions? There are many things more valuable than gold in this world. Haha, well, Mr. Buffalo, let me give you a tip as a fellow colleague. What do you think is the most valuable use of a wish? A wish, to save people and benefit the world, I'd imagine. Tilda, there are so many people in the world. No, it's more efficient to endlessly produce what's scarce and valuable. Kang Yihak declared, spreading her hands wide. And that is none other than the Midas touch. What? You mean the hand that turns everything it touches into gold, from Greek mythology? Exactly, Koreans really know their Greek and Roman myths. Kang Yihak grinned. Of course, I wouldn't ask for everything I touch to turn to gold. I've already thought about a specific part of the body where it wouldn't interfere with daily life. To my surprise, Jang Hee-won's gaze turned cold, reminiscent of the time during the new hire orientation when he raised his hand to ask about wish tokens, his suit and hair drenched in blood. Then why not just ask for 100 billion or 1 trillion in your bank account? But Kang Yihak didn't falter. Why waste a one-time wish on that? Besides, paper money turns into worthless scraps if this country collapses. But gold. Kang Yihak leaned her pony mask closer to Jang Hee-won. Gold never loses its value. Even when diamonds, dollars, and every other currency in the world collapse, gold has never once deviated from its upward macro trend. It's the perfect capital. Let's hear it, shall we? Our batch leader, the fastest to become a supervisor, and the record holder for the quickest point accumulation. Supervisor Rodeer, you agree with me, don't you? Before I could respond, Kang Yihak continued without pause. No need to answer, really, Tilda, after all, you brought gold bars, didn't you? You've just seen how useful gold can be as an item. That's when it hit me. Gold is money and money is power. That's the rule in human society. Kang Yihak wasn't hiding any ulterior motives, at all. This person is just absolutely obsessed with money. Sure, most people want to make money, but someone willing to weigh their soul on a scale to sell it off like this was overwhelming. Perhaps the silver heart and the commercialized atmosphere were amplifying her behavior, but I had a feeling this was her true, unfiltered self. She'd probably harbored these thoughts beneath her friendly demeanor, even before we entered this ghost story. She's dangerous. Once we leave this place, I'll make sure to avoid her. For now, I crossed my arms and maintained a neutral expression. Well, I've heard your point. I wish you success in making lots of money. Haha, yes. First, let's get out of this store. I declined the staff's offer to escort me out, claiming I'd look around a bit more before leaving. As soon as the employees reverted to their floating, disembodied hands form, I rushed out through the back door. Who? The dark alley lined with tightly packed side doors. Who would have thought this bizarre place could feel comforting? Let's complete the objective, then quickly find a relatively safe and manageable alley to finish the remaining steps before the path narrows further. Fortunately, having easily covered 1,000 steps at the boutique, a new alley appeared without much trouble. Do not give up on your body. Remaining steps, 3,999. The path between the narrow side doors was about the same width as the previous alley, but felt much more manageable. This place feels oddly familiar, doesn't it? Dim lamplight flickered softly from utility poles. Under the starlit sky, the glow of yellow light spilled gently from the signs and windows of small shops. It feels strangely nostalgic. The atmosphere resembled a quaint alley in an old residential neighborhood, exuding a cozy and comforting vibe. Of course, letting my guard down here could lead to being lured into one of the shops, where I might end up missing, or worse, losing my sanity. I recognized this place. Confirmed sections of Death Lane. 12 Old Shopping District. This alley was frequently mentioned in the manual and appeared often in exploration logs. It was also considered one of the safer paths. And it happened to be my destination. Let's move to the next alley. Got it. We stepped into the quaint, nostalgic alley. It was almost deserted. The air carried a subtle, mysterious vibe, like Christmas Eve or New Year's night. I walked past the small, modest shops with my colleagues until I stopped in front of one. It was a stationery store. Not the kind with just a few school supplies and toys for students, but one that sold snacks, much like the shops near schools in the 2000s that offered tteokbokki and cheap junk food. I glanced at the display stand. Where odeng and tteokbokki should have been, stacks of buckwheat jelly with intricate lotus patterns were piled. And above it the store sign. Sweet Stationery. Found it. This was the store said to sell chocolate bars, wrapped in packaging that matched my description. Who? Now that I was here, the tension was mounting. I turned to look at my colleagues. Mr. Rowe, dear. Gah. I nearly jumped into the air. Barely suppressing my startle, I turned my head to see a white lizard head staring blankly at me from the shadows beside a utility pole near the shop. Squad leader, how many steps do you have left? I alternated between glancing at the stationery store and the lizard before finally regaining composure. Were you waiting for us here? Yes, how many steps remain? We have about 3,900 steps left. Have you nearly completed your 10,000 steps, squad leader? Yes, I determined this alley had the highest likelihood of encountering fellow explorers, so I waited with 500 steps remaining. It seemed he had anticipated my likely arrival at this stationery store, given that our reason for entering this ghost story in the first place was tied to the snacks reportedly cited here. He almost gave me a heart attack. Still, having him give detailed answers was a relief. My opinion of the lizard as a superior fluctuated between plummeting and rising again. At that moment, Kang Yihak chimed in. Wow, squad leader, you're really reassuring. While we're here, could we check out that shop next door to rack up some steps? The shop she pointed to sold knit goods like gloves and scarves, and it had already appeared in exploration records. She even rattled the coins I'd handed her earlier as if to emphasize her point. The lizard fixed his red, vertical pupils on her. You have the currency for this place. Yes, Supervisor Solium secured it for us. Tilde truly amazing. D-Squad members are all so capable. I've learned so much from you. Haha. I see. The lizard quickly gave instructions. Enter in pairs. Do not engage in activities contrary to the manual. Return to the alley within 10 minutes. Got it. Yes, sir. Kang Yihak swiftly dragged Jang Hee-won toward the shop selling gloves and scarves. Well, since this alley and shop were relatively low risk according to the records, it made sense for Lee Jae-hyun to let them go. It worked out perfectly for me. Now I can check out the destination without sharing any secrets. I stood in front of the glass door of the stationery store. Lee Jae-hyun followed closely behind. I'm going in. Yes. Ding. I stepped inside the stationery store. Time to find the good child chocolate bar. Chapter 93. The inside of the store smelled faintly of dust, but it was warm. It had the cozy atmosphere characteristic of an old space. As if living up to its name, Sweet Stationery Shop carried a faintly sweet scent that felt almost comforting. The tension that had stiffened my shoulders began to ease. No, that wouldn't do. Stay alert. I bit the inside of my mouth once and moved forward again. Narrow shelves lined the walls like a maze, each one packed with various snacks. At the very front of the large display in the center, the names of popular products were written. Forget-me cotton candy. Softy cookie. Taste of the sun chips. Carrot, of course. Reverse bubble chomp gum. And sold out. I walked quietly, scanning the snacks with my eyes. I didn't see the good child chocolate bar, but I recognized a few familiar names and packages. Some of them were relatively safe and useful. All right, since I'm here, I might as well spend my change. They were decent as items, or I could resell them for some extra income. The last time I parted ways with Agent Bronze, the atmosphere hadn't been too bad. Maybe I could restore my sales route for creepypasta snacks through them. Considering I'd been stripped of everything down to my last gold bar, I needed a way to make money. You're picking quite a lot, friend. Be careful not to rot your teeth. I quickly picked out a few snacks. Then I turned to glance at the lizard that had been following me in silence, taking slow, deliberate steps. Section Chief, is there a snack you'd like to have? I'd like to offer one as a token of gratitude. Yes. Surprisingly, Lee Jae-hyun didn't refuse. After briefly scanning the surroundings, he grabbed a snack. Reverse bubble chompgum. Blow it like a balloon in your mouth, and your body will grow as big as a building. Certified original by Cheerful Research Institute. Beware of cheap knockoffs sold at street stalls. Are you sure about this one? Yes. Did he want to turn into a giant lizard? I pushed down my unnecessary imagination. Let's just pay. Holding the selected snacks in both hands, I headed toward the cash register in the back of the store. On the way, I scanned the entire interior again, but the Good Child chocolate bar was still nowhere to be seen. I reached the counter first in the end. Hello. The employee sitting at the iron counter gave a slow nod. Likely the store's owner, they wore a sloppy casual outfit and had a hat pulled low over their face. At first glance, they seemed like an ordinary stationery shop owner, but 6 arms tapped against the counter. Phew. I made sure never to look at their face, and instead carefully placed my selected snacks on the counter. Then I quickly pulled out my coins. Here you go. I didn't want any misunderstandings about this being a barter transaction. I recalled the first recorded successful purchase at this store in the Dark Exploration records. Purchased item carat, of course, 1 PC. Cost, memory of the second day of a family trip in 1997. Right. This stationery shop traded in memories instead of money. From happy recollections that made you smile just by thinking of them, to horrifying traumas you wanted to forget. The type of memory lost depended on the snack purchased. That's why the exploration records ranged from heartwarming to downright eerie. I had no desire to gamble on what I might lose, especially not in this creepypasta world where every bit of knowledge in my head was crucial. I just need to find that Good Child chocolate bar. I considered asking the owner directly. However, since the packaging featured something that seemed suspiciously like me, I didn't want to risk drawing unnecessary attention to it. Kindly tell me the location of the chocolate bar. Squad leader. I barely stopped myself from grabbing my direct superior by the collar. But the store owner merely pointed to a shelf without a care, still lounging deeply in their chair. Phew. So the illustration on the wrapper wasn't similar enough to me for immediate recognition. I'd seriously settle for having half the liver of a lizard. TN, in this context, liver equals guts equals courage. Maybe I should have bought some at the fresh meat butcher shop. Muttering nonsense under my breath, I leaned down toward the counter to collect my purchased snacks and remaining chain. And then I saw it. There was something behind the counter. A life-size cutout and decorative papers, hastily stashed away. A sign and a blue box filled with chocolate bars. Theme park collaboration, new product launch. Good Child chocolate bar, cinnamon churros flavor. Oh God. Found it. I quickly examined the wrapper. It depicted my hairstyle, mask, and suit far more accurately than I'd expected. Had they removed the promotion display after the event ended? No, it looked more like they had rushed to hide it. Wait a moment. I looked at the chocolate bar's packaging again. And then I realized. That product didn't use me as an advertisement model, nor did it decorate the packaging with a character that just happened to resemble me. It was, please find this good child. We are waiting for eyewitness reports. It was a missing person advertisement. Cold sweat dripped down my back as I took a step backward. That means, ding-ling-ling. I stiffly turned my head to look toward the counter. The store owner was holding the telephone. The ringing sound was connecting somewhere. Click. The moment the call connected. Here you are. I turned around, grabbed Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun and bolted. Here you are, here you are, here you are. I didn't even have time to cuss. I could barely breathe as I sprinted across the store, putting as much distance as possible between me and the counter. I reached for the door I had entered through. Huh? Why are you over there? Clack. The door locked. I turned my head to look back at the store owner, standing behind the counter. I'm leaving now, please unlock the door. A short silence. It's okay. The store owner's voice echoed in my ears. From the telephone in his hand, black liquid had begun to drip, pattering onto the floor. Thicker and thicker. Drip, drip. The once thin trickle of liquid began to pool together, twisting and distorting midair like clay being molded into shape. I came to take you back. Taking the shape of some mascot costume animal I had definitely seen before, somewhere. I desperately yanked on the door handle, but it didn't budge. Damn it, this son of a... Let go of the handle. The moment I released the door, Lee Jae-hyun slammed his left fist into the handle. Crack thud. Like a lie, the handle snapped off and fell to the floor. The door burst open with a kick, revealing the alley outside. Without hesitation, we ran. My door. A furious gushing sound erupted behind us. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of water mixing with the store owner's enraged voice chased us down the alley. My spine went ice cold. Brond, you seem to be in need of my help, friend. Exactly. Lights out for Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun too. Even him, very well, consider this my gift. Snap. A cheerful snapping sound came from the plush doll, and once again heavy darkness blanketed over me. That familiar sensation of fading away. Lee Jae-hyun's vertical pupils darted toward me. Mr. Roe, dear. I'll explain later, just run. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of water crashing against the alley walls was getting closer. Shit, shit. What happens if we get caught? No matter how much I thought about it, I had no way of knowing. The unknown outcome made it even more terrifying. I gritted my teeth. Running was the right answer. Coming here in the first place, thinking I could figure something out, that was the mistake. This was a ghost story. Seeking the truth wasn't the way to solve things. It was a shortcut to death in this kind of world. I should have just ignored it and moved on. No, I can regret it after I survive. Don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 3,441. I needed to last 400 more steps. Whatever the next alley is, I have to run that way. From behind, I could hear the alley's residents chattering as the floodwaters swirled around their ankles. Wow, how fun, what is this? The mascot is coming in a parade on the water. So fun, so fun. In Waterland, you can ride the flume ride, eat the chocolate bar, and win a trip to Waterland. Let's find the good child. Wow, the good child. That guy. Motherfucker. Who? Where is he? I don't see him. Cold sweat ran down my spine as I pushed through the ghostly crowd, making my way down the alley. Oh, of course, even when all the lights disappear, a star remains a star, and a star's fate is to endure their obsessive fans' relentless pursuit. If they know the star's defining features well, wouldn't they only search more persistently for those? Defining features. I recalled the illustration on the chocolate bar's packaging. The mask. I ripped off the mask I was wearing and shoved it into my tattoo. Then I pulled out a cap and mask, jamming them onto my face. As my movement slowed, the water behind me surged closer. In my lowered gaze, I could see the flood right there at my heels. No, the speed difference was too great. In that case, I checked another direction. Above. Squad leader, the utility pole. Yes. I grabbed onto the nearby utility pole and climbed up quickly. I had never climbed anything so desperately fast in my life. Whether my palms got scraped or not, I had to somehow. Made it. Water surged into the spot where I had just been standing. But I had successfully climbed up to just below the power lines of the utility pole. Huh? I steadied my grip, nearly loosening it in relief. For now, I'm safe. Just as I was about to twist my body and brace my legs against the alley wall for stability. Thug. From my suit pocket. My phone slipped out as the screen lit up. Splash. It fell into the water surging below. The screen cracked as it hit the stone pavement, and water seeped in, causing the app display to flicker. D. R. And then, The screen went black. Mr. Rowe, dear. All that was left of my shattered phone was a dark, blank screen. The black, writhing masses in the shape of grotesquely moving mascot chunks filled the narrow, dim alley, peering into the shop windows one by one. My phone was carried away by the current. It drifted along the alley, moving, until it vanished among the crowd following the mascot-like lump. The rushing water brushed past the utility pole I was clinging to, along with my escape route. I'm screwed. Mr. Rowe, dear. Frozen in place, I turned my head. Right below me, gripping onto the utility pole with one hand, the lizard extended something toward me. It was his perfectly intact phone screen. Death Lane exit right arrow. Follow the arrow. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun had successfully completed his 10,000 steps in this moment. I stared blankly at the navigation screen, already activated on Lee Jae-hyun's phone. And then, take this, sir. The lizard held out his phone to me. Follow the app's directions and escape. A lifeline had been thrown my way. The app does not recognize a change in user. As long as you don't deviate from the guided path, you can escape. I reached for Lee Jae-hyun's phone. But then, I clenched my teeth and refused. I can't accept this. Section Chief, that strange black water, it was definitely looking for me. It's still searching this alley right now. I had barely evaded it by removing my mask and suppressing my presence. However, if I follow the app's directions, I won't be able to avoid encountering the black water, because I can't deviate from the path. While following the app's navigation, do not take your eyes off the screen for more than 3 seconds or deviate from the guided path under any circumstances. Failure to comply will result in being classified as missing. This rule applied just the same on the way back. So, the probability of me escaping safely without disappearing is extremely low. For me to have a chance at survival, I needed to hide in another alley first before activating the navigation. I think finding another way out would give me a better chance of survival. Lee Jae-hyun's vertical pupils stared at me in silence. I see. Yes, so squad leader, you should take the phone and escape. Then he turned off his phone. Had this lizard lost his mind? What are you doing? I am following the 2-person team protocol from the manual. What kind of nonsense was that? Then why were you trying to hand me your escape route earlier? You would have been left alone, not in a 2-person team. I followed the priority order in the manual. If you require a more detailed explanation, request it after we escape. Lee Jae-hyun spoke in his usual flat tone. From now on, all conversations and questions will have less priority in favor of our survival and return. Mr. Rowe, dear, devise a new escape plan based on what you know, even if it is not documented in the manual. Dear God. Understood. I barely managed to answer. A moment later, we climbed down from the utility pole, and we started walking again, across the alley floor that had just been swept by the flood. Without navigation, without an escape plan. Chapter 94. A person who lost their phone in Death Lane and desperately tried to return to reality. I can say with certainty, I am not the first. The Dark Exploration records documented a variety of tragic and eerie ends met by such individuals. For detailed records on employees and civilians who went missing in Death Lane, refer to the document filed as Black Escape Attempt via Alley 16. For now, let's recall the common premises first. One attempting to blindly follow someone else who is receiving navigation from their phone always ends in failure. The app's navigation could not be shared. Ultimately, every attempt ended with, at some point, the person I was following simply disappeared. As these failures accumulated, people abandoned the idea and instead started looking for escape hints from within Death Lane itself. There were all kinds of methods. A store that promised to open a backdoor out of the alley if you sacrificed a limb. A passerby who claimed you could escape through a manhole. A shoe shop insisting that if you wore their shoes, you'd see the exit path. Fortunately, I don't have to try all of these methods to reach the conclusion. All of them failed. Yeah. A cruel truth, deduced through inductive reasoning. 2. The residents of Death Lane have no knowledge of the way back to reality. Everything they said was a deception. It was no different from stopping a random office worker in Seoul and asking them directions into a creepypasta. The residents here never had that knowledge in the first place. I need to abandon any expectation or plan of escaping with someone's help. That meant I had to think of an escape method, assuming I wouldn't receive any new hints at all. Who? Squad leader? Yes. I forced myself to open my mouth. I'll brief you on what I've figured out so far. Now the third premise. 3 from now on, it is impossible to enter new alleys. Normally, for app users, a new alley would appear every 1,000 steps, and they could choose whether to enter it or not. But with my step-tracking app broken, that rational system was gone as well. We're trapped in this alley. It was possible the scenery would change as we walked, but we had no control over it. As outsiders to this ghost story, we were fundamentally unable to find the path forward. Therefore, we must find a way to escape from within this alley. Yes. And now the fourth premise. Also, we must escape before dawn. A time limit. Naturally, most members of this company's field exploration team had nerves of steel. Some even deliberately tried to stay longer in certain alleys, experimenting to see if they could increase the Dream Essence's grade. There were times when the research team requested this at a corporate level. For instance, seeing how long they could last without walking, maximizing the time spent in Death Lane within the limits of their phone's battery. The result? Total communication loss. And this communication loss was not the kind where someone was later found in some grotesque transformation, like the forced laborers at the boutique back alley. It was a complete disappearance. Even a staff member who attempted to stay overnight in an inn, maintaining radio contact with dedicated equipment, ended up vanishing. Exploration team member, yes, I've entered a place called the Goldfish Eyes Inn. Just in case, I'll be taking turns standing watch with Supervisor Black Square. Exploration team member, what did I pay for lodging? Oh, well, I just used a dead body. That person was already dead anyway, so I put the body to good use. That's all you need to know. Exploration team member, anyway, I'll try staying up all night like this. If my Dream Essence grade goes up, I get proper points for it, right? What? Exploration team member, the sun is rising. Exploration team member, the sun is burning the alley. It's on fire. Everything's burning, everyone's running. I can't ask. Connection lost. I never wanted to experience something like that. This is driving me nuts. Walking through Death Lane without my phone, all these thoughts running through my head. Reality was beginning to sink in, brutally and unmistakably. The fact that I could become just another entry in those records. Time constraints, spatial constraints, method constraints. I barely managed to report to Lee Jae-hyun with a calm tone. Overall, no matter what method I come up with, it will amount to a reckless gamble. Yes. Lee Jae-hyun remained composed as ever. Aren't you worried about our current situation, squad leader? No, worrying serves no purpose in resolving the issue. Well, so basically, as long as I can present my insane idea convincingly, he'll go along with it without a word of complaint. Just like my fellow new hires who had been with me earlier. Wait, where did they go? Lee Jae-hyun had told them to be back in 10 minutes when they entered the shop next door. If they really came out after just 10 minutes, that means they were there when the alley was hit by the sudden torrent. Could they have been swept away and dragged under by the current? Supervisor? When I turned my head, I saw Kang Ye-hak and Jang Hee-won running toward us, waving their hands. Judging by the paper shopping bags in their hands, each adorned with a ball of yarn design, they had successfully completed their purchase. Aya Tilda, there you are. Kang Ye-hak beamed with a broad smile. Phew. Looks like your shopping went well. Ah, yes. The store owner seemed desperate for money. He was so eager to meet our budget, he nearly sold us his own hat. Really just a fantastic shopping experience. Then, after a quick glance at Lee Jae-hyun's face, Kang Ye-hak suddenly pretended to check her phone and hastily added, Oh, wait, how did so much time pass already? I'm so sorry. You told us to be out in 10 minutes, but we got too absorbed when we found something useful for our exploration endeavors. Truly, our apologies, squad leader. Yes. Her excuse was obviously rehearsed, but at least it was better than nothing. They must have been so engrossed in haggling that they didn't even notice the flood outside. Meanwhile, Jang Hee-won, standing beside her, looked slightly pale as he glanced warily at his shopping bag. "Mr. Bison, is there a problem with the item you purchased?" "Oh no, it's not that. It's just that among the things they were selling, some of the yarn wasn't actually yarn. There were these weird strands that looked like veins mixed in." "Good Lord. I mean, of course, I didn't buy any of that. Also, thank you so much for the coins, Mr. Roe dear. I'll make sure to repay you in gold once we get out of here. Come to think of it, shouldn't we be heading out soon? Oh, have you been counting your steps while walking around this alley? Can you share your remaining steps from the app?" Lee Jae-hyun, expressionless, gave an immediate answer. "No. Pardon. Aleg. This damn lizard." I swiftly and discreetly kicked Lee Jae-hyun's shin at an angle where no one else could see. Then, maintaining a completely natural tone, I said, "We were just walking slowly to check something. Have you both reached your step count?" "Oh, we're almost there. We did a lot of pacing back and forth while browsing in the shop." "A bit of a shame. Really, Tilda, we could have checked out 2 more alley options." Kang Yihak clicked her tongue regretfully. On her phone screen, the remaining step count was clearly displayed. "Don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 1,052. Well, since we've already spent all the money you lent us, we might as well check what the next alley looks like before heading back. Haha. Yes. Did you know? There was exactly one way for someone who had lost their phone to successfully escape this place. A method recorded multiple times, thoroughly verified and confirmed as fact. I had almost been presented with a similar opportunity just now. And that was to steal someone else's phone. Supervisor Park Do-jeong got into a scuffle with a merchant during a transaction. In the process, he sustained 3 hairline fractures to his left rib and had his phone destroyed. Successfully returned after seizing a civilian's phone. I stared at Kang Yihak's phone, dangling in the air without protection. Then said, "Yes, please return first. Squad leader, would it be all right for them to go back on their own?" "Yes." I sent my 2 batchmates away. "Well then, we'll head back, thank you." "Haha, see you at work tomorrow. We can talk more about our spoils than Tilda." The 2 of them walked down the alley and suddenly vanished. They must have entered the next alley. Don't do anything you can't handle. That's an undeniable act of evil. If I went that far, I might not be able to use my silver heart anymore. Even if that weren't the case, if I later realized I could have survived without stealing a phone, my mind wouldn't be able to bear it. Unless it's the absolute worst-case scenario, don't go that far. The moment I crossed that line, my corruption might accelerate. I traced the silver ring I was already wearing, grounding myself. "Oh, Mr. Roe dear, you chose dignity. What admirable restraint. Some guests will resort to the most disgraceful acts just to gain attention. That, too, is a kind of noble professionalism, but isn't it contestants like you who truly win over the audience?" "All right. Thanks. Though honestly, I'd rather not be compared to that." I took a deep breath, trying not to recall the chaos of the Tuesday quiz show. I was already trapped in a ghost story. I didn't need to relive the time I nearly died in another one. Instead, I focused on combing through my mental records, searching for any clue in this alley that might help. "Mr. Roe dear." "F-wick." Lee Jae-hyun grabbed me by the nape and yanked me through a shop door. Then, after pulling me inside, he immediately dropped to the floor. "There's water." I lifted my head. We were inside an unmanned laundromat. Beyond the cheap, printed glass door, the alley was filling with water. SSSHH. From the narrow gap between 2 residential buildings, not an alley, black water seeped through, pooling and congealing into a familiar, mascot-like shape. A slithering dragon character. That doesn't look like the real mascot. Unlike before, it didn't radiate that sharp, intelligent presence. But that only made it more eerie, more menacing. It doesn't look like I can negotiate. Indeed, trying to converse with a parade balloon is a foolish endeavor, friend. The water mass jerkily moved its limbs, its grotesque gait carrying it back down the alley. Luckily, it didn't peer into the laundromat. Phew. Scattered across the damp floor in its wake were chocolate bars, likely washed out of a stationery store during the flood. Then came the residents of Death Lane, the ones entranced by the parade, rushing toward them. Mind, it's mine. Send me to the cheerful theme park, let me win. Let's find the good child, let's find the good child. A chaotic mix of pedestrians and merchants swarmed in, tearing open the chocolate bars, desperately searching for what was hidden inside. Probably theme park tickets or membership passes. Just like my tattoo. Zocious. If they see it, they'll rip my skin off along with it. The classic ghost story scenario flashed through my mind, sending chills down my spine. I opened the glass door slightly the moment the water mass disappeared from view down the alley. Clink. Fortunately, the Death Lane pedestrians who were frantically rummaging through the chocolates didn't look this way. I swallowed hard, flicked a coin, and summoned a third hand into the air. The translucent hand crept carefully through the narrow gap of the glass door and snatched one of the chocolate bars that had bounced toward the laundromat from the alley. The moment the third hand came back inside, I quickly grabbed the chocolate bar and stuffed it into my other tattoo. Phew. If I'm already stirring up trouble, I might as well gather information to analyze. Thankfully, whether it was due to the silver ring doing its job, I felt no strange hallucinations or noises, nor any fervent craving for the theme park. I'll examine it more thoroughly once I'm back in reality. As I pulled my hand out of my tattoo inventory and deactivated the third hand, I recalled an item I'd been carrying around all this time without trying it even once. The most expensive item in the alien shop. We can help. 66,666,666. I took out that item. A small red button. Right, Braun had said something like this. Yes, Mr. Roe dear, you can think of it as an emergency escape. Emergency escape. Should I press it? Considering the price, it felt like I should save it for a higher grade darkness, but with disappearance looming over me, maybe I was better off using it now rather than risking everything. All right. Let's see what happens. Before I pressed it, I showed the button to Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. Squad leader this is. Do you require my advice? Do you require my advice? Yes. Do not use it. A chill ran down my spine. You know about this button, squad leader? Yes. Does something bad happen if I press it? That depends on your perspective. Could you be more specific? That is not possible. However, in our current situation, I do not recommend using it. Who? In the end, I put the button away again. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun might not say everything he knows, but he doesn't lie. And the fact that he's someone who can also purchase items from the alien shop made me even more uneasy. He's the reason I got the link to the alien shop in the first place, with his account. All in all, forcing the use of this item right now felt like setting up my own grim final entry in the exploration records. Oh dear, you're not pressing it. I was curious to see what would happen, how disappointing. Really? A wave of profound exhaustion washed over me. It felt like realizing that a rope ladder I'd thought appeared out of nowhere was just a drawing. Leaning my back against the laundromat wall, I stifled a sigh. In that case, all our remaining options are shots in the dark. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun looked at me. I drummed my fingers nervously on my arm. Like maybe if we destroy an entire house, we can create a gap in the concept of the alley and escape. Wait, don't do it. Yes. I'm going crazy. I quickly stopped the lizard from punching a hole in the wall with his bare hands, then sank down to the floor. Is there really no other way? Either we die or we escape. Is there truly no more reliable option than betting on some extreme long shot? Certainly, the methods for leaving a ghost story. I jumped to my feet. Mr. Roe dear. Squad leader. This might work. There's a way we can try. First, we get out of here and move. Lee Jae-hyun grabbed my shoulder and pulled me back. Step away. I turned my head. Through the laundromat's glass door, I saw a dark shape. It was watching us. A mass of black water. Found you. Chapter 95. Water poured into the laundromat. Gurgle, gurgle. I stepped back to avoid the water seeping through the gaps in the glass door. But there was no place to hide in the unmanned laundromat. Only a few washing machines were running on all sides. Damn it. This way, sir. I immediately stepped up onto a washing machine. At the same time, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun climbed onto the one next to it. But that was it. Where do we go now? I scanned the high, small window on the left wall. It had bars, but if Lee Jae-hyun tried, he could probably rip it o. A faint, resounding melody echoed in my ears, as the sound of rushing water filled the room. I recognized the tune. It was the theme song for the cheerful theme park. The water that filled the laundromat coalesced into a massive form. A dragon in the park mascot costume. Found you. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the seemingly mindless water mass before me, sounding like it came from the other end of a phone line. The vibrations traveled through the water. Found you. Cold sweat dripped down my back as I stared at the black streams and masses of water occupying the laundromat. How did it recognize me? I had taken off my mask and was wearing a hat and a face mask. Kidnapper. It recognized Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. The black water mass raised a forelimb and pointed at the lizard standing on the washing machine beside me. I am not. Kidnapper. I am not. Are you guys just gonna do this forever or what? No, that might be a relief. Honestly, it wouldn't have been surprising if this water mass suddenly unleashed some creepypasta ability. I still hadn't forgotten the torrent that had surged and swallowed the alley, sweeping away my phone in its madness. I'm not even sure if brute force exorcism would work on water. Who? If words could get through, at least. B.A.D. I am not a kidnapper. I took off my face mask and put on my deer mask again. Then I rolled up my sleeve to reveal the tattoo. Zoshis. Trying to appear as calm as possible, I met the water lump dragon's gaze. Mr. Mascot, were you looking for me by any chance? The water mass wavered. And then, Goodchild. Its voice became clearer. Yes, it's good to meet you too. I gestured to Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun not to come down, then carefully climbed down from the top of the washing machine myself. The water sloshed around my feet, but aside from the theme park melody becoming a little clearer, no other bizarre symptoms appeared. All right. I can do this. I approached the water mass. Letsgo. A vibration emanated from my tattoo. It seemed to resonate with the figure before me. The dragon's forelimb moved closer. Plymore. I held my breath. I'm sorry. Then gently pushed its forelimb away. I'm not a child anymore, so I can't stay in the theme park. I have work to do. Silence. I'm fucking terrified, fuck. But I endured and calmly spoke while meeting the dragon's gaze. Even so, when I want to have fun or spend time at a great water park, I'll make sure to visit you. I raised my wrist to show the tattoo. That's why you gave me this, right? So I can come whenever I want. The water mass nodded slowly. Thank you, but I'm not sure I know how to get to the cheerful theme park. At work, the method to enter the theme park involved a board game, and the structure of the park varied with each game. If I could avoid that, it might actually be safer. It would be better to revisit a place I'd already been. What if I accidentally end up at a different theme park without you? Is there a way to prevent that? It's-okay. Even if I go to another theme park, it's fine. It's-okay. Strange. Would replaying that board game change anything? Well, if that was the case. Promise. Who? I suppressed my trembling and extended my hand to the water mass. Yes, I promise. I hooked my pinky around the water, The clammy sensation sent shivers down my spine, but nothing else happened. After releasing our pinky lock, the water mass pressed a claw to my tattoo. It seemed to be checking its attachment, and soon, satisfied, it withdrew its forelimb. At that moment, Fwick, the laundromat door burst open under water pressure, and something flew in, landing atop the water mass's forelimb. A small, black, rectangular object. My broken phone. Itsyours. With trembling hands, I picked up my phone. Thank you, I was worried I'd lost it. Goodchild. The water mass's form crumbled. Promise. The water receded. And as if the video were being rewound, it flowed back out through the gaps in the laundromat. S-R-R-R-R-K. The water receded from the alley in reverse. In no time, the alley became eerily quiet, with no traces of water left behind. Inside the laundromat, where black water had once filled the space, only a few chocolate bars printed with my likeness were left scattered like golden flakes. I survived. Who will? I collapsed onto the spot. Good heavens, friend, did you really promise to visit that second-rate theme park again? Yes. Honestly, I couldn't even imagine what might have happened if I'd refused to promise. They might have ripped out my organs and hired me as the second version of the Blue Dragon mascot. At least I avoided that. With a membership, I'd be treated as a guest there. That was better than being dragged there or dealing with unpredictable outcomes. My mind raced. Should I talk to the company and schedule a board game run? Judging by the interval, I'd probably have to go within 6 months. In the meantime, I'll prepare items and gear. All right. What mattered was that I got through this ordeal. I got up on shaky legs, stifling a sigh. If I knew this was gonna happen, I wouldn't have run earlier. But honestly, who in their right mind would have stayed and tried to calmly negotiate instead of running away in that situation? I'd bet a gold bar on nobody. Who? Just then, Lee Jae-hyun casually hopped down from the washing machine behind me. I asked without thinking, "Squad leader, if I hadn't stepped up earlier, would you have tried to eliminate that water mass?" Yes. As expected. The timing had been perfect, and if I'd stood there frozen at the stationery store, things would have gone disastrously wrong. Guess running away back then was the right call. Should I laugh or cry about this? But let's focus. We're still trapped in this alley. The only upside was that I had come up with a potential way to escape. Squad leader. I dusted off the hem of my suit and stood before the laundromat's glass door. I've thought of an escape method. If a few conditions are met, it might be possible to try it, even in this Death Lane alley. Understood. Yes, and the first condition is... I scanned the shops along the alley. The object the stationery store owner had used to make their call, the one that had put us in this mess. A telephone. A little while later. Clink. We entered a shop in the shadowed alley, its windows emitting a surprisingly cozy glow. By coincidence, it was the same shop where my colleagues had enjoyed their shopping spree earlier. True to its sign, handmade knitting, the shop displayed cozy sweaters, socks, and scarves, but mixed in were odd, tattered, and damp fibers. I tried to ignore those as I examined the shop's layout. After hours of dodging the stationery store owner's wrath and exploring countless shops in the alley, I finally found what I was looking for. There it is. Another door. On the wall opposite the one I had entered, a large door stood. It was bigger than the one I'd just come through, which meant that must be the main entrance. And beyond it lay an unknown street, not part of Death Lane's alleys. This was what the dark exploration records often referred to as subsequently marked as missing. Occasionally, a door on the opposite side of a Death Lane shop would be discovered. Entering it was strongly discouraged. To date, no return records exist. The fear evoked by the question, where do explorers who stray from the path go, is met only with the chilling answer, we do not know. The terror of vanishing. Who? I quickly averted my eyes to avoid glimpsing the neon sign beyond the frosted glass door. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-hyun was scrutinizing the socks, selecting one confirmed to be safe. I took it to the counter. Hello? The shopkeeper, knitting with 6 hands, glanced at me through their primitive glasses. Once again, I subtly kept my gaze on their sweater instead of their face. I casually handed over the socks and spoke. Please ring this up. Oh, and may I use your telephone for a quick call? Without stopping there, I casually placed a few extra coins on the counter. The elderly Death Lane shopkeeper picked up their analog telephone and handed it to me. Thank you. Who? With this, I've secured all the conditions. 1, a telephone. 2, a door leading out, away from the alley. And 3, a means of transport. I examined the rotary dial of the old phone. Of course, dialing a real-world number on a Death Lane phone wouldn't guarantee a connection. There were sporadic records of calls that seemed to connect, but they always twisted bizarrely, as befitting a ghost story. Sometimes someone would impersonate a relative and burst out laughing when caught, or the line would connect to a family holding a funeral for the caller due to warp time. Horrifying. So what I intended wasn't a call for help. If anything, it's the opposite. I raised my finger and clumsily spun the rotary dial. 666,666, 44, 44, 82, 82. The number made no logical sense, and ordinarily the call wouldn't even ring. BRRR click. Incredibly, it connected. I steeled myself against the sound of the other parties breathing and spoke as calmly as possible. Hello, is this the taxi company? I'd like to request a cab. Location confirmed. A husky voice responded, polite yet faintly mocking and condescending. Please state your desired time of service. I'd like it to arrive right now. Please state your destination. Exit 1 of Seoul Station. Understood, dispatching a driver. I moved the receiver away from my ear briefly. A few seconds later. Your ride has been dispatched. Have a safe trip. Click. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended automatically. Thank you. I returned the phone to the shopkeeper with a polite bow and handed the bag of socks to Lee Jae-hyun, concealing my trembling hands. Who? Done. As one might guess, that was no ordinary taxi service. A mysterious taxi number that transcends time and space. It's a ghost story. ===. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Hellfare Taxi. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Inc. Identification Code, QTurwasi 8282. A taxi ghost story that appears when called at night using a specific number. Anyone who rides this taxi would be cursed without fail. There's no normal way out of Death Lane anymore. In that case, I'll leave even if it's through another ghost story. A few seconds later, a faint honk sounded beyond the shop's main door. Honk honk. The taxi had arrived. Chapter 96. The ghost story taxi calls for us. Beyond the shop's front door. Honk honk. If we board it and follow the manual properly, we can definitely get to Seoul Station. The problem is figuring out how to get into that taxi. It's parked outside the shop's main door. That's precisely why I sought out a shop with a front door, because the alleys of Death Lane are too narrow for a taxi to stop. So to hail and board the taxi, we need to step beyond the front door. But there's no telling what kind of scenery will unfold outside that door, nor whether Lee Jae-hyun and I will make it out unscathed. That's why I prepared a countermeasure. Using a product from this shop. I plan to stop by here anyway, and since this shop has a front door, it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I swallowed hard. Squad leader, let's proceed as planned. Yes. Lee Jae-hyun reached into the paper bag he was holding and quickly ripped the packaging open. Along with the cozy socks, a small ball of yarn was revealed. It seemed the handmade shop included it as a freebie, likely for patching up the socks. But now it would serve a different purpose. Let's begin. Avoiding the shopkeeper's gaze, I unwound one end of the red yarn and tied it firmly to the leg of a display case. Then I halved the yarn ball, handing one half to Lee Jae-hyun while holding the other myself. Though it would restrict our movements, it was safer for both of us to hold the yarn directly. Let's go. Yes. Slowly unraveling the yarn, I stood with my back to the opaque glass door and walked backward. As soon as my back touched the glass, I groped for the handle below. Click. The door swung open, letting in a sudden gust of wind. And a raw blast of horn sounds. Honk honk. Don't look back. Matching steps with Lee Jae-hyun, I carefully continued walking backward. Thankfully, I had a reliable guide to act as my eyes. Keep walking backward in that direction, friend. It's nighttime, so there aren't many pedestrians. Pedestrians? No, don't dwell on it. Fixing my gaze on the shop interior, I kept walking backward without glancing at the dark surroundings. The yarn connecting me to the shop served as my lifeline, keeping me tethered to Death Lane. As long as I hold on to this, I'm not considered missing. Slowly, steadily, without rushing, I retreated. Thud. I bumped into something. Honk honk. The taxi. The blaring horn reverberated through the car, making my body tremble. Cautiously, I reached back, my hand brushing against the smooth surface of the car. Just a little to the left. I adjusted my hand and felt a sleek groove. The handle. I grabbed it, pulled the door open, and slipped into the taxi. There wasn't even time to take in the clean, modern interior. I moved over to the seat on the other side and immediately made room for Lee Jae-hyun, who entered right after me. As soon as he was in, he tossed the remaining yarn out and slammed the door shut. The sheer force made the entire sequence happen in an instant. Banged. I finally lifted my head. In the driver's seat sat a man in an impeccably pressed, eerie uniform, wearing a peaked cap. "Please take us to Seoul Station." The estimated arrival time is 43 minutes. The taxi glided forward smoothly. Phew. Leaning back into the seat, I let out a deep sigh of relief. We made it for now. Transitioned into a new ghost story success. Of course, since this taxi was itself a ghost story, I couldn't afford to relax. I quickly recalled the relevant wiki entry. The infamous ghost story called Hellfare Taxi, a name that suggests nothing but trouble when it comes to the fare. The taxi is typically described as a black luxury sedan of German make. While the model varies with each call, it can be identified by its scarlet taxi sign and the golden inverted cross ornament hanging from the rearview mirror. I glanced at the driver's mirror. There it was, the ominous golden inverted cross, swaying lightly. Confirmed. Who? Even though everything was going according to plan, tension crawled up my spine. Was it because I was trapped in the confined space of the taxi? The suffocating realization that I was now inside a ghost story where escape was impossible added to the pressure. Tick-tick. The meter climbed. 10,000. 10,100. 10,200. Fast. Mr. Driver. I had to start talking quickly. The less interested the driver became in the passenger, the faster the vehicle would move, and the meter would climb rapidly. And as the meter increased, taxi passengers are cursed with a curse equivalent to the amount displayed on the meter when they disembark. That's right. This taxi didn't charge money as a fare, it assigned curses instead. Strictly speaking, it wasn't exactly a curse but more akin to supernaturally induced misfortune, which made it even more chilling. However, if the driver maintained steady interest in the passenger and drove slowly, the meter would rise gradually, and the resulting misfortune would be manageable for the passenger. In the opposite case, the moment you step out of a wildly speeding taxi, you're hit with an unbearable curse. And no matter how fast the taxi went, it wouldn't reach the destination early. All taxis arrive precisely on time, unaffected by the vehicle's speed. My allocated time was 43 minutes. For that duration, I had to consistently hold the driver's interest. If the vehicle speeds up, there's a higher chance of strange phenomena occurring inside, like the windows shattering, or so the records say. I had no intention of experiencing that. Fortunately, I'd read the records and knew what kind of conversations could pique the driver's interest. The problem? The taxi is operated by a team of 4 drivers who work in shifts and refer to one another by numbers. While their appearances are completely identical, subtle differences can be observed in their interactions with passengers. Each driver also displays a unique preference for specific topics of conversation, adding a distinctive flair to their service. Since they looked the same, you couldn't tell who was who, and if you asked directly, "Which number are you?" they would take offense and eject you from the taxi. And anyone ejected becomes a missing person. Thus, the only way to figure it out was through conversation. In exploration records, the following keywords were identified as subjects of interest for each driver. Number 1/Olympics, elections, pets, games, social media. Number 2/war, mafia, action movies, vampire legends, firearms. Number 3/fine dining, farming, economic recessions, slum tourism, luxury goods. Number 4/the afterlife, religious experiences, pandemics, mass murders, black. The standard strategy was to determine which driver you were dealing with as quickly as possible through the first few exchanges. But if you have as much information as I do from the records, there's another option. A conversation method to exit the taxi in the best possible condition. Mr. Passenger. The first question was here. From the front seat, a low, slightly mocking voice flowed from the driver, who was steering the car. "How was your day?" "It was a regular workday." "Uh-huh." The driver never explicitly stated their preferred topics, only asking questions. But the meter answered for him. 10,500. 10,700. 10,900. 11,200. Out of control. Goodness, does this driver not understand the concept of small talk? Friend, if you'd like, I could step in as a skilled broadcaster to spice things up. No need. This was expected. I quickly and nonchalantly responded with my next line. But I almost died on the job today. Thunk. Nearly became fresh produce myself while trying to buy some meat at a butcher shop. The meter stopped. 11,300. Fortunately, the shop owner turned out to be a vegetarian. I bartered some produce and got out. Even won the haggling match and got some cash. The driver's fingers tapping on the steering wheel slowed. The vehicle's speed decreased. And what happened next? Phew. I headed for the back alley. It worked. What am I doing? Weaving as many correct keywords into my answers as possible. The goal was to say something that interested any of the four drivers. A strategy I called, "You're bound to like at least one of these topics." And luckily, my current situation naturally allowed me to bring up all kinds of sensational material. The last 6 months have been full of ridiculous adventures, after all. What kind of work will you have tomorrow? The conversation topics seemed endless. I plan to take a break and reflect on everything that's happened. It's been quite eventful. I kept steering the conversation towards stimulating, talk-worthy topics, no matter what the taxi driver asked. I kept weaving in nightmares, food, blood, violence, survival of the fittest, mascots, cooking, fortune-telling, ghosts. All seamlessly blended into casual conversation. Eventually, the car moved forward as slowly as a bicycle. I kept talking non-stop, enough for Braun to marvel a few times at my ability to fill the air. By the time my voice was nearly hoarse. We've arrived. The taxi came to a stop. We've reached your destination, Seoul Station. Click. The lock on the back door released, and the tinted window rolled down, revealing a familiar view. It was the nightscape of Seoul Station. I was so relieved I could cry. Though I wanted to leap out immediately, I first needed to settle the fare. I looked at the meter. 29,700. 29,800. Click. The driver stopped the meter. 29,800. I did it. Going under 30,000 was usually only possible for short, 10-minute trips. This level of fare meant there would be no permanent damage. Time to settle the fare. The taxi driver extended a hand behind him. In that hand was a check. Minus 29,900/code 1. I carefully took the old-fashioned paper check, stamped with a wax seal in the shape of a snake. The back of the check had a description of the curse the passenger would receive. Fare code 1, illness. 3 days of high fever, headache, hemoptysis, and chills. Good. This is totally manageable. Far better than disastrous bankruptcy or the death of those around me. Thank you. I clutched the check and gave the driver a deep bow before finally escaping the taxi. The winter air felt unbelievably refreshing. Knock, knock. The driver's side window rolled halfway down. Mr. Passenger. I nearly passed out right then and there. Yes. That was an enjoyable conversation. I think my colleagues would also be interested in your stories. In the darkness, the driver's gloved hand tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel. Let's meet again after retiring. I'll buy you a drink then. I swallowed hard. Had he caught on? The taxi drivers were inspired by a well-known and terrifying motif. The four horsemen of the apocalypse. Conquest, war, famine, and death, serving as literal doomsday taxi drivers in this eerie wordplay ghost story. Given this context, that comment was enough to send chills down my spine. Still, I nodded calmly. Yes, but the horsemen of the apocalypse wouldn't retire until the end of the world. I'd be long gone by then. I'd look forward to it. Best of luck on your shift. Ha ha ha, indeed, tiresome work. The taxi window rolled up again, and the black vehicle ghosted away from Seoul Station in an instant, leaving only the crimson afterimage of its taxi sign behind. I glanced down at the negative check in my hand. At that moment, the check burst into flames, and I began coughing up blood. Kyug. The high fever and pounding headache scorched through my skull, but it was bearable. And there, watching me, was the lizard. He, too, was dripping blood from his snout. Ugh. Not exactly a pleasant sight, but I couldn't help swallowing my bloody saliva as I spoke. This should clear up in 3 days. That seems to be how the rule works. Yes. And thank you for not prying or questioning me back in the taxi. It meant a lot, cough. The lizard watched me, his expression unchanged even as he coughed up blood. Kim Solium SSI. Yes. Take a sick leave. Yes. A little while later. After waiting for the hemoptysis to subside, we called another taxi to return to the company dorms. Though the thought of another taxi ride was unsettling, there were no further incidents. Aside from our raging fevers, both the section chief and I safely made it home. I didn't expect squad leader Lee Jae-hyun to be living in the same dorm building. We parted ways in front of the building. Take a sick leave. Yes, thank you. We'd saved the detailed discussions for later at the office. Phew. And so, I made it back safely. Even a company dorm could feel like home. When I opened the door, the warm indoor air greeted me like a comforting embrace. It was almost euphoric. Feeling this ill, I just wanted to jump into a hot shower and crash in bed, but there was one more thing I had to do. I noticed a pair of shoes in the entryway that weren't mine. Baek Deoksu's dress shoes. Chapter 97. When I saw the shoes at the entrance, my first thought was that Baek Deoksu had finally returned to the company housing. Took him days to muster the courage. Or perhaps he'd heard some rumor that I hadn't returned from today's ghost story and rushed back. But I'm back now. I was contemplating how to deal with whoever was currently in the room when... Oh dear, Mr. Rowe dear, there seems to be a slight misunderstanding in your recollection. A misunderstanding. Those shoes have been in the same spot every evening, friend. What? No, I was sure there was nothing in the entrance when I left on the first day. Wait a second. I recalled the last time I saw Baek Deoksu. At Sekwang Technical High School. Amid the chaos between the Disaster Management Bureau and the Field Exploration Team, I'd seen him fleeing with an item in hand. And the effect of that pen-shaped item he was holding. Hypnosis. I looked down at my hand. The silver ring. The mental defense item I'd purchased today. That explained it. Baek Deoksu hadn't been leaving earlier or returning later than me. He hadn't been commuting from elsewhere either. He'd been returning to the dorm all along. He'd simply placed a suggestion on me, ensuring I wouldn't notice him. But now it doesn't work on me. Thanks to the silver ring shielding my mind, I'd finally seen his shoes after days of being oblivious to them. Seriously? As if being sick and exhausted wasn't enough, now I had to deal with this nonsense at home. Oh, what a perfectly pieced-together deduction, like a beautiful puzzle. But isn't it a traditional and moral lesson for deceivers to pay the price? There was a hint of sly amusement in Braun's voice. Normally, I'd have been horrified by that, but... Braun? Yes, friend. How about we try something fun? You'll like it. Phew. The moment the noise from the entrance died down, Baek Deoksu cautiously got out of bed. What the hell was he doing, taking so long to go to his room? It had been days since leaving Sekwang High. He'd been lying low in the company housing, keeping as quiet as possible. All to avoid being noticed by Kim Solium. At first, I just thought I was already fucked. Waking up in the morning to realize a psychopath in the neighboring room bore a grudge against him. To avoid any potential confrontation, he'd used the fountain pen to ensure Kim Solium wouldn't notice his presence. It really is a great item. That psycho hadn't noticed a thing. Still, Baek Deoksu had been desperately avoiding any encounter, staying quiet even in his room to prevent the suggestion from wearing off. He'd considered applying a stronger hypnosis, but feared the consequences if it failed. Even so, maybe it's time to go for a more daring suggestion. The hypnosis had held up for days. he was starting to think it might be worth the risk. Like making Kim Solium protect him in a crisis, or tricking him into handing over valuable items, and believing he'd lost them. Besides, he'd heard a few things from Jang Hee-won, that Kim Solium's latest ghost story involved alleys filled with various equipment and items. I'm jealous. Baek Sahian clenched his fist briefly, thinking of his fellow new hires at the round-off team. He needed his own chance to secure items, more chances. Maybe he could subtly hypnotize his colleagues and swipe their items. But I can't do that right now. The fountain pen could only apply hypnosis to one person at a time. Since it was currently being used on Kim Solium, it couldn't affect anyone else. The situation was getting under his skin. I knew it, I'll need to squeeze more out of Kim Solium. The timing felt perfect. Time to plan. Once Kim Solium fell asleep tonight, he'd use the fountain pen too. He was mid-thought when he opened his door to get a drink of water. And froze, horrified. Kim Solium was sitting in the dark kitchen. At the dining table, surrounded by what looked like snacks, he was examining their wrappers. And in the center of the table sat a plush rabbit doll on a cushion. The same creepy toy Kim Solium always called Brawn and carried everywhere. What cheap-looking? Flinch. Yeah, I suppose that's part of the concept. It was a stationery store after all. This godforsaken psycho. He was talking to the doll again. Why hasn't he gone back to his room? Why is he still out here doing this bullshit? Baek Sahian shuddered and was about to retreat to his room, but paused. Wouldn't this natural encounter be a good opportunity? Without needing to try anything specific, this seemed like the perfect moment to reinforce the hypnotic suggestion. Baek Sahian made up his mind and pulled out the fountain pen. Then he quietly stepped forward. Sure, but even items like this have their own effectiveness, Kim Solium said. Baek Sahian froze mid-step, the fountain pen in his hand. Kim Solium continued speaking, his back turned, talking to himself like the lunatic he was. Like my roommate's fountain pen, passing by behind me right now. Paralyzed, Baek Sahian felt his blood turn cold. Braun, did you know? My roommate tried to brainwash me and take control. Yeah, I even prepared a gift to repay the favor. Kim Solium's voice was slow and deliberate. It wasn't because he was calm, it was because he felt like he'd cough up blood again if he spoke too quickly. But the low, hoarse voice, tinged with the scent of blood and pain, only made his words sound more menacing and weighty. Don't you think that's rather rude? Kim Solium set his snacks down on the table and turned his head. And someone that rude doesn't deserve to be a roommate, don't you think? Their eyes met. Shit. He'd been caught. How no, that didn't matter now. The fact was he'd been caught. Absolutely, utterly caught. I'll leave. Without even thinking, Baek Sahian stammered in a trembling voice. Supervisor, you're right. I'm not fit to be your roommate. I'll leave immediately. I swear I won't come back. Kim Solium frowned. My head's pounding. Don't you know any etiquette? Why are you shouting in a shared building this late at night? Shit. Internally cursing up a storm, Baek Sahian begrudgingly shut his mouth, hating himself for doing so instinctively. Braun. In the meantime, Kim Solium turned back to the rabbit doll and spoke. Hearing someone beg so loudly makes me think. Maybe I should give him one chance, even if he's not qualified to live here. What? I don't need it. Kim Solium turned his head sharply. You're saying you don't need the chance to live here. Why did that sound like? You don't need a chance to continue living in this plane of existence. Baek Sahian swallowed hard and answered. I need it. Really? Yes. Good, then hand over the item. The fountain pen you were using. The one where you write something on a sticky note and it becomes a suggestion. I don't trust you not to pull another stunt, so I'll keep it somewhere safe for now. How the hell does he know that? Even as fear crept up his spine, Baek Sahian gritted his teeth. I can't. Think about it, Supervisor, sir. Honestly, I haven't caused you any harm with my actions, have I? He spoke desperately, his voice full of urgency. I need this item. I absolutely can't give it to anyone. I swear I won't use it on you again, so please. Kim Solium responded flatly. Why would I believe that? Take a good look at yourself. Kim Solium pointed at him. I told you the confirmed entry method to get into Sekwang Technical High School. Even when you tried to kill me there, I didn't get mad. It was a simple fact. And yet you repay me with hypnosis. I have no reason to trust you. That was... He couldn't argue with that. Even if the supervisor in front of him was a lunatic, he was a skilled one. And perhaps Baek Sahian was the crazy one for picking a fight with him. What's happening? Was I wrong? Baek Sahian's mind whirled, torn between faint guilt, self-loathing, and overwhelming fear, all tangled in a storm of rationalization. And then, but since it's still your item, let me offer some compensation. Kim Solium reached for something he'd placed on the kitchen table. It was transparently wrapped and... Your left eye. What the fuck? Baek Sahian barely suppressed a scream, as he stared at the small black sphere with a faint violet iris shifting within. But this isn't just an eye, it's bioequipment. A piece of equipment with certain abilities. Kim Solium explained the capabilities of the eye. As he continued, Baek Sahian's expression shifted dramatically. Do you want it? Baek Sahian clenched his teeth. It was hard to believe, but... Yes. He willingly handed over the pen. With trembling hands, a mix of anticipation and confusion, he accepted the bioequipment Kim Solium offered him. Who? That's a shittin' of cold sweat. I finally ended my conversation with Baek Sahian and slumped onto my bed, battling headaches and coughing up blood. It had been a struggle to mask my pain. I managed to maintain control, did I? At one point, he'd lunged over to nab the eye, and I almost flinched. It was ridiculous to be dealing with this in my condition, but there was no time for self-pity. I couldn't leave a sociopath with a brainwashing item lingering near me while I was sick for the next 3 days. I think I handled the keratin stick approach well. I thought about the purple eye I'd handed over. It wasn't a threat to me, but had useful features for Baek Sahian. Well, it just so happened to be a left eye, so he could use it without needing an extraction. Anyway, of all people, I ended up as roommates with that guy. Though come to think of it, Go Yeonjun and Jang Hyun were the special cases, and Baek Sahian might just have the average company personality. In this place, it feels like you can't swing a stick without hitting a sociopath. The more I dwell on it, the more depressing it gets. Let's think of something positive. For example, the upcoming gift presentation ceremony. Braun. I stood up and retrieved an item from my tattoo inventory. A ribbon hair tie, which I had bought in lieu of change at the boutique. A gift. Do you like it? I had a feeling you might have guessed it's for you. If it didn't suit his aesthetic, I'd probably end up sweating bullets trying to find another offering. But Braun's response was cheerful. It was quite obvious, wasn't it? Not realizing it would have been unacceptable as a show host, but pretending not to notice is also part of an entertainer's job. At last, even this stuffed body can be properly dressed. His tone carried a rare note of excitement. Thank goodness. Smiling, I adjusted the hair tie and neatly tied it around the plush bunny. Thanks for everything, Braun. The bunny's round button eyes gazed into the air. When I looked away, his familiar, upbeat host's voice followed. As your friend, it was the natural thing to do, Mr. Roe dear. The ribbon might have been purely ornamental, but Braun's voice brimmed with joy as it was donned like a bow tie. A neat appearance is an essential courtesy for anyone performing in front of an audience, wouldn't you agree? Braun seemed delighted as I repeatedly adjusted the bow tie for the perfect angle. At the same time, he urged me to rest. Mr. Roe dear, maintaining your condition is a basic professional skill. Rest is essential, so it's best you head to Dreamland promptly. Gotcha. A gift presentation ceremony for a good friend, one of today's few rewarding moments. Normally, I'd revisit the wiki for a read-through, but I doubted my broken phone or my ailing body could manage it tonight. I'll get a new phone or repair this one first thing tomorrow. As long as the memorial pop socket was intact, swapping phones wouldn't hinder my wiki access. I lay back comfortably on my bed and prepared to remove the pop socket from the broken phone. Friend. I quickly flipped the phone over. The pop socket had a crack. Chapter 98. I don't know how I managed to get through that night after noticing the crack in the pop socket. The next day, I ignored my illness, headed out immediately, and bought a new phone. After transferring my SIM card, I nervously attached the cracked pop socket and powered it on. It works. Thankfully, the wiki was still up and running, but something felt off. It's glitching. It felt like an old computer on its last legs, showing the characteristic sluggishness of a dying machine. Although it eventually restored itself, the chill down my spine remained. Right, even merch can break. The strange reality of using merch purchased from a pop-up store in a creepypasta universe had made me overlook how reliant I'd become on my phone. Why not copy or back up the wiki content somewhere else, you ask? That would take over a month. Pages accessed via the memorial pop socket couldn't be copied or captured. Every entry had to be painstakingly transcribed by hand. And there's no guarantee that the pop socket as it is would last that long. Still, no need to panic. These merch were, after all, from a creepypasta universe. I've built a foundation here over the past 6 months, and now other options have opened up. Get a new pop socket, or find a way to repair it. Interestingly, both required the same type of connection. The Disaster Management Bureau. The pop socket's origin, of course. And I knew where items like this and the Silver Heart badge were manufactured. Naturally, I also knew how to gain access there, the passcode, and the necessary preparations. Conveniently, I even had a temporary Disaster Management Bureau agent badge. I pressed my temples and thought. My sick leave's 3 days, which meant I couldn't handle any follow-up tasks related to Death Lane or company work in this condition. But as long as I didn't report to work, I could exert myself in other areas if I could bear it. After all, my recovery was guaranteed in 3 days. However, I can't avoid the pain from the taxi fare-induced curse artificially. Since it's a curse, even the strongest painkillers wouldn't help. Moreover, using supernatural methods to escape the pain would only extend the curse's duration. Only actual suffering would count as payment. So unless absolutely necessary, I'd keep my ultrapotent painkiller, Happy Maker, unused. Honestly, thinking back to how I used it in that nightmare gave me chills. I truly felt no pain, only peace. Had it not been a dream, or if the Fox counseling room hadn't treated my contamination, I might have become addicted to it, reliving those moments whenever things got tough. I've got to be careful. All right. Don't procrastinate what I can do now, prepare while I can. I carefully removed the cracked pop socket from the phone, packed it up, and stored it in my tattoo inventory. Braun, we're heading out again. Aha, the indomitable spirit despite injuries. What an interview-worthy story. A testament to one's passion for the industry, wouldn't you say? But if it becomes too much, just let me know. This Braun, your perfect colleague and friend, is always ready to help. That was both comforting and chilling. Thanks. After another quick shower to wash off my sweat, I slipped on a light hoodie and tucked the gleaming bow tie-wearing rabbit plush into the hoodie's front pocket. Looking sharp, Mr. Roe dear, so where to now? To the place in Seoul where young people gather the most. I got off at Hongdae Station. It was fascinating how crowded the area was, even on a weekday afternoon. Even far from the station, there are still so many people. From Mangwon to Yeonnam, every street would be bustling with visitors. It was a stark contrast to yesterday's dead-end alley connected to Death Lane. This crowd felt almost surreal. Such a lively place, full of bright and reactive people. Oh, I'd love to invite them all to a show, delivering once-in-a-lifetime thrills and shocks. Oida. Thankfully, Braun quickly got distracted, sparing me from having to calm his excited voice. Ah, the aroma of coffee is delightful. Care for a cup, friend? Oh dear, you're staggering. Do you need support? I'm fine. Cursed with illness and now out in the bustling city of Seoul alongside this ghost story resident, it was inevitable that strange events would follow. Ha, well. Still, the feeling of being in a lively, sunlit area was comforting. A street lined with cafes, drenched in sunlight with not a hint of gloom to be found. It was almost impossible to imagine anything mystical or eerie happening here in broad daylight. Which is precisely why it's safe. I recalled the instructions on how to access the place that could repair my pop socket. The Disaster Management Bureau's document, registered in the wiki complete with an image of a note. Destroy after thorough reading. Where to go, a cafe with a blue roof and no sign. It's a converted house with a buckwheat flower wreath on the door. There it was. With Braun's assistance, I suppressed my presence entirely and slipped into the blue-roofed building. It was a large cafe bustling with customers. Even in broad daylight, the place sparkled with all kinds of lights and decorations, and the staff busily took orders and prepared drinks. Instead of joining the line to order, I subtly moved aside, ducked, and slipped into the kitchen area. Venturing deeper, I soon came upon 2 doors at the turn of a corner. Staff only. Though both yellow doors looked identical, one led outside while the other is the door I need to open. Enter through the right-hand door only. Do not touch the left door. Once touched, the location becomes inaccessible through the right door. Carefully, I approached the right-hand door and rapped on the surface rhythmically. Knock 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 knock. The Jajanmori Jangdan, a beat familiar to anyone who'd gone through Korea's public education. I opened the door just slightly and slipped inside. Inside, it looked like an ordinary staff area. A mix of corridors, storage spaces, and employee lounges. Worn-out sofas, desks, laptops, boxes of supplies. In one corner, seasonal decorations were stacked. Look for an object resembling a house, such as a model of a residence, apartment, or yurt. I carefully sifted through the decorations and found it. A Hanok model. It seemed to have been used as a Chuseok holiday decoration. This must be it. I crouched before the Hanok model and reached for its tiny gate. The moment I opened it, bam! I fell backward, landing hard on my rear. Already in pain, I felt blood welling up in my throat but suppressed it. This was not a place where I could afford to shed blood. Let's see. I got up and surveyed my surroundings, which were no longer the bustling cafe but a quiet, enclosed Hanok courtyard. The space was eerily still, with no wind and surrounded by walls. The characteristic wooden beams and ivory-colored walls of a traditional Korean house came into view. Silent. It felt like stumbling into a break room where no one was supposed to be. Suddenly, "Hey, who's there? You can't just, Kim Seabang won." The Hanok's door burst open, and out came someone with braided hair wearing a tracksuit. The person pointed a finger at the Disaster Management Bureau's metal badge on my hoodie. I took a deep breath and bowed my head slightly. My apologies, it's my first time here. A new Kim Seabang, huh? Must be those meddling government agents up to their weird tricks again. What if you, a scrawny Kim Seabang, stumbled upon a mischievous noontime goblin while wandering in broad daylight, Though the figure seemed ordinary, just large and loud. What's wrong, lost your hearing? Why aren't you speaking, Kim Seabang? It wasn't human. The title Kim Seabang alone gave it away, too. That's a goblin. And this was their gathering place. Dark Exploration Record / Ghost Story. Docuby Workshop. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Disaster Management Bureau Identification Code, no records found. Daydream Inc. Identification Code, no records found. A workshop where goblins gather at night to craft clubs and hats. Nearly all exploration logs occur during the day. The Disaster Management Bureau strongly restricts information to prevent Daydream Inc. from accessing it. Refer to the relevant documents for usage details. This was it. The goblins were said to gather here nightly, drinking, eating buckwheat cakes, and crafting their tools. This ghost story begins with the idea that some nocturnal goblins enjoy their gatherings, so much they linger even during the day. If you approach the goblins idling in the workshop at midday, offer them something nice, and ask them to craft items for you, they'll often do so enthusiastically. Currently, however, they scare off and chase away anyone who isn't a government official Kim Seabang. No one who's been chased away has ever succeeded in re-entering the place. Honestly, it feels less like a ghost story, and more like a modern version of a charming old folktale. Isn't that what urban legends are supposed to be? That's why the Disaster Management Bureau just quietly thanks them and takes the equipment. Some of the low-rank equipment, like pop sockets, issued to rookie agents comes from here, including the glass gun I received from Agent Bronze. Such harmless and straightforward ghost stories aren't even classified as disasters. They're simply labeled as common supernatural phenomena by the Disaster Management Bureau. Although there is one troubling description. People are often warned to beware of fearsome daytime goblins, though no sightings have been reported to date. This loose end hasn't even been picked up in the dark exploration records, so it wasn't an immediate concern. Let's get this over with. I carefully unwrapped the pop socket, which I'd wrapped in multiple layers, and held it out to the goblin. I rushed over hoping you could fix this. Ah, here's a token of gratitude. Kim Siabang, this isn't something we made, is it? What? It's not. Nope, looks like someone copied us. Haha, funny, so funny. The goblin chuckled to himself and stretched his neck forward, closely examining the cracked pop socket. Copied. But the merch from the merch box had the same effects as the originals. Apparently the source wasn't treated as identical. I'd need to be careful. Swallowing down spit and blood, I spoke. Then, is this too difficult to repair, even for your marvelous workshop? What are you saying? This old-timer can fix anything smaller than my palm, but you know. A sly grin spread across the goblin's face. Kim Siabang, you seem to have some good stuff on you. Oh, I did bring some buckwheat snacks. Oh, not that. There's a delicious smell coming from you. Though I'm screwed, aren't I? It smells aged and divine. The goblin grinned even wider. Ginseng. I adjusted my sleeve to cover my wrist, pretending to rummage in my bag before cautiously pulling out the item. Are you referring to this ginseng, Elder? It was a piece of wild ginseng, previously used for bronze bath to release its sentience and purify it entirely. Though the cut surface had dried, the strong scent of earth and forest remained. That's it, oh how splendid, what a beauty. The goblin practically drooled over it. This would make a perfect tonic. How about it? I'll craft you a fine hoe or broom, or perhaps a lovely jade ring. Whoa. Brazen yet amusing offers. What do you think, Mr. Roe dear? Would you trust the artisan's skill? That's tempting. Why hesitate when a benevolent goblin offers you an item? Because I'm here under false pretenses. I'm not an actual agent. I'm only impersonating one with this temporary badge, so I've got to tread carefully here. The government should never find out about me. If the Disaster Management Bureau received a report of someone intruding on a ghost story they're desperately trying to control, it'd be a disaster. If today had been within 15 days of their scheduled inspection, I wouldn't have come at all. That's exactly the regular schedule for the Bureau's visit. Even if repairing the pop socket is minor, offering premium ginseng and leaving with an item, though. It wouldn't be with any ill intentions, but that goblin would undoubtedly gossip about it. Aha, very true. Even if I begged him to keep it a secret, he'd likely forget and slip up later. Better refuse. I'll just give you the ginseng. Please enjoy brewing it into a fine tonic. Oh, what a kind-hearted Kim Siabang, truly generous. The goblin beamed as he took the ginseng. Then, but you see, it's proper to leave here with something, you know. What? Which team are you from? Judging by the temporary badge, are you one of the new recruits undergoing training? What the hell was this? Goblins may be loose-lipped, but you should have been more cautious. Your reasoning was sound, Mr. Roe dear, but there's a flaw in your logic. Which was? This one's human. I barely managed to turn my head to look up. Why aren't you answering, eh? It wasn't a goblin. It was a Disaster Management Bureau agent pretending to be one. Note S. One Siabang old-fashioned term for husband, but these days older people use it to refer to a son-in-law, or grandson-in-law, nephew-in-law, brother-in-law, etc. Right arrow curving left. Two Korean goblins/dakibai, often depicted wearing vibrant, traditional Korean hanboks with simple designs. Their appearance is diverse and intimidating, emphasizing their untamed and fearsome nature. Dakibai come in various forms with distinct traits and behaviors. Kam Dakibai, mischievous tricksters. Gi Dakibai, malicious and evil. Kim Siabang Dakibai, portrayed as dumb farmers. Nat Dakibai, unique for appearing during daylight. Go Dakibai, skilled warriors wielding weapons. Gaxi and Chongek Dakibai, considered attractive to humans. Onan Dakibai, one-eyed creatures. Idari Dakibai, one-legged beings known for their love of wrestling. Source Mythlock right arrow curving left. Chapter 99. I knew I knew that the Disaster Management Bureau was rigorously managing the information about this ghost story, Docubuy Workshop, to prevent any leaks. But that's precisely where my knowledge stopped. I had no idea that the Bureau was actually managing the ghost story. After all, not even a mention of this existed in the dark exploration records. Who would have guessed they'd go as far as conducting undercover surveillance within the ghost story itself, keeping an eye on visitors and monitoring the equipment production? A Disaster Management Bureau agent, pretending to be a goblin. Oh my, why are you taking so long to answer? My head was spinning. What do I do now? Wait a second, what have I been saying up until now? As a chilling realization ran down my spine, I mentally replayed our earlier conversation like a fast-forwarded film. Thankfully, no critical mistakes, none at all. I'm fine. I could still recover, I could salvage this. With that in mind, I deliberately displayed a slightly pale, nervous expression. I'm sorry, Elder, but I wasn't given permission to discuss such matters. I know nothing. I am but a clueless rookie who hadn't caught on that this goblin was actually a fellow agent. A ghostly goblin interrogating me about my identity had caught me off guard, leaving me fumbling to respond. Please let this work. I subtly raised my head, wearing a hesitant expression, as if thinking, what do I do about this goblin? Wow, these government Kimseabangs sure have a lot to fuss over. Who? Kimseabangs refer to their divisions as teams, don't they? Why can't you just tell me? Yes, well, apologies. It's just how things are set up by the government. Geez, how boring. The agent disguised as a goblin clicked his tongue and stepped back. Made it. Still, a kind-hearted Kimseabang like you who brought ginseng, I'll let you off. It seemed like the agent intended to keep up the goblin charade. The deflection worked. A classic case of teasing the junior. He was probably hoping that someday, when a senior clued me in, that guy was an agent, I'd be utterly dumbfounded. The way he sniffed the ginseng stored in my tattoo and reacted made me suspect he'd adopted some goblin-like traits. He might have even used some kind of equipment to mimic goblin behavior and abilities. After all, goblins were notoriously mischievous. Thank you very much, Elder. I gave a deep bow, playing along. Kind-hearted Kimseabang, I ought to repay your gift with some fine liquor. Come now, tell me what goblin item you'd like. You could sing a song or even dance for it. Now he was trying to reward the rookie. Perhaps he figured the ginseng I'd given him was a valuable item I'd gotten in a fluster. The most natural response would be, no, it's fine, Elder. Instead, could you extend your goodwill to the next government Kimseabang who visits, as generously as you feel today? Ho ho, really? Yes, Elder. All right then, Kimseabang. I always make sure to repay my debts. I smiled brightly and nodded, and the goblin seemed satisfied, even doing a little dance. Good, that topic seemed to have ended well. The conversation then naturally shifted to the pop socket I'd brought with me. So the reason you're here today, Kimseabang, is to get this trinket repaired, yes? Yes, Elder. Here came the real problem. This agent had already recognized that my pop socket wasn't made here. Sweat dripped from my palms. Sure enough, the goblin-disguised agent nonchalantly probed further. Where did this item come from? Oh, I'm not sure. I received it as a government-issued gift. Lately, even government Kimseabangs have been sourcing items from other places. Risky, You never know when a fearsome daytime goblin might appear. True, the Disaster Management Bureau wasn't relying solely on this workshop to produce equipment for agents anymore. Even my Silver Heart badge must have come from somewhere else. Fortunately, the agent seemed to misinterpret the pop socket as something from another similar workshop. A convenient misunderstanding. Lucky. Mentioning a fearsome daytime goblin at the end, while staying in character, as a goblin helped me relax a little. It allowed me to laugh it off and roll with it. Still, I'm screwed. This agent would undoubtedly remember me, the random visitor who showed up today and handed over ginseng. As soon as he leaves this ghost story and talks with other Disaster Management Bureau agents, I'll be flagged as a person of interest. Was there really no way out of this? Anyway, I'll fix up this trinket for you, so sit tight. Yes. The agent, imitating a goblin, disappeared into the Docubuy workshop, the tiled house with my pop socket in hand. He was probably handing it off to the other goblins inside. I waited quietly. A dark thought crossed my mind. What if the agent pieced everything together, confiscated my pop socket, and placed an emergency call to the Disaster Management Bureau? That thought alone made cold sweat trickle down my back. Thankfully, it didn't take long. Here, take your trinket. The returning agent tossed the pop socket lightly toward me. I barely restrained myself from cursing as I carefully caught it. The crack on the pop socket remained. However, the fissure was now filled with something smooth and glossy. An adhesive that shimmered jade green. Is it fully repaired now? Oh ho, you don't just serve rice without letting it simmer first. You think an elder's craft can be completed as easily as slurping cold porridge. Wait for the adhesive to dry. Handle it like a swaddled baby for a month. While doing so, wish for what form you'd like it to take. Then it'll transform into a splendid trinket. A month. Thank you. I carefully held the pop socket. Feels like it'd break apart if I put any pressure on it. In other words, I'd have to handle it delicately for an entire month. Which meant I won't be able to access the wiki for a month. I'd been rereading it daily, trying to commit as much as possible to memory. This disruption was unsettling. Human memory has its limits after all. I felt uneasy, but there was no alternative. I had to endure. Getting a new pop socket seemed out of reach. At least I managed to get it repaired. That left one problem. How do I leave this place naturally? Now, young Kim Siabeng, how about a bite of that buckwheat cake you brought? Let's chat about what government Kim Siabengs have been up to lately. But dear elder, I have no idea. If this conversation drags on, I'll be exposed in no time. I might not just end up on a wanted list. I could be tied up and hauled off to the Disaster Management Bureau's glass cell right now. Fine. I steeled my resolve. I'd be caught eventually anyway. If I'm screwed either way, I'm going out with a bang. Yes, elder, I'm here because I cough. Suddenly, I coughed up blood without holding back. Gurgling, dark clots spilled down my chin. I hurriedly wiped them away with my sleeve, feigning a panicked expression as I looked at the goblin. I am sorry. It wasn't just to stir alarm. Blood. Kim Siabeng. Traditionally, a goblin's most sensitive trigger. Rattle, rattle, rattle. The large tiled house trembled. Scary, scary, scary. Why scary, why scary, why scary? Egu, quit making such a fuss, it's nothing. Scary who's it, scary who's it? Even as the agent yelled, the house continued shaking. I paled, clapping a hand over my mouth as I retched. I'm sorry. Get out of here, who the hell sends a sick rookie to the goblin's turf? I'll deal with that bastard myself. And no, elder, I came here on my own, I didn't know any better. Elder, my foot, you still don't get it. Time to pretend I'd caught on. I widened my eyes, clumsily scrambling to my feet. No way. The goblin agent crossed his arms. Consider yourself lucky, rookie, that this sunby is stationed here. Why, yes, sorry, sir. I wore the most clueless, dazed expression possible, as if I barely understood what was happening, and slowly got back up. Thud, thud. Now loud knocks, like broomsticks or wooden clubs, echoed from the tiled house's door. The agent clicked his tongue and barked at me. If you're sick, just rest. Why crawl into a place like this? Did HQ send you? Oh. Wait, if I play this right. No, sir. Quickly, I rifled through my mental database of Disaster Management Bureau anecdotes. There was that betting culture during training. Like some test of courage, where they competed to show off their competence and bravery. Good, I'll go with that. The other trainees told me to get the memorial pop socket repaired myself. The agent flinched. Do they still do that these days? I just smiled sheepishly. The agent, still wearing the guise of a goblin, seemed to suppress a laugh, then rubbed his face before waving me off. I'll let it slide without reporting it to HQ. Just get out of here. It worked. Thank you. What's your code name? It hasn't been assigned yet. I'm still thinking about what would suit me. Fine, you'll know when the time comes. The agent, pretending to be a goblin, gestured. Fwick. With a flick of his hand, I felt myself being gently pushed. Go and rest. Bam. I fell flat on my rear. Huh? When I raised my head, I found myself back on the bustling streets of Hongdae. The streets were as lively as ever, the sun was blazing, and the cafe with the blue roof was busy as usual. I made it out alive. Without being exposed. That was an excellent ad-lib, friend. I let out a long sigh, covering my face. I nearly sprawled out in the middle of the street. The next 2 days were spent in genuine recovery. Not being able to use the pop socket made me anxious, so I tried jotting down what I remembered from the wiki. But I stopped when I realized I might be unintentionally distorting or creating details that were never true. Instead, I obsessively replayed the information in my mind, which made time pass more quickly. And then, Kim Solium SSI. Section Chief. 3 days later, back at work, I met Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun again. How are you feeling? I'm fine. You should schedule an additional consultation within the month, Kim Solium SSI. Yes. Fortunately, he seemed fine too. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun didn't ask me anything further. Neither about Braun's lights out ability nor about the black water mascot that had chased me. Even when I shared my side of the story as much as I could, he only responded with a calm, I see. Consistent as always. Because of that, I also found it hard to ask him any questions. Besides, after 3 days of sick leave, I had too much work piled up to waste time prying. Wow, how am I supposed to finish all this? After yet another irregular escape, the entire D squad except for 2 temporary employees took immediate leave. The pressure from all sides was relentless. I spent the day writing reports with the section chief, doing interviews, and even calling Director Chung to express my gratitude. In the midst of it all, I had to include in my report how I'd used the taxi darkness to escape Death Lane, which left me racking my brain over how to explain how I knew to summon it. Should I just say I saw some flyer advertisement in Death Lane? But wouldn't that count as contaminating the manual? My head was spinning when the taxi you summoned is categorized as a pending darkness under manual review. As I turned to look at Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, with a chill creeping over me, the lizard calmly added, "That means it's information that can't be obtained through the company's official systems." Whoa. So I changed the recorded caller. Who is it now? Me. Wait. You changed the report to say you were the one who called the taxi, squad leader. Yes. I was starting to grasp his modus operandi. Was this both a reward for my significant role in escaping Death Lane, and you taking responsibility as the squad's leader? Yes. And that wasn't the end of it. Oh, by the way, do you recall, squad leader, you once promised me some equipment during the pantry ghost story. Yes, it'll be ready by next week. Well, I decided to wholeheartedly respect Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. So what if he's a bit slow? He's the dream boss. Just deal with the slowness yourself. Got it, Kim Solium. I shouted at myself internally and dove into the mountain of paperwork. New equipment in the works, new team roles ahead. A new chapter in my corporate life was on the horizon. But first, another darkness awaited me, along with a most unwelcome face. Well, long time no see, Mr. Roe dear. Research team's Kwak Yikeng waved cheerfully at me. Would you be interested in, say, an abandoned elevator? No way, absolutely not.